Written by Ry Cox. Narrated by Zachary Zappa.
Prologue. Dan, 9 years old. My Laoba dragged me to the clinic again. If he wanted to be a workaholic, as I'd heard the neighborhood gossips describe my old man as on occasion, then he could do as he liked. But why did he have to drag me along too? It was summer vacation, and being at the clinic was at the bottom of the list of things I wanted to do. My friends were going swimming at the springs today, and no matter how much I begged my Laoba to let me go, he refused, saying it was dangerous and brought me here instead. His reasoning was that since I'd inherit the clinic in the future, I should spend my summers learning from him, just as he'd done from his father, and my grandpa had done from his father. My great-grandfather opened Kither Springs Health Clinic when he and his wife had settled into this small town years and years ago. Back then, the clinic focused more on TCM, or traditional Chinese medicine, and practices my great-grandpa learned from his hometown in China. Years later, the clinic moved with the times and specialized in Western medicine. But my father still forced me to spend my summers learning TCM, since it was knowledge I wouldn't be able to learn in medical school. He expected me to follow in his path and take over the clinic from him one day, but I didn't even know if I wanted to be a doctor. I wanted to be something cool, like a superhero or maybe a police officer, with their impressive uniform and hat. They were the real heroes of our modern world, gaining fame and love from their community. I made siren noises as I pushed my toy police car across the clinic's final floors. Since I couldn't play with my friends today, then I had to find a way to entertain myself. It was a slow day at the clinic with only Laoba and me there. Seconds later, a pair of black loafers came into view and blocked my car's path. My eyes moved from the shoes, up his black slacks, and to the stern face of my father.
Dan?
He called my name affectionately, his face softening for the briefest of moments before turning into his usual firmness.
Why are you playing on the floor again? Did you finish reading the book I gave you?
Mentally, I rolled my eyes because there was always another book for me to read. I didn't show my annoyance on my face, though, and nodded with a smile. While I thought all this studying was boring at times, I knew my dad was doing what he thought was best for me. It was what he'd always done. We only had each other. He loved me and worried about me, and that was the reason I never fought him about my studies. He nodded approvingly, a small smile barely gracing his lips as he fondly patted me on the head. It was his version of a hug. My Laoba wasn't the type to tell me he loved me or one to give out hugs often. He was an actions kind of guy. He was the type to wake up before it was light out to make me a well-balanced homemade lunch to take to school or bring me an after-dinner plate of cut fruit to munch on while I studied. He was always there for me when I needed it, and if he was overly cautious with me, much more than I'd seen my friends' parents be with them, I attributed that to him having to raise me on his own. He wanted me to have a good life, and that was the reason I never fought with him about my studies when I didn't know if I even wanted to be a doctor.
Come, I washed some berries. It's good for the brain,
he said, helping me up and guiding me to a stool behind the reception desk. Dad's receptionist was off today, so the desk was currently a mess, with all his medical papers sprawled across it. He sat in the office chair, pushed the bowl of blackberries toward me, then focused back on his own studies. Laoba always emphasized that the path of a doctor was one of continuous academia. I didn't mind that aspect much. I enjoyed learning, and I found the books Dad gave me interesting enough. I just didn't want to study every second of the day. I wanted to be outside and play with my friends. I munched on the berries and wondered what my friends were up to. Jones always disappeared in the summer, off playing with his out-of-town friend he was so secretive about. Riker probably went to the springs with the others from our class. He was never one to turn down going swimming. Laoba glanced at me and laughed when he saw my face.
How did you get it all over your face?
He shook his head, stood to go wet a napkin, and returned to scrub my face. The napkin pulled away with dark purple splotches all over it, and even I wondered how I'd made such a mess. Dad balled up the napkin, aimed at the trash can, and tossed it like he was a pro basketball player. I laughed when he missed the target by a long shot. He laughed too. Affection filled his eyes as he gently pinched my cheeks. I skyrocketed out of my seat, still laughing as I fetched the makeshift ball for him to try again. The front door opened when I picked up the napkin, and in walked a woman in a wide-brim hat, dark sunglasses, and a mask. She wore a long trench coat to complete her look, which had me staring, because who wore a trench coat in the middle of summer? Was she a spy on a secret mission? Excitement bubbled up inside me at the thought that our clinic was involved in some sort of James Bond-type activity. The lady turned halfway around to reveal a boy who looked about my age. He saw me, but quickly averted his eyes to stare at the ground. The lady, his mom, maybe, told him to sit in the waiting area, then went to speak to my dad. Her back was toward us, but I could see her taking off her sunglasses. Lao Ba's face went grave at whatever he saw. He shot to his feet and guided the lady toward the treatment area in the back. I stood to follow him, as I usually did, but he stopped me and instructed me to play with the other kid. That was strange. He'd never asked me to play with a client's kid before, but I wasn't going to argue about playing. I smiled and ran to grab my toy police car. The balled-up napkin was still in my other fist when I ran back to the waiting area. "Hi, I'm Dan," I said in greeting. The kid peeked at me through his long bangs, and I noticed how his eyes took up half his face. They were wide, cautious, like he was almost scared of me, which was ridiculous. Why would anyone be scared of me? Everyone loved me. I beamed my smile at him, the one everyone called charming, even though I didn't like smiling right now because there was a hole in my mouth. My tooth was taking forever to grow back. My smile seemed to have startled him as he looked visibly more shaken. He squeaked out a "Hi," then went back to staring at his hands on his lap. His entire body was stiff, and his shoulders hunched to make him look even smaller than he already was. He had to be younger than me. Maybe he was one of those kids who were scared of the older ones. I puffed up my chest, knowing that as his elder, it was my job to protect him and make him feel safe. "Do you like playing?" I asked, and offered my blue and white police car to him. He didn't reply or look at me. "Look, when you drive the police car, you have to make the noise or it's not real." I demonstrated my amazing siren imitation and zoomed the police car from one side of the clinic to the other. He watched me with a blank stare, looking unimpressed. I used my hand to push the toy car back toward him, stopping at his feet. The sudden action had him almost jumping from his seat. "Don't be scared. I'll protect you. That's what police officers do, you know. They save people from evil and protect the peace of the town. They're heroes," I stated and patted my chest confidently, like I was one of the heroes I was speaking of. One day, I would be. The kid finally looked up at me, eyes focused on me as he took in my words. I beamed at finally getting his attention. "Don't worry. As your elder, I'll protect you. That's how it's supposed to be." "What if I want to be the one to protect?" he asked, fists balled in his lap. "I want to protect my mom." I nodded with approval. I liked people who fought for their loved ones. "Then you protect each other. Your mom will protect you, and you'll do the same for her." "But how?" he asked, sounding a bit desperate. I thought about the question, since I'd never needed to protect my Lao Ba before. He always told me to focus on my studies instead of fooling around and playing make-believe. I looked at my toy car, and the answer instantly came to mind. It was so obvious. "You become a police officer too," I told him, and knelt down to pick up my toy car again. I dropped the balled-up napkin in my excitement. "I'll show you how. Come on." Just this one time, I'd play the bad guy and let him be the officer so he could practice saving the day. He looked at the hand I held out for him to take. Then, very hesitantly, he accepted it. His hand was warm in mine as I helped him stand from his seat. Good thing I was holding it too, because he slipped on the napkin and started tumbling backwards. I pulled on his hand to keep him from banging his head and help stabilize him, but the action only caused him to tumble forward instead. I readied myself and looped my hands around him in hopes of catching him before he took us both down, but I hadn't expected his head to suddenly swing forward and hit mine. It all happened so quickly. Soft lips smashed against mine, and my mind went blank. My friend said you couldn't go around kissing because you could get cooties. Lao Ba told me it wasn't true, but still, maybe kissing did give you cooties, and that was why my heart was pounding so hard it rang in my ears. The kid pulled back, finally steady on his feet as he stared wide-eyed at me. His eyes flicked back and forth from my lips to my eyes, terror written on his face. His gaze finally landed on my lips as I felt liquid slide down them. He kept muttering apologies as I swept my tongue over my bottom lip and tasted blood. But what's worse, one of my bottom teeth was missing. There was yet another ugly hole in my mouth now.
Clay, 15 years old. I found my best friend studying when I entered the clinic. Dan was always studying, which was probably why he was so smart. Even though he was a year younger than me, a fact he loathed when he first found out. He was the one tutoring me through school. Mom was worried when I was held back in the 5th grade, but I secretly thought it was one of the best things that had happened to me. It meant I was in the same grade in class, since there was only one class per grade here in Kither Springs, as Dan. I got to hang out with my best friend even during the boring school day. We only started high school this year, but he already told me that in our sophomore year,
He'd be spending half the day at the college in the city since he was doing something called dual enrollment. Dan had his entire life laid out. Said he was going to get his AA when he graduated high school so he could get into medical school sooner. He was determined to be a doctor and take over his dad's clinic. It surprised me when he told me that last year, since before that he was adamant about joining the police force with me. When I'd asked him about it, his reply was, "You do the ass-kicking, and I'll sit back, wait for you, and patch you up. If you really think about it, doesn't that mean I'm the hero to the hero?" I didn't really understand, but I liked that he still thought of us as a unit. It was us against the bad guys in the world. I liked it even more when he said he was going to wait for me. The adults around us often told me how cute it was that we were so close, and to cherish it, since things would change once we got into college. If I were being completely honest, it worried me. Dan was going to be so busy with med school and his goal of becoming a doctor that he wouldn't have time for me anymore. I didn't want us to grow apart. He was my best friend, but hearing him say he would wait was comforting. Like no matter how far ahead he went, he wouldn't leave me behind. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I even wanted to go to college. It was expensive, and I wasn't exactly book smart. I figured I'd work for a couple years before joining the police academy, but Dan's Lauba had encouraged me to continue my studies and at least get my degree. Lauba. It was what Dan called his dad, and when I asked him what it meant, he answered that it literally translated to old dad, but it was an affectionate thing to call your dad in Mandarin. I secretly tested the word in my mind. Any affection I could have had with my sperm donor died the first time I witnessed him raise his hands toward my mom. She stayed even when her body was bruised purple, saying she didn't want me to grow up without a father. She took me and left him the first time she caught him hitting me. It wasn't the first time that motherfucker had laid hands on me, but I'd kept it hidden because I thought keeping the family together had been important to her. We both thought that we knew what the other wanted when, in reality, I just wanted my mom to be safe and happy, and she wanted the same. So, yeah, I never knew the affection Dan shared with his dad, but I craved it. Sometimes I imagined Dan's Lauba as mine as well. It was so easy to picture when the man treated me better than my sperm donor ever did. Plus, it was hard not to consider him a father figure when he'd been there for me ever since my mom and I moved to Kither Springs. He'd always welcomed me at the clinic when I came to play with Dan and gave me the same sage advice he gave his own son. He wasn't the most obviously affectionate person, which was fine for me since I didn't like being touched much. But he showed his care by being there and always making sure I was fed. I knew he treated me so well because I was Dan's best friend, but sometimes I wondered if there was another reason for it too. Mom and I ate dinner with them more often than not these days. Dan's dad invited me to stay one day after playing in the clinic and had extended the invitation to my mom as well. Then they made the excuse that it was easier to feed two bottomless teen boys if they teamed up to make dinner together, which meant we were at the Yao house most days. I knew Mom and Victor, Dan's dad, were friends, but sometimes I wondered if there was something more between them. Mom had stopped smiling by the time we'd moved to Kither Springs, but her smiles had returned recently. She smiled a lot when Victor was around, and not the forced kind I knew she did to keep up appearances with the nosy townsfolk. It was the genuine kind, like she was truly happy, like Victor made her happy. Sometimes I fantasized about them dating and getting married. Victor would become my Lauba, and best of all, Dan and I would be family. We'd never have to worry about our friendship potentially fading because we'd be brothers. "Where's your mom?" Dan asked when I sat on the stool beside him. "Stuck at work. She said she'll head over after," I replied. He made a noise of acknowledgement, then gestured for me to scoot closer so that he could lean his head against my shoulder. In our sitting position, his head was mostly pressed against my arm than anything else. He was currently a head shorter than me, another fact he loathed, but given how tall his Laobao was, I had a feeling Dan would reach my height after his growth spurt. We stayed like that, with him leaning against me while reading his latest medical book, and me mostly studying him as I watched him read. He always had his nose buried in a book, despite his grumblings, saying he'd rather be playing outside. Dan never half-assed anything, that's for sure. People had always surrounded Dan. He was charismatic and had an air about him that naturally lured them in. The other kids from our class called it the Dan effect, and I was one of his victims. Ever since the first time I'd met him in the clinic when I was 10 and he was 9, he'd captivated me under some kind of spell that had me longing to exist in his orbit. "Why are you staring at me?" he asked without even looking up from what he was reading. How he even knew was beyond me, but this wasn't the first time he'd caught me staring without even looking in my direction. Maybe he had eyes on the back of his head. When I didn't answer, he straightened in his seat and looked at me.
His eyes trailed down from mine to my lips before he flicked his gaze away with a scowl. Was he still pissed off about the time I bumped into his lips with mine and knocked out his baby tooth? When we first learned we were in the same class in school, he gave me weird looks and avoided me for an entire month. He was never mean to me, but it had still stung, feeling like he'd rejected me, especially since I thought he looked so cool talking about police officers and protecting the people we loved, then actually saving me when I tripped. I wanted to be his friend, but the idea quickly faded when I realized he was still upset about the incident, which was why I'd been shocked when he came up to me one day during recess and asked to play with me. We'd been inseparable ever since. "Stop staring at me," Dan muttered, eyes still avoiding me and a frown on his face. I smiled at how much he looked like a disgruntled puppy and at how happy I was that he was showing me something other than his usual charming smile. Dan acted like the happy dude who'd never had a single worry in his life, but I knew he kept his true feelings close to his heart. To others, he never showed how much he worried about making his dad proud, or how he'd agonize over a single decision until he'd make himself sick from the stress. I considered myself lucky that he revealed those sides of himself to me. It meant we were close. "Have you ever imagined us being brothers?" I found myself asking. His frown deepened, the area between his eyebrows scrunching up so much that his two brows became one. "You want us to be brothers?" I shrugged, lowered my gaze, and kicked the air with my feet. Seeing how disgusted he was with the idea made me feel stupid for asking the question. "Right. Why would you want a brother like me?" I mumbled. "Don't talk about yourself like you're not enough. You know that's not what I meant. You're one of the best people I know. Clay, I looked up when he didn't continue. Dan nibbled on his bottom lip. He never did that, which meant I found myself staring at them. Had they always looked that plump? I'd never noticed how red they were either. Dan caught me staring, which had both of us avoiding eye contact from the embarrassment. He cleared his throat, his eyes darting around the room before landing back on mine. "You're one of the best people I know, Clay. You're patient, so protective of the people you care about, and just so freaking amazing." He was so serious in his compliments that heat rose to my cheeks. "I'm not that great," I replied shyly. I wasn't used to anyone saying such nice things about me. It wasn't like Mom never complimented me, but she was my mom. Hearing all these nice things said about me from someone other than her made something inside my chest tickle. Dan took my hand in his and forced me to look at him. "You are. I wish you could see yourself the way I do. I really like you," he said. This time, he was the one acting shy. "I like you too." I was beaming. Of course I liked him. He was my best friend, the best person I knew, and someone I hoped to keep in my life forever. Dan watched me as I continued smiling. It felt like he was studying me or trying to read me. He didn't smile back, and my expression deflated just a bit. He sucked on his bottom lip for a brief second before releasing it. "I don't think you understand what I mean," he said slowly. I frowned, confused by what else his words could have meant. He liked me, and I liked him. It was normal for best friends to feel that way. So what else could he mean? He let out a sigh that sounded even more frustrated than when he was worrying about a problem. "Clay, What are you boys doing? Where's your dad, Dan?" The rest of Dan's sentence was cut off by my mom walking through the front door. She glanced between the two of us with a weird look on her face, but before she could say anything, Dan's Lauba entered the reception area from the back. Dan tensed, but returned to his laid-back manner so quickly that I wouldn't have noticed the strange action if I hadn't spent years watching the man. "There you are, Sandra," Victor said, face lighting up at seeing my mom. He beelined toward her, and I didn't miss Mom's shy smile or the way her eyes lingered on Victor as he strode to her side. It was surreal seeing them like this. They never acted this way before, and I was starting to wonder if my wish for them getting together was merging with my reality. But then Victor wrapped an arm around my mom's waist and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Mom turned her head to accept it in a familiar way. My eyes bugged out of my head. In my peripheral vision, I could see Dan had a similar reaction. While I was more shocked than anything else, he looked a bit horrified. I must have interpreted his expression wrong. Sure, who wanted to imagine their parents getting together? But if they made each other happy, that was all that mattered. What I was most curious about was how long they'd been hiding this from us, but I didn't have to wait for an answer. "There's something we want to tell you, boys," Victor started, then turned to my mom. Only when she nodded did he continue. Sandra and I have been dating for a couple of years.
Years? Dan asked in obvious shock. You've been going behind our backs for that long?
We weren't going behind anyone's back. We were being discreet, Victor replied.
Mom nodded. That's right. We didn't want to tell anyone until after we were sure this is what we both wanted.
And is it? Is being with Victor what you want? I asked her. She looked at Dan's dad, her smile softening. Her gaze moved back to mine as she replied.
I didn't plan on being with anyone else after divorcing your father.
I scowled, hating to hear her call him that. He was never a father to me, just someone I had the misfortune to share DNA with. Mom's sorrowful smile told me she knew exactly what I was thinking.
I wasn't looking for love, but it somehow found me anyway,
she whispered, eyes on me as if begging me to understand. Victor took her hand and squeezed it in a comforting manner, and the affection they had when they looked at each other was undeniable. I jumped off my seat and ran to pull Mom into a hug. I'm so happy for you, I said honestly. She squeezed me tight.
You're not mad I kept this from you?
I shook my head against her, and when we pulled away, I said, I'm surprised you guys kept this from us for so long, but I'm just happy that you're happy. I only care about that, and that he treats you right.
He does,
Mom said with another soft smile. Dan stood from his seat and joined us. I couldn't read the exact expression on his face, but I knew he wasn't happy. He looked from me to my mom, to his dad, and then to their combined hands. A frown marred his face. I wanted to comfort him and ask why he was so upset by this news. His mom had passed while giving birth to him, and his dad had been alone since. Didn't Dan want him to fall in love again? Or was it my mom that he didn't approve of? It couldn't be that, since Dan and Mom adored each other. They were always the ones taking over the conversations during dinner, then having their own private, hour-long chats afterward. Surely he wouldn't spend so much time with her if he didn't like her. Before I could make sense of why my best friend was being so weird, Victor cleared his throat. There's actually a reason we're telling you now. He paused and glanced at Mom again. Mom stayed quiet, but a faint blush painted her cheeks. I asked Sandra to marry me, and she gave me the great honor of agreeing to be my wife. The sense of longing that had bubbled in my chest rose again. If they were getting married, then wouldn't that make Victor my stepdad? I asked the question I've been fantasizing about for a while now. Does that mean you'll be my Laoba too? Victor nodded with a huge smile and bright eyes, then patted me on my head like I'd seen him do to Dan so many times before. Warmth bloomed inside of me at the chance of getting something I never thought I'd have, but it quickly chilled when I saw Dan's expression. You're getting married? Dan asked frantically. There was a desperation in his voice I hadn't heard from him before. Our parents noticed too. They both frowned, but it was my mom who spoke up.
It's true, I agreed to his proposal, but it was only on the condition that you two are okay with it. If it really becomes a problem, we won't marry. Dan opened his mouth, but no words came out. He once again glanced between our parents, to their threaded hands, then his gaze landed on me. There was so much sadness and despair in his eyes now that I automatically walked to his side. I wanted to take his hand or pull him into a hug. I'd do anything to comfort him, but he quickly turned away from me. After the first month of avoiding me, he'd never turned away from me again. I was at a loss for what to do. No, it's no problem. I'm happy for you two, he said with a smile. To my eyes, it looked a little too forced, but our parents were already laughing happily and pulling him into celebratory hugs. I wanted to laugh with him and celebrate us becoming an official family like I'd wanted, but I couldn't help but feel like something was terribly wrong. I tried to catch Dan's eye. Now I was the desperate one, wishing he'd just tell me what changed, but no matter how much I tried to meet his eye, he refused to look at me. All the excitement I had for the news disappeared as I kept watching Dan pretend to be happy with our parents. I wanted him to tell me what was wrong. I wanted to scream at him to look at me, and when he finally did, all I was met with was the same fake smile he was giving them. He'd shut me out, and the ground under my feet started crumbling. Chapter 1. Dan. Dr. Dan, I got some boo-boo here.
The kid lifted his hand to show me the Spider-Man bandage wrapped around his pointer finger. There was pride on his face as he looked up at me with shiny eyes. Look at this battle badge. You're a brave kid, aren't you? I said, ruffling his hair. He giggled, mouth wide open in a toothy smile, sprinkled with holes from the loss of his baby teeth. The sight reminded me just how much I hated showing my holy smile when I was a kid. Unlike my patient here, I was a pretty vain thing back then, caring about how I looked to others. It was more like I'd always wanted to present the best of myself. Flaws had to be hidden and out of sight. I'd now learned that wasn't the case. Humans weren't perfect. We weren't designed to be. But that didn't make us anything less than fucking amazing. It was people like the kid sitting in front of me, smiling and so proud to show off his wounds, that reminded me of that over and over again. They weren't afraid of displaying their vulnerability and how they'd conquered it. I ruffled the kid's hair, then walked him and his dad out of the clinic. He turned around, waving his hand high above his head at me as he walked backward. I waved back and laughed when his dad wrangled him to turn forward again. When I first returned to Kither Springs to start working at the family clinic, I had my hesitations. It was a huge culture shock from the busy hospital in the city where I'd done my residency, and I honestly thought I'd get bored with how slow it would be. Instead, it was the opposite. The kids in town now all knew me as Dr. Dan, and that made me seem cool in their eyes. Their enthusiasm toward me was boundless, as they always scrambled to show me one thing or another. I found myself more connected to the community than ever, despite having lived here my entire life. Well, aside from the period I was away for higher education.
That was the last appointment for the morning, my receptionist told me while checking the schedule on her computer.
Thanks. I'll take my lunch now. I wouldn't be opposed to a lunch date, I said, giving her my most charming smile. Rosa rolled her eyes and continued clacking away on her keyboard. She'd worked at the clinic for years. She'd started back when I was a teenager, so she was now immune to my charms. Though it wasn't like I'd start up something with someone from the clinic, especially not someone who was already married. I might be known as the playboy doctor in town, but even I knew to keep my work and personal life separate.
If you want company, you know where to find it. Your brother is just around the corner and probably due for his lunch break soon, too.
My facial muscles stiffened, but not enough for her to notice. I'd gotten good at masking my emotions over the years. Maybe I want company from someone I don't live with. Have you ever thought about that? I replied, and she rolled her eyes again. When Frederick came from the back, I leaned against the reception desk and faced him, elbows out on both sides of me. How about you, Frederick? Want to grab some lunch? My treat, I said, waggling my eyebrows. His expression didn't even change from his usual frozen one as he held up a paper bag and replied, Next time. I brought sandwiches. I let out the most dramatic sigh and turned back to Rosa. Can you believe that? I was rejected for sandwiches, she snickered. They're good sandwiches, Frederick insisted, still sounding as serious as ever. He came to my side and dropped his paper bag in front of him. He towered over my 6-foot frame. He was undoubtedly the biggest man I'd seen, with bulky muscles that suited a professional boxer, not a nurse. When he first applied for the open nurse position a year ago, I was skeptical if he was the right person for the job. The man didn't smile once during the entire interview, and I worried his serious face and large build would scare away the kids and elderly, who were a huge portion of our clientele. It didn't help matters that he was an out-of-towner, which meant I had no frame of reference for his character. But something told me to take a chance on him. I think it was his eyes that were filled with determination, but there was something sad about them too. They reminded me so much of my first meeting with Clay that I decided to give Frederick a chance. It was a good thing, too, because he was fucking amazing at his job. He was always on top of his work, and I didn't think the man missed a vein once in his professional life. And contrary to my worries, the kids loved his huge size and always asked him to pick them up. Frederick would grumble and moan about it, but he always complied with their requests. Babies loved him too and giggled their way through their shots whenever he administered them. Maybe they were able to see through to his kind soul. What our year working together taught me was that he was a giant teddy bear. Except when you called him Fred or Freddy, then the claws came out. I had to learn that the hard way. He hated those nicknames, but aside from that, he didn't have a mean bone in his body. I can save them for dinner if you really want some company for lunch, he offered. I turned to him and pounced. He caught my hug with a grunt. You're really the best, you know that, right? If you didn't work for me, I'd totally take you on a date, I told him. No thanks, he replied, without missing a beat. He patted my back in comfort as he returned my hug. Rosa snickered again, which then turned into a full-blown cackling. I gave her a glare. And what's so funny, Mrs. Banks? Care to share with the class? I snapped the question at her. She swiped a finger under her eye to wipe away the stray tear. Her eyes were still bright when she said,
"You think you're hot stuff, don't you? Dating all the boys and girls within a 10-mile radius of the town, then going and breaking their hearts. It's good to see someone knock you down a peg."
I huffed, arms still around Frederick because he gave really good hugs, and his large hand patting my back was comforting. I could see why the kids loved him. I couldn't even argue with her, since everything she said was true. My playboy ways weren't a secret around here, much to my Laoba's annoyance. He'd made it abundantly clear he was not happy with my dating around and wanted me to hurry up and find a nice person to settle down with. At least he was accepting of my bisexuality and didn't care if I was with a man or a woman. That was the great thing about my dad. He was always supportive and only wanted what was best for me. When I was a kid, he was a lot stricter, but after marrying Sandra, he chilled out a lot. Though no matter how laid back he was now, I knew for a fact that he'd have a major issue with the person I really wanted to settle down with. The person I was still head over heels in love with, despite trying to get over him for the past who knows how long. The one person I wanted, but I could never really have. And as if summoned by thoughts of him, the clinic door opened, and in walked the person of my desire. Clay Segal, my stepbrother. He looked so fucking sexy in his police uniform, his dark brown hair cropped short in the back, with longer tufts of bangs hanging over his forehead. Small beads of sweat had his hair clinging to his skin, and even still, he was the most magnificent person I'd ever seen. God, I was so fucking screwed. I was not supposed to continue lusting after my stepbrother. It was a secret I promised myself that I'd push deep, deep inside where it'd never see the light of day, because no matter how much I wanted it, being in love with my stepbrother only had one ending. In disaster. Clay looked between me and Frederick, who still had his arms around me, and had continued to give my back gentle pats through my lust-filled mind from seeing Clay. With us this close, I wondered if he felt my heartbeat speeding up. Frederick peeked down at me, his expression hard as always, but there was a hint of worry there too. His brow furrowed, as if he wanted to ask me something. My pulse thrummed harder as I tried to decipher his thoughts from his eyes. Did he learn the secret I've been trying to keep since I was 14? It was the year I'd realized what I felt for my best friend was more than friendship. I'd been crushing on him for years, but 14 was when I learned I was well and truly head over heels in love with the man. I wanted to hold him and kiss him like I'd seen couples do on TV. I wanted us to be together as more than best friends. I geared myself up to confess my love to him and make us boyfriends, and I would have if our parents hadn't announced that they were dating before I ever got the chance to. For the last 14 years, I'd kept my crush under wraps for my dad's sake, but was one lingering gaze going to ruin it all? I pleaded with my eyes for Frederick to keep his mouth shut regarding whatever he thought he might know. Frederick's brows furrowed deeper, clearly confused by what I was trying to convey. His confusion made his arms wrap tighter around me, until we were pressed without an inch of space between us. "What are you two doing?" Clay suddenly asked, a dangerous tone in his voice. He sounded like he was ready to make an arrest. That shouldn't have been sexy, and yet I was ready to offer myself up to him. He could do whatever he wanted to me. A snort came from behind us. Finally letting go of Frederick, I spun around and found Rosa trying to hold her laugh back by putting a hand over her mouth. She composed herself when all three pairs of eyes were on her.
"Well, I'd love to sit here and watch this play out. My husband has lunch ready for me. I'll be waiting to hear the play-by-play later," she said, grabbing her purse and walking around the reception desk.
"Don't hold your breath, 'cause you won't be hearing anything, 'cause there's nothing to hear," I called after her departing back. She just waved her hand and didn't even look back as she left us in silence. I looked back and forth between Clay and Frederick. Clay glared at Frederick, who looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here right now. Nobody spoke. Forcing a laugh, I clapped my hands to get their attention. "Let's go get lunch." Chapter 2. Clay. We ended up at the local deli a couple of blocks away from the clinic for lunch today. Frederick's pick. The entire walk there, my mind was jumbled with thoughts about Frederick. Why was he coming to lunch with us? And why the hell was Dan hugging him for so long earlier? It was no secret that Dan dated around. He had a different person on his arm each week, but the one thing they all had in common was that they never stuck around. That was probably the reason I endured sharing him, because I knew these people would be out of our lives eventually. But if Dan started dating Frederick, They worked at the same place and saw each other practically every day. I knew Dan wasn't the type of person to mess around at the clinic, so if he started something up with one of his employees, it meant he really liked them, which meant I was going to have to share Dan with someone else. I didn't like sharing. I met Frederick the day he started working with Dan. He was a huge dude, so large that anyone at the local police department would want to recruit him. Dan couldn't stop gushing about him his entire first week on the job, saying how great Frederick was with kids and how diligent Frederick was on the job. And did I know Frederick had 2 pet bunnies? I immediately disliked the man. I knew it was childish of me, but it felt like the newcomer was taking my place as Dan's partner in crime. Dan used to always say we were a team. I'd go out and kick asses, and he'd be there to treat my injuries. But now, with them working side by side at the clinic, it was hard not to feel like I was being replaced. After grabbing our food and watching Dan slide into the booth beside Frederick when he'd usually sit beside me, I disliked the man even more. Why the hell was he eating lunch with us anyway? This was our thing, me and Dan. It didn't include anyone else, unless... Oh God. If they really started dating, was this going to be the new routine? The 3 of us going to lunch every day? Am I the third wheel? I sat directly across from Dan, but sent a glare Frederick's way. The man ignored me and focused on devouring his food. His eyes curved in enjoyment with each of his bites, and even I had to admit that he was a good-looking dude. I wasn't into men, but I could see why Dan might be attracted to him. I glared at him even harder until metaphorical daggers were shooting his way. Someone kicked my ankle. It wasn't hard enough to hurt, but I knew he was trying to get my attention. I ignored him and continued my very serious task of glaring at the person who was taking my Dan away. There was another, harder kick to my ankle, and this time I paused my very important task to look at the culprit. Dan was squinting his eyes and waggling his eyebrows, as if trying to communicate silently to me. Even without him saying it out loud, I knew he was telling me to stop glaring and play nice with his employee. Dan defending him made me want to glare at the man even more. Eventually, Dan stopped trying to make expressive faces at me and took a bite of his sub. Frederick continued eating his food, lost in his own world and paying no mind to either of us. I started eating too, but I continued to observe Frederick to figure out what the deal between the 2 of them was. I wished he wasn't here so I could ask Dan directly. Knowing me well, Dan probably knew what I was up to and just shook his head at me. He turned toward Frederick and asked, "Are you volunteering for the hugging booth at the summer fair next weekend? I saw Carol talking to you the other day when she came in to ask me to volunteer." Carol was the head of the PTA at the local elementary school. She'd swung by the police department last week as well to recruit people for their fundraiser. I'd politely declined, since hugging wasn't really my thing. Frederick chewed his food slowly and only replied after swallowing, "The kids want me to, but I'm not a huge fan of crowds." "Oh, come on, you should do it. It's for good cause. The elementary school is trying to raise money for a new playground for the kids. I'm sure all the children will be lining up to get a hug from you. They love you." Dan gushed, eyes sparkling up at Frederick. I frowned and took another angry bite of my sub. I knew I was being overly possessive by not wanting Dan to be so starry-eyed over someone else, but I didn't like sharing him. The possessiveness had gotten worse recently. Before, I could watch him flirt with his next target without even blinking an eye, but now, every time I saw him putting moves on someone, a hole of negative emotions settled in my heart. The worst of them was jealousy, but I couldn't stop myself from feeling this way. Pushing down the emotions only made me prickly, which had me starting petty arguments with Dan. I was well aware Dan didn't like being alone and wanted a partner in life, but I didn't understand why that partner couldn't be me. We weren't in love with each other, but surely we did love each other. We might not be related by blood, but that didn't mean we weren't family. Was it so wrong to want to live your life with your stepbrother? We cared for one another, had each other's backs, and nobody knew us better than us. It had me wondering if I just wasn't enough. Frederick took another bite of his food and nodded. "It is for a good cause." "Exactly. And Carol said the hugging booth won't be in a very crowded area, so wouldn't it be fun to do it together?" "Why not? It'll only be for a couple of hours anyway," Frederick finally concluded. My hands formed into fists in front of me. "I'm volunteering too," I found myself saying. It was like my mouth had moved before I could think it through, but now that the words were out, I couldn't take it back. Dan turned to me with a suspicious gaze. You are? I forced myself to nod. I couldn't backtrack now that I'd already committed to the lie. It just meant I had to find Carol later and tell her I wanted to join their fundraising efforts after all. Are you feeling okay? Dan asked, reaching over the table to place a palm over my forehead. It doesn't feel like you have a fever, but maybe we should get you checked up at the clinic. I lightly slapped his hand away. I'm fine, I said roughly. He didn't look too convinced, but he let the matter drop. That was until Frederick left for the bathroom. What's going on? Why are you volunteering when we both know you hate hugs? Dan asked as soon as the interloper was out of sight. I don't hate hugs. Mom hugs me. You hug me, I grumbled and took an angry sip of my soda. He'd sounded so excited about volunteering with Frederick, but his mood had completely shifted when it came to me. He didn't used to be like this, so my question was, what changed? Dan didn't reply right away, but he continued to stare me down, as if he was trying to look directly into my brain to find the answers. And what about you? I used the pause in silence to ask. Me? I love hugs, so volunteering my services isn't a big deal, he said, flashing the smile he used when he was trying to charm someone. It only made me frown. I'm not talking about the hugging booth. I'm talking about today, right now. What's going on? Why did you invite your nurse to our lunch when it's always only been us? And why the hell are you sitting beside him instead of me? Dan looked shocked by the barrage of questions. Hell, I was surprised too. I hadn't planned on ambushing him like this. I was going to ask him later tonight when we got home, and it was just the two of us. Dan never hid anything from me, so I knew I'd get an answer from him. But now that plan had gone down the drain, and I couldn't help but feel like I'd done something wrong. Dan looked panicked, like he wanted to escape from me, and that was something I never thought would happen. It shattered something inside of me. I hated being the one making him look like that when I'd made a promise to my kid self that I'd always be the protector, and Dan would be one of the people I protected. Dan, I'm sorry. I started to apologize, but Frederick returned to the booth before I could finish telling Dan I didn't mean to intimidate him. With Frederick back, the panic that Dan showed was instantly replaced with a bright smile, and I started to feel like the third wheel again. By the end of lunch, Dan was laughing and chatting happily with Frederick, all the while pretending like the little snafu between us hadn't happened. Something was definitely wrong, but I didn't have time to question Dan, since I now needed to pop by Carol's to sign myself up for the hugging booth before heading back to work. But that didn't mean I was giving up on getting answers. I hated the rare times Dan and I had really fought over the years, but those experiences had taught me that the best way to end our fights was to talk them out. I'd planned to do just that tonight, but Dan never returned. At lunch, it felt like he was creating distance between us, but I thought I was overthinking it. Now, as I sat alone in our home, having failed at getting a hold of him over the phone and staring at my unanswered texts to him, I knew he was avoiding me. And what the hell was I supposed to do about that? Chapter 3. Dan. Where were you last night? Clay asked at lunch the next day. I was unsuccessful in inviting either Rosa or Frederick to join us today, so it was just Clay and me. I did manage to claim a seat across from him instead of sitting beside him like we usually did. There was only a table separating us, but I felt like any tiny bit of distance was necessary. For my sanity, at least. Besides, it was weird for us to always sit side by side when it was just the two of us, wasn't it? It was much easier to have a conversation when the person was across from you. Clay and I never had an issue with it before, but that was the excuse I was going to use if he asked, and I had a feeling he would, since he kept glancing at the empty space next to him. I went to visit the family house, I told him, acting clueless to his questioning gaze. I could only focus on calming one fire at a time. You could have told me, and we could have visited together, he said, forking the salad he'd ordered today. Neither of us was big on cooking, so we ate most of our meals out. I didn't want to bother you. I'm sure you wanted to rest after a long day at work, I said casually and took a bite of my pasta. Truth was, I needed a reminder of why it was so important to keep my distance from Clay when I wanted to do the exact opposite. Going back to my childhood home and seeing my Lao Ba and Sandra was the cold splash of reality I needed. They'd got married a year after delivering the most devastating news to my 14-year-old heart, that I was going to be stepbrothers with the person I'd been crushing on for years. Said crush, Clay, had been ecstatic about their upcoming nuptials, and was even excited about calling my dad Lauba, just as I did. That had only been another crack to my already broken heart. It was a clear fact that Clay obviously hadn't seen me in that way, and was more interested in being my brother than my lover. I tried meeting their expectations. For years, I'd tried getting rid of my crush by shaking it off like I would a cold, but the feelings for Clay lingered. All I could do was keep pushing it deep, deep down, where nobody could find it. I ignored my emotions and played my part in the happy family, like they all wanted me to. But all I managed to do was fall more in love with the one person I couldn't have, and that was when it happened. In a moment of weakness, I dragged Clay down into the abyss with me, and started something I really couldn't take back. Did I regret it? If you asked the part of me that was so in love he couldn't think straight, then I could honestly say no. But the part that wanted to fulfill my dad's expectations and make everyone happy had. Seeing how happy Dad and Sandra were yesterday was even more proof that my love for Clay would lead to nothing good, and letting us go further down a path that seemed inescapable to me was a line I shouldn't be testing. The only answer I had was to pretend none of it had happened, so I wasn't tempted to fall back into this comfortable habit we developed. But that was really, really hard when I wanted to be tempted, and Clay wasn't doing anything to stop it. That was how I got the brilliant idea of creating some space between us. The plan was to keep the distance until I learned how a stepbrother should act toward him, but how did I do that when I never saw him as one? Clay's grip on his fork tightened, but he remained silent as he stared down at his food. It was obvious he was irritated by my sudden change in attitude, but I was already trying my best. It was either this, or cut off contact completely, and I didn't think either of us wanted that. I cleared my throat and tried to remember how we used to interact before the lines started to blur. "Jones looks really happy with Ryan," I said, hoping to switch topics. He didn't reply, but that was okay. I was good at keeping up conversation, even if I was the only one speaking. "I was worried at first, but now I think Ryan and Carla are good for him. He seems more grounded lately, and he's smiling a lot more frequently too. Speaking of, have you noticed a certain diner owner has been frowning less? I think Atlas is rubbing off on him, if you know what I... Dan." The way Clay said my name had me clamping my mouth shut and a shiver going down my spine. Fuck. Why did he have to say my name all growly like that? Didn't he know the effect he had on me? Oh, wait. That was the whole point. He wasn't supposed to, because I'd hidden it as best as I could. Are we okay?" Clay asked and reached across the table to grab my hand. I quickly pulled back, then realized I'd made it completely obvious and awkward, and scratched the back of my head so it didn't seem like I'd intentionally dodged his touch. Still, that didn't stop the hurt from flashing across his face. I regretted it instantly and wanted to put my hand back to where it was before I avoided him, but I knew it would only make things worse at this point. "Yeah, of course we're okay," I replied with a chuckle that sounded more forced than anything else. "We're stepbrothers, so why wouldn't we be okay?" I thought the answer would give him peace of mind, but his frown only deepened instead. "You've never called me that before." "What? My stepbrother? Sure I have," I lied. He was correct in saying I'd never intentionally called him my stepbrother before, but I didn't know he was keeping track too. "No," he said slowly. "If you have, you're either joking or being sarcastic, and you don't sound like either right now. What's going on, Dan? Are you the one who's caught a fever?" I hated how he knew me so well, because it meant it was that much harder to keep things from him. Honestly, I should win an award for having kept my feelings from him for so long. "I guess I am feeling a little off recently," I finally answered with a bit of the truth. "It's probably just the summer blues. I'm sure I'll be fine once I get back to the normal routine." I had no plans of falling back into the same dangerous tango we'd somehow found ourselves in, but he didn't need to know that. My hand clenched into a fist in front of me, and Clay tried again to take it. This time, I didn't stop him. "Everything's going to be fine," he said, smiling softly as he gripped my hand. I stared at our hands in wonder, hating how the slightest touch from him had a fire starting in the pit of my stomach, while he looked completely unaffected. It was terrible of me, but just once, I wished we could switch places.
I wished I could be the perfect son and brother instead of the one who was bound to ruin the family if my feelings ever got out. I swallowed all the words I wished I could say and smiled. What else could I do? Step 1 of learning to love Clay like a stepbrother and nothing more. Keep smiling, even when the broken shards that made up my heart were tearing me to shreds from the inside out. I somehow managed to finish lunch without acting weird, or at least normal enough that Clay didn't bring it up again. There weren't many appointments in the afternoon, so I spent time reading an old traditional Chinese medicine textbook my Laoba got me. When I was younger, I didn't understand why Laoba insisted on continuing my TCM studies when the world was moving to more advanced Western medicine. It was only after going through my residency that I realized there were gaps in Western medicine that TCM could fill. And instead of choosing one method or another, they could be used in conjunction for a more effective treatment plan. Like with TCM, I didn't understand a lot of things my Laoba did until I was older. When he and Sandra first told us they'd been dating and wanted to get married, I thought Dad realized I liked men and wanted to punish me. In hindsight, it had been a ridiculous thought, because Dad didn't have a spiteful bone in his body. Plus, all he'd ever wanted for me was to be happy and have a good life, and that included loving whoever I wanted. Laoba had made me his entire world for so long that I'd forgotten he was the main character of his own life. It was the unfortunate coincidence that the person he loved just happened to be the mother of the man I loved. I closed the textbook and sighed. Studying usually put me in a zen mood, but everything was out of whack today.
"You okay, boss?"
Frederick poked his head into my little office. He took one look at me, then closed the door behind him and claimed the seat across from me. I crossed my arms. Why does everyone keep asking if I'm okay recently? Do I have a sign on my forehead that says, "Beware of Dan Yao"? I spat out, my frustrations growing quicker than I could rein them in. He raised an eyebrow. Okay, maybe lashing out at my nurse wasn't the best way to show people that everything was normal. "Sorry," I muttered guiltily. "I shouldn't have taken it out on you." "Does this have anything to do with the awkward lunch we had with Clay yesterday?" I winced. "Yeah, sorry for dragging you into that. I just can't be alone with Clay right now," I admitted with another sigh. Frederick studied me in silence for a few beats. "Is it because of your crush on him?" His statement of fact almost had me falling out of my seat. I had to grip my desk to keep myself seated. "Am I that obvious?" I asked, trying to sound casual to hide the panic I was actually feeling. Nobody else knew about my feelings for Clay, not even my best friends. That was how hard and deep I'd pushed them down over the years. Frederick once again was silent for another beat. From working with him over the past year, I'd learned he did that a lot. He was always thoughtful of what he said, as if he had to be careful with his words. "Maybe not as obvious as you think, but it's easier to see when you're in the same situation," he replied. "Are you saying you're in the same situation as me? Crushing on your stepbrother?" I said bitterly. That got a half smile out of him that looked as bitter as I felt. "Well, not exactly the same. I don't have a stepbrother, but I am familiar with falling in love with someone I'm not supposed to." My new nurse had always been a curious person, but he just turned downright mysterious. "I'm sorry. It sucks, doesn't it?" I joked to lighten the mood. Frederick barked out a laugh. "Took the words right out of my mouth." We sat in somber silence for a moment, digesting the reality of our situations. I didn't know what Frederick was thinking, but I felt lighter knowing I had someone who could empathize with my situation. Maybe I wasn't entirely alone in this. "All that to say, if you ever need an ear, mine are open," Frederick offered. "Same to you," I shot back. I smiled at him, and he smiled back. There was still no solution to my current issue, but gaining a friend who had my side in it all. Now that felt like a win. Chapter 4. Dan. Wednesday was family dinner at my childhood home. After chatting with Frederick, I felt a little better about the situation. I hadn't realized just how much weight I'd carried by having nobody to talk to about this. It never occurred to me how much it helped to have someone share the burden with you, even if all they could do was listen. Lunch with Clay today hadn't been as daunting as it had been yesterday, and I thought dinner with the family would be the same. I was entirely too optimistic. "There you are, my boys," Sandra said in greeting, then pulled both of us in for hugs. She said the same thing every week we came over for dinner, and just like every other time, I forced a smile and kept my mouth shut. When they put us together like that,
It only reminded me of what we were to each other. Stepbrothers. "It's good to see you again, Auntie Sandra," I told her, because my Lao Ba would whack me with his stethoscope if he knew I wasn't being on my best behavior. And since I'd adamantly refused to call her Mom, and I couldn't possibly disrespect an elder by calling them by their name, I was forced to call her Auntie. It was a Chinese respect thing, and it made for a confusing as fuck family dynamic, but it made my Lao Ba happy, which also made Sandra happy. Sandra turned and pulled her son into a hug, squeezing half the life out of him.
"We missed you here earlier this week, but don't worry, Dan and I made sure to gossip all about you in your absence."
Clay laughed and hugged his mom back. Besides myself, Sandra was the only other person Clay hugged regularly. We were really the only ones he allowed hugs from. It reminded me just how far we'd come from the boy who jolted away from my hand the first time we'd met. I knew his aversion to touch had something to do with the abuse he'd suffered from a shitty sperm donor, but Clay didn't like talking about it much. I respected that and never pushed him to tell me about his life before we met. We moved to the dining room, Dad and Sandra sitting on one side, which meant Clay and I sat on the other. We'd had countless dinners like these growing up, even before Clay and Sandra moved into my childhood home. At the start, I'd loved having these dinners with my best friend and the person I was crushing on, but later, these meals became a jail I couldn't escape. Did these dinners still feel like a prison to me? I watched the others eat, laughing as Sandra told a story of how Dad played tug-of-war with the backyard weeds today and landed flat on his ass when an especially stubborn one had him using his entire body weight to uproot it. I laughed as well, just to keep up appearances, but I wasn't focused on the story. I was watching them instead. They were so happy. If an outsider looked through our window, they'd probably see a sweet family enjoying their meal together. Nobody would have guessed that at every family meal we'd had since they moved in, I'd always had to be wary of my actions and make sure that my gaze never lingered on Clay too long. That'd raise suspicion. I'd been too overly cautious in my own home, fearing that I'd mess everything up, so I never really tried to be part of the family. I tried now. Instead of letting my guilt and worry about destroying the family cloud the moment, I let myself be part of the family too. "The food was delicious, Uncle Victor," Clay commented when we finished and moved to the living room. A tiny bit of guilt nudged itself forward again. Clay had once been so excited to call my dad Lao Ba like I did, but my horrible reaction had caused him to never once use the term. He'd followed my lead instead and called him Uncle. Nobody else blinked at the title, having gotten used to it over the years. Dad and Sandra took the couch. I took one of the side armchairs, and Clay chose to sit on the floor by my feet instead of taking the other one. I tried ignoring the heat of his back as he leaned against my legs. I kept them stock still, because if I didn't, I knew they'd be bouncing like crazy. Dad turned on the TV to one of his military dramas. For a man of medicine who dedicated his entire life to healing, he was obsessed with films about war. It wasn't like he was watching it, anyway. It was there for background noise. He'd once told me these dramas were comforting. How people being shot up and dying was comforting. I'd never know. And I wasn't going to ask in case I learned something disturbing about my Lao Ba. Sandra shook her head, but her smile was indulgent as she pushed his graying hair away from his face. Dad's smile turned goofy at the action, and he opened his arm for her to settle into the space there. "Ew, get a room," I teased, and I could feel Clay's back vibrate with a chuckle. Sandra's laughter filled the room, while pink tinted my dad's cheeks, which had Sandra looking at him lovingly. They acted more like a young couple on their honeymoon, rather than a couple who'd been married for over 10 years at this point. Conversation moved along, and Dad brought up the past. Reminiscing was his favorite pastime, and I would be totally okay with it if he'd stop bringing up the stupid shit I used to do. "For the last time," I called over their laughter. "How was I supposed to know the sheets would unknot under my weight? It always works in the movies." "Maybe you shouldn't have tried to sneak out of the house from your bedroom window on the second floor. Hopefully, falling out of your window and breaking your leg taught you not to believe everything you see," my Lao Ba said with a shake of his head and a smirk. He was joking about it now, but he'd been pissed and worried out of his mind when it had actually happened. Dad had refused to let me attend a high school party, and to my teenage mind, the only answer to that was to sneak out. I tied my bedsheets together to make a rope for my grand escape out through my bedroom window. I'd gotten halfway down the house before the knot securing the sheets together loosened, and I'd crashed, very loudly, into my dad's garden. Besides the cuts from the rosebush thorns and a broken leg, I'd left the experience with a long lecture. Dad didn't believe in being grounded, so instead, I was forced to get a part-time job outside of the clinic until I'd earned enough to replace all the plants I'd ruined, which took me most of my junior year. Who knew plants could be so expensive? Why are you laughing? I nudged Clay in the back with my leg. The bed sheets were your idea. I didn't think you'd actually do it, he argued.
You boys have always been so close. I'm glad that hasn't changed, Sandra commented, smiling at us.
That's not going to change. They'll always be there for each other, Dad said with a nod. Family is most important. My Lao Ba had lived with that principle all his life, from sacrificing his youth to raise me the best he could, to putting me first, even when he had a second chance at love. When they first told us about being together, they both emphasized that they would only get married if we were okay with it. And knowing my Lao Ba, he would have kept his word if we hadn't been okay with it. I caught Clay glancing at me. I didn't look away this time, but held his gaze, smiling. Family was most important, which was why I needed to stop being selfish once and for all. Some people weren't lucky enough to have an amazing family. Take Clay's biological father, for example. When you were lucky enough to win the lottery for one that would always be there for you, you had to do the same. With guns blazing in the background, my resolve to stop dragging Clay into my whims any further was strengthened even more. Even if we never became lovers, he'd still always be in my life. And that would be enough. It had to be. We all chatted for another hour before calling it a night. Clay hugged his mom goodbye, and then she proceeded to fuss with his bangs, insisting he stop by tomorrow for a haircut. I watched them interact for a second before turning to Dad. He smiled and patted me on the shoulder. Over the years, he'd evolved from head pats to shoulder and back pats as his form of hugs, though I have managed to wrangle an actual hug out of him every once in a while. Today felt like one of those days where I needed a comforting hug from him, so I caught him off guard and stole one. His shock quickly morphed into a hug that was all loose, with hard pats on the back. It was awkward and inexperienced, but it still gave me the comfort I needed. "Are you okay, my son?" Lao Ba asked in a hushed tone. I smiled at how I was able to see he wasn't comfortable talking about feelings, but he was trying his best for me, just like I would do for him. "Yeah, I will be," I told him. And of all the lies I'd told myself over the years to keep my crush a secret, I needed this one to be true more than ever. Chapter 5. Dan.
You boys heading out for a good time and didn't even bother to invite me?
Rosa glanced between Frederick and me. We both changed out of our work scrubs. "You're welcome to join the debauchery tonight if you can stand leaving your husband for a few hours," I teased. Rosa barked out a laugh.
"Whatever you two have planned, I'd better get a full debrief tomorrow."
She eyed my tight jeans and dress shirt that left nothing to the imagination. They emphasized the muscles I'd spent hours gaining in the gym with Clay.
"Damn, I didn't know you polished up so good,"
she commented, looking Frederick up and down. He let out a tiny huff of air and crossed his beefy arms, as if to hide himself from Rose's leering. I couldn't blame her. Frederick normally dressed in casual clothes, but tonight he went all out. His sapphire blue shirt emphasized his pale blue eyes, and he left the top few buttons undone to reveal the splattering of tattoos across his chest. Even with his usual stern expression, I doubted anyone would be scared off tonight. They'd surround him like bees attracted to their favorite flower.
"You boys are trouble,"
Rosa said with a shake of her head. She packed up her things into her oversized purse and threw the bag over her shoulder. Passing us, she smirked and said,
"Be good now, you hear?"
"Don't worry, we'll cause all the trouble," I called to her back. She shook her head and chuckled as she left through the front door. I turned to Frederick. "Should we head out too?" "I'm still unsure if this is a good idea or not," he grumbled. I laughed and hooked an arm over his giant shoulders and guided us to my minivan. When we got inside, I turned to him and said, "You told me running away hasn't helped with your crush, and I don't have that option, so we can only try something else. Finding a new love." "And you really think we're going to find that at a shady club?" he asked, clearly doubting my stellar plan. I gave him a smirk and shifted the car to drive. "Well, we're about to find out, aren't we?" I dated a lot, and I mean a lot of people. Men, women. I wasn't picky, but I never really tried to fall in love with any of them. It was horrible of me, but I simply used them as a means to an end. That changed now. I was going to open my heart up to possibilities. I'd let a new love in and let go of the old one. My confidence soared the entire ride out of Kither Springs, but it quickly evaporated when we parked outside the closest club located just outside the city limits. It had been a while since I last came here, and I remembered why that was. This place was packed. The parking lot was full. It was barely dinner time, and groups of drunken people were already crowded together, laughing so loud I could hear them from inside the minivan. It was a lot. Frederick turned to me, his thoughts clear on his face. He didn't even have to say anything for me to know this wasn't his kind of scene. It wasn't mine either, but maybe what we both needed was to get out of our comfort zones. "We're doing this," I told him, and exited the driver's seat before Frederick could argue. The air felt hotter here, like the haze of booze and smoke from the patrons lingering outside suffocated the surrounding area. I didn't back down and strode toward the entrance. "I guess we're really doing this," Frederick muttered, not too far behind me. "What's the worst that can happen? We don't find love and find a hookup for the night instead. I don't know about you, but I could definitely use a night to let loose." I vaguely heard him mutter under his breath, something about us ending up in a ditch, but I firmly chose to ignore that. We were both big dudes. We could take care of ourselves. And fine, the guy trying to push pills into our hands by the front door wasn't the best start to the night, but I had confidence things would only look up from here. It seemed the world was out to prove me wrong tonight, because as soon as we made it to the dance area, dozens of eyes landed on us. "Why do I feel like I'm a piece of meat throwing myself at a pack of wolves?" Frederick leaned close to my ear and whisper yelled. The music was so loud, yelling was the only way to communicate around here. "You're imagining it," I called back and forced a smile, despite feeling exactly the same way. Growing up in a small town, and even during college, I didn't go to clubs often, so I couldn't tell if these hungry, predatory gazes on us were normal. I was used to looks of appreciation, but that wasn't what this was. These men and women looked at us like we were shiny new objects, and they wanted to be the first ones to claim us. I could practically feel their gaze following us to the bar, where we ordered some beers. Nothing too strong, because getting shit-faced tonight was not the plan. It was the middle of the week, and we both had work tomorrow. 1 hour, then we can call it a bust. I called over my beer bottle. "An hour's way too generous. 30 minutes, tops," he countered and chugged his beer, basically draining it in one gulp. I did the same, wiped my lip with the back of my hand, and tossed the bottle back on the beer counter. "Fine, but we're dancing." I grabbed his empty beer and placed it on the bar too, before dragging him straight onto the dance floor. His reluctance was made clear by the way he dragged his feet the entire way there. Let me tell you, trying to force a giant to move took a lot more effort than I wanted to admit. "I don't know how to dance," Frederick yelled when I finally managed to drag him to the middle of the dance floor. His voice was almost drowned out by the loud music that seemed amplified here. The crowd split into a wave to let us through, the dozens of eyes still all locked on us, like they were waiting for the first person to make a move. I tried to ignore them and pull Frederick against me. My hands slithered around his hips. "Just do what feels natural." He frowned, but tried to sway his hips to the beat of the music. His moves were all awkward thrusts and no rhythm, but he looked adorable in his attempts. I swayed along with him for a few minutes, and more people joined us on the dance floor. I could tell Frederick was starting to loosen up. A small smile tugged at the corner of his lips as I led him into a spin. "Can I have this dance?" a voice called out to Frederick when he'd stopped spinning. The man was tiny, probably the same size as my friend Wren. His eyes flicked toward Frederick, red heating his cheeks as their eyes met, before he looked away. He looked like the shy type, which surprised me that he'd come to a place like this, much less worked up the courage to ask Frederick for a dance. My friend's eyes bore into the twink's body, and I saw a hint of something there. Appreciation, maybe? Whatever it was, Frederick was definitely interested in a dance, but something was stopping him. He glanced at me, and I got a hint of what was holding him back. I beamed at him and handed his hand to the stranger. "Have fun," I told them and waved them off. The smaller man seemed to have a boost in confidence from having his offer accepted, and showed off his dance moves to Frederick, leading him around the dance floor. At first, Frederick seemed at a loss, but he managed to follow along, and dare I say, he looked like he was having fun too. It didn't take long for someone to slide up against my back. He didn't have the manners to actually ask me to dance, but I was trying to keep an open mind. Maybe the dude who was currently rubbing his hands all over my chest was actually a nice guy deep inside. A bit forward, yes, but he could have a good heart. And then he slid his hand down my chest, past my abs, and... Nope. We were done here. I was all for a good time, but trying to grab my privates without consent was a hard limit. I twisted around before the stranger could get his hands on my junk. He used the chance to grab my ass instead. Go figure. Before I could give the asshole a piece of my mind, the man who was trying to feel me up suddenly let out a groan, his hand pulled away from me. "What the hell, man?" he shouted toward the person who grabbed his hand, and by the twisted expression on the stranger's face, whoever came to my rescue had him in a death grip. Sucks for him, but it worked out for me. I spun around to thank my hero, only to be met with the one person I was not expecting to be there. "Clay? What are you doing here?" Chapter 6. Clay. I ignored Dan's question to focus on the man who'd been feeling him up. I'd watched them dance for a while. At first, Dan looked like he was enjoying himself, grinding up against the man who was very clearly interested. The more I watched them, the more it felt like I was being gnawed on from the inside out. My skin tingled with a restless energy that had me pacing to try to dispel it. The people coming up to try to talk or dance with me didn't help either. They kept distracting me or actively blocking my view. I blamed them for failing to notice Dan's annoyance sooner. It was in the way his movements became stiffer, or how his eyebrow twitched in the way it did when he was upset. No one else would have noticed it if they weren't paying close attention to him. I was always aware. My body moved to protect him before I could even process what I was thinking, which was how I ended up being caught following him and grabbing at the person who'd had their grubby hands on him. "Clay?" Dan tried again when I didn't answer. My eyes were still locked on the stranger, my grip on him growing tighter just thinking about how he was all over Dan earlier. Was it crazy that I wanted to chop his hand off or try to grope Dan? Dismemberment was definitely against the police handbook. As a law-abiding officer, it was strictly against the rules, but it didn't mean I couldn't think about it. "Clay," Dan repeated. This time his warm touch landed on my wrist. He subtly shook his head, and I released the stranger's hand. The man shook the hand I'd had in a death grip and glared at me. "That's right. You better—" The rest of his sentence abruptly cut off when he saw the look I was giving him. "Fuck! Y'all are crazy!" he yelled, back already turned to us in his rush to escape. I glowered as I watched him leave and tried to push down the urge to follow him and show him just how crazy I'd go to protect the people I cared about. "Clay!" Dan's warning tone had me breaking the daggers I was shooting at the man's back to look at him. Dan sighed and swept a hand through his hair. He'd styled it today. His longish bangs, gelled meticulously to frame his face, turned into a mess from the disturbance. Not that it mattered. Dan looked good, even if he was sporting bedhead. "What are you doing here, Clay?" Dan asked again. I shrugged. "Oh no, we're not playing that game right now. You don't just get to chase away my dance partner, then stay silent," he yelled with a finger pointed at my face. I wasn't going to think about why I had the sudden urge to suck on his finger. I looked to the floor before I had more weird thoughts. Maybe I slept wrong or something, since tonight seemed to be filled with them. "He was being inappropriate to you." I spoke loud enough to be heard over the booming music. "That's what people do here. We're at a club," he argued. "But you weren't enjoying it." Dan opened his mouth, then closed it, and I knew I'd read his body language correctly. When he was dancing with Frederick earlier, I hated it, but I could tell he was enjoying himself. It changed once the other man got his grubby hands on Dan. Dan closed his eyes and rubbed his eyelids. I wondered if the flashing lights were giving him a headache. "Are you going to tell me why you're here?" he asked again, sounding more tired now. I tried to shrug again, which earned me a glare that threatened bodily harm if I didn't cut my bullshit. "I ran into Rosa on my way to the clinic, and she said you and Frederick are going out for some trouble. I got worried, so—" I rubbed the back of my head, not really wanting to admit the next part. "So what? You followed me," he guessed, right on the target. "You should be more aware of your surroundings when you're driving. I was behind you the entire ride here," I replied. "Jesus, Clay!" Dan did the angry hand through his hair again, messing up his hairstyle even more. I preferred it this way. He didn't need to doll himself up to look nice. He looked best in his usual casual and cozy style. Dan muttered something too soft for me to hear over the blaring music. He shot me a glare, then spun around. "Where are you going?" I called, grabbing his hand to stop him. "To dance." Panic had my skin feeling too tight. I already had to watch him grind all over Frederick and that asshole. I didn't want to see him cozy up with someone else. "Dance with me." "Clay, I don't think that's a good idea." "Why not?" I asked, trying to ignore the sting of rejection. Was I not good enough to dance with him? You danced with Frederick. He sucked in his cheeks. He was looking at me, but something about the way his brown eyes were out of focus told me he wasn't actually seeing me. He was wrapped up in his own thoughts. I used the chance to pull him toward me. His body landed against mine, breaking him out of his head as he glared up at me. I didn't give him a chance to push himself away and kept him trapped inside my arms. I'd only danced a handful of times in my life, so I had no fucking clue what I was doing. I tried my best to sway my hips in tempo with the music. "What are you doing?" Dan asked, amusement clear in his eyes. His chuckle told me I probably looked as stupid as I felt, but I didn't mind looking stupid in front of him. Dan never judged me. "Dancing," I replied. "You're really not going to dance with me?" His hand on my chest gripped my shirt as his dark eyes looked into mine. I wanted to know what he was thinking for him to look so serious. Having been by his side all these years, I thought I knew everything about him. We were best friends. More than that, we were stepbrothers, family. We knew each other better than anyone else. But there were these moments where Dan would get lost in thought when looking at me, or how he'd go from acting like he usually did to suddenly becoming distant with me, which made me think I didn't completely understand him as I thought I had. Not knowing everything about him irritated me more than I cared to admit. "You make it so hard," he told me. I didn't have time to ask him what he meant by that, when his hand slid up my chest, pulling a shiver out of me. I wanted to feel more, but it didn't last long as his hands found their way around my neck. After experiencing my sperm donor hitting me, his own son, with a disturbing smile stretching his face like he was enjoying causing me pain, other people's touch made me uncomfortable. I didn't mind it so much with Mom, or the gentle pats on the shoulder Victor did instead of hugs. But with Dan, I enjoyed feeling him close to me. It was probably the comfort his touch gave me, since he was the person I felt safest with. Dan leaned against me just enough for our chests to brush against each other as he swayed along with me. Our eyes locked, and everything else faded into the background. We weren't swaying in tune with the upbeat club music anymore, but moved to a slow rhythm of our own instead, one that belonged only to Dan and me. All the restlessness I'd been feeling this week washed away. I wasn't filled with worry that Dan might be pulling away from me, or that I wasn't enough for him, because right at that moment, everything was right. Nothing else in the world might make sense, but Dan and I did. We were best friends, the closest people to each other, and we shared a bond that was unbreakable. And I knew Dan knew that too. He closed his eyes lazily and rested his head against my shoulder. I tightened my hold around him and wished I could keep this feeling forever. The gentle buzz that lit up under my skin and the blissful silence that washed away my torrential thoughts. Was this what peace felt like? I swept his hair away from his face and pressed a kiss to his temple. Dan looked up at me. There was a wariness in his eyes that I hated seeing. I wanted to take it away from him, to protect him. So I did the only thing I knew would comfort him. I leaned down and tried to kiss him, but I was met with something other than his lips. My eyes popped open to find Dan looking sad. "We shouldn't." He spoke so softly that I more read his lips than heard the words. His hand blocking my mouth kept me from replying, so I couldn't question why we shouldn't. It wasn't like it would be the first time we kissed. From our disastrous first kiss, when he was 9 and me 10, to the first time we kissed each other as adults in college, there had been countless more kisses between us scattered throughout the years. It first started as a way to comfort him when he was particularly sad over a breakup. We'd both been drunk in our apartment during college, and it was probably a mistake, but neither of us had stopped it. In my drunk, hazed brain, I might have thought it was wrong. Stepbrothers shouldn't be kissing each other, but kissing Dan had stopped his tears when the alcohol hadn't. We didn't talk about the kiss the next day. I chalked it up to a drunken accident, but after Dan's next breakup, we kissed again. We were drunk the first few times it happened, but over the years, kissing, even without the alcohol clogging our brains, wasn't uncommon, though it was always as a form of comfort whenever Dan's dates didn't go well, which made me wonder why he didn't want me to comfort him with a kiss now. Was it because we were out in public? Stepbrothers probably shouldn't be going around kissing, but I didn't dive too deeply into that thought. I didn't want to. All I knew was that it was what Dan had needed at the time, and there wasn't a whole lot I wouldn't give him. Plus, Dan was a good kisser, probably from all the practice he got from all his dates, but that was something else I chose not to think about. I was disappointed not to get the comfort of his kiss right now, but I'd take holding him close for now. It probably should have alarmed me that I'd started relying on the comfort of his kisses too. But that thought was shoved into the back with everything else I chose not to think too deeply into. Our dynamic couldn't fall apart if I didn't pick at the loose threads. Dan's hand fell away, landing back over my shoulder. We continued holding each other as we rocked to our own beat and pretended that nothing was wrong. Chapter 7. Dan. Thanks for coming to help, Jones said again after Ryan and Carla left for his grandma's place. We were decorating the guest room, though I guess it was now officially Carla's room. Riker, Jones, and I used different flower stencils to cover the yellow walls with all sorts of floral arrangements. Clay, on the other hand, was freestyling and painted flowers that had more character than our manufactured ones, but were still cohesive to the overall look of the room. He'd pause every once in a while to add some little details to the dried flowers we'd painted on, an extra petal or leaf here or there, and shading or highlights to make the flowers really pop. His artistic talents really shone through, and it made me wonder why he didn't paint or draw more often. You know we have your back, I told Jones, though I couldn't keep my eyes off Clay. There was a calm energy surrounding him as he painted that captivated me. You look happy, Riker said and clapped our friend on the shoulder. I nodded in agreement. I am happy, Jones replied. There was no hesitation or fear in his voice. Honestly, I never thought Jones to be the settling down type. Having a stable partner and kids, it didn't sound like him. When I was away at college, I'd heard all the stories of his playboy ways. Jones was like me, never said no to any guy who asked him out, and was always playing the field. That was why I was shocked when he started going steady with his ex-boyfriend, who was totally wrong for him, by the way. Everyone besides Jones could see it at the time, which was why he'd ended up dating Deke for as long as he did. But dating Deke had changed Jones. He was more demure, not entirely himself, and had catered to every one of Deke's needs. Maybe the loss of himself had meant the relationship was doomed to fail from the start, which was also the reason why I never thought he was the type for a steady relationship. He wasn't with the right person. Things were different with Ryan. It was ironic, but Jones looked freer with the responsibility of a dog, a kid, and a partner. He seemed more like himself, too, happy and content. I was stoked for my friend, but I couldn't say I wasn't jealous as hell that my friends were finding their person. Or, in Jones's case, he found Ryan, Carla, and Lily. Meanwhile, I'd found my person, but he just had to be the one person I couldn't be with. Not really. Not unless I wanted to shatter my Laoba's image of a perfect family. A war raged inside of me. The good son who wanted to make his father proud, and the selfish part that cried how unfair it was that our parents announced their relationship first. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I'd confessed my feelings to Clay earlier. What would have happened if we'd started dating before they had? I wished nothing but happiness for my Laoba, and I really liked Sandra. They were good for each other, but that didn't mean I couldn't just stop the bitterness from seeping in. What if we'd gotten together before them? Thankfully, painting over stencils was a pretty mindless task because the thoughts continued to swirl in my mind. My friends were joking around and ribbing Jones about possibly getting hitched soon, which he seemed very open to the idea, but my heart wasn't really in the conversation. You okay? You're awfully quiet, Riker said, coming to my side. Jones was at the other side of the room with Clay, chatting about painting. Yeah, the fumes are probably getting to me, I replied with a forced smile. None of my friends knew about my crush on Clay. It wasn't that I didn't trust them, but a secret like this felt safer never being voiced in the first place. I wouldn't have even told Frederick if he hadn't guessed and figured it out for himself. Riker studied me, probably considering his words. He frowned, but didn't try to pry information out of me, for which I was grateful. I'm here, if you want to talk about it. We all are, he said, patting my shoulder. I thanked him, knowing that he meant his words. Any one of my friends would be there for me in a heartbeat if I asked, and I would do the same for them. But this was something nobody else could help me fix. Issues of the heart were often like that. Once we'd finished painting the room, Jones and Riker headed out front to work on Carla's new bed. I desperately needed some fresh air. I tugged off my shirt and shorts and rounded Jones's cabin for a soak in his hot tub. I closed my eyes as soon as I took a seat and let the hot water loosen my tense muscles. I didn't even have to look to know that Clay followed me. Not even a few seconds later, I heard the splash of water before a large body settled beside me. Peeking an eye open, Clay was unsurprisingly watching me. He'd had a habit of watching me ever since we were young. It was one of the reasons I thought he might have been interested in me too. I was obviously wrong on that count, considering how happy he was at the news of our parents getting married, and of us becoming stepbrothers. "Why are you staring at me?" I asked him. He chuckled, probably because I'd asked the same question every time I caught him watching me. Clay didn't look the least bit ashamed as he ignored my question and slid closer to my side. His arm wrapped around my shoulder, and I let him scoop me into his side. Did I know what the heck I was doing? Not a single clue. But I did know that I shouldn't be doing this. I should be keeping my distance, like I'd promised myself I would. I was finally going to get over my feelings for Clay Segal. Promises, promises. The plan was hopeless. He was all I could think about, even while on my date last night. He'd do things like cuddling up to me or following me to a club and forcing me to dance with him. My mind was unwilling to be dragged at his pace, but my body was weak. It craved Clay, his scent, his closeness, just him. So despite knowing I was only making things more difficult for myself, I fell into his arms and rested my head against his shoulder. Clay laid a soft kiss on my hair that tickled my insides. I hated how he was able to sway my emotions with just a simple action. "How are things going with Frederick and the guy from the club?" Clay asked. "They're supposed to meet up today," I told him. "I'm surprised Frederick is seeing him again. He was so sure he wasn't going to find anyone at the club." "I hope they end up dating. Then you'll have more time for me again," Clay muttered. I stiffened in his hold, not daring to look at him. I knew he was watching me again. Sometimes I wondered if he realized how his words could be taken. Clay had always been possessive of my friendship, and I'd enabled him because I liked seeing him jealous. But now I realized I was just setting myself up for failure. When I didn't say anything, Clay nudged me so that I looked at him. "Now things can go back to normal, right?" The question rumbled out of his chest. What the fuck even was normal for us? Me pining over him while knowing I could never have him? I didn't think I had the spirit to keep going on like that for much longer. Leaving Kither Springs and my family had never crossed my mind before, but maybe Frederick's leaving and creating physical distance between him and his crush was the right idea. Maybe going away would be the best for everyone. "Dan?" Clay prompted when I still hadn't said a word. I honestly didn't know what I could tell him without revealing that I couldn't survive going back to normal with him. Being with him like this was already slowly killing me inside. I kept my mouth shut for fear of what would come out. I started shaking my head, but Clay was faster. His strong hand grabbed hold of my chin, holding me there as his lips crashed against mine. I leaned into it. His kiss breathed life back into me, and I sank into him for more. His lips worked against mine in a familiar way from all the kisses we'd shared in comfort. It was a stupid, drunk mistake that started this vicious cycle, but I was selfish and weak for his kisses, so I let them continue. I knew I was taking advantage of his kindness, but my need for him was greater than my guilt. They were too satisfying to give up. This time, it felt different. This kiss wasn't for me. It was for him. And that terrified the hell out of me, because what did it mean when he needed the kisses as much as I did? You didn't go around kissing your stepbrother. You shouldn't want to. The only conclusion I could come up with was that I'd led Clay so far down the wrong path that he couldn't even think straight anymore. Rustling came from around the cabin, as did Jones's voice calling us for food. I quickly pushed away from Clay, my ass slamming into the seat beside him so hard that it stung from the impact. I pushed past the pain and tried schooling my face just as Jones appeared around the corner of the cabin. "I'm starving," I shouted, heart hammering in my chest. Was my smile stiff and unnatural? Did Jones notice anything off? I didn't dare glance back at Clay as I climbed out of the hot tub and dried myself off. Clay's hot eyes bored a hole in my back, and the sweltering summer air did nothing to help the suffocation that evaporated the air in my lungs. I kept smiling through it all, even when my facial muscles started cramping from how stiff they were. I tried to act normal during dinner, putting on my usual playful persona and ignoring Clay switching his seat just to sit beside me. I told myself I couldn't react, because one wrong move and I could ruin everything. Jones asked if I was seeing anyone, and my heart wanted to jump out of my body. I kept control over my expression and gave him some bullshit answer I knew he'd accept. I did not look at Clay. Not even when he snorted and showed his displeasure at hearing about the barista I saw last night. He was jealous that my time was going somewhere besides him. If only he knew he consumed my thoughts even when we were apart.
I had to keep reminding myself it was just a childish possessiveness and nothing else. There couldn't be. And the sooner I got that into my delusional brain, the better.
Chapter 8. Clay.
I hear you're volunteering at the hugging booth at the summer fair this weekend.
Mom's voice sounded over my earbuds while I tidied up my desk for the night. When I imagined joining the force, I thought I'd mostly be working out in the field, helping people and saving lives. In reality, the job was more paperwork than anything else. A call coming in about a disturbance in the park. Paperwork. Breaking up an argument between neighbors who couldn't agree on the neighborhood's theme for the quarter. More paperwork. And that happened a lot more than I would have thought. I was honestly surprised how often I got called out to settle a minor dispute between disgruntled people who were just too stubborn to compromise. It wasn't what I expected, but I didn't hate it. I liked helping people solve issues before they spiraled out of control and a fight broke out. It was my way of keeping my town safe. I did, I replied to my mom as I waved goodnight to my coworkers and left the station. I figured I'd do my part for the community.
That's lovely to hear, but make sure you're not pushing yourself, okay?
I'll take care of myself, I assured her. The worry was obvious in her voice. I wanted to hide the extent my so-called father used to abuse me, but Mom was a lot more intuitive than I gave her credit for. She'd seen how I became more touch-averse over the years, and I wondered if she knew it was because I couldn't stop imagining the flash of his hands coming toward me when someone reached out to me. Mom tried getting me to go to therapy more than once, but I didn't see the point in talking about my feelings. I'd rather use that time to hang out with Dan. I turned the corner and bumped into a kid who was chasing a flyaway balloon. I scooped the kid up before he could fall on his ass and snatched the balloon string with my other hand and handed it to the kid. He giggled and threw his tiny arms around my neck to thank me. See? I was fine. I didn't even so much as flinch away from the kid. A woman, his mom, probably, came running over and scolded the kid for running off without her. She took the kid back, thanking me as she continued to fret over her child.
Is everything okay there, Clay?
Mom prompted. The kid just giggled and waved at me as his mom carried them back to where the rest of their family waited for them. I waved back. Yeah, just some kid who was chasing after his balloon, I told her, and continued my way to the clinic. Mom went silent for a beat before saying,
You know, since you're going to be at the fair already...
What? I asked when she didn't continue. I could just imagine her chewing on her lip and stewing over her words.
You know, I have a friend in the next town over whose neighbor has a daughter around your age.
Mom, no. I quickly shut that down, but she didn't give up either.
She'll be working at one of the booths at the fair, Clay. Just a quick meeting is all I ask. You'll both be at the fair anyway.
She pleaded. Not interested, I said curtly. I didn't hear a sigh, but I knew she wanted to.
But you can...
Mom, we're not having this conversation again. As I told you before, I'll find someone when the time is right.
You don't even date, Clay. Your stepbrother. I hear all about the people he's seeing, but you, nothing. I don't hear about anyone by your side. No woman or man.
She said the last part probingly, the question clear in her voice. Jesus, Mom. Do you think I'm what? Gay? Bi? And I just never bothered to tell you about it, I told her. I'd never been attracted to a guy, but if that attraction ever appeared, I wouldn't be afraid to admit it. I knew Mom and Victor wouldn't care. They fully supported Dan when he came out as bi. I just wasn't attracted to men in that way. My mind decided now was the right moment to bring up the memory of the time I got an erection kissing Dan. I blamed it on the alcohol, and Dan for being a damn good kisser. It was purely an accident. Besides, it wasn't like I kissed Dan because I had the desire for it. I was only comforting him. The hot tub kiss didn't seem like he was the one being comforted. That kiss had been all for me. I'd been aggressive and fucking stupid to do that at Jones's cabin, where we could have gotten caught at any moment. But I'd felt Dan pulling away, and I needed confirmation that he was still there with me. It hadn't solved anything. Afterwards, Dan pretended like the hot tub kiss never happened, and I could feel him slipping through my fingers even more.
I don't know what to think, honey,
Mom said, a slight tremble in her voice that troubled me.
Sometimes I worry because of what happened between me and my ex-husband. It messed something up for you, like you no longer believe in love or want to find love. I'm so scared I failed you.
Mom. She sucked in a deep, steadying breath.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to burden you. I just worry, Clay. You and Dan are so close now, but what's going to happen when he finds someone to settle down with? Who will be by your side?
My fists tightened by my side just at the thought of Dan belonging to someone else. It had always been us, Dan and me, against the world. We'd planned on joining the police force together, and when Dan decided to take over the family clinic, he still thought of us as a unit, protecting our community together. I couldn't imagine a world where I was the sidekick to Dan and his future partner, the third wheel. But it was bound to happen eventually, wasn't it? Dan would find someone he wanted to be with and fall in love. It was what he wanted. Why else would he date so much? Then where would that leave me? I'll be fine, I said weakly, even though I didn't believe my words. Mom didn't call me out on it.
Just think about it, okay?
She said instead. The clinic came into sight. I stopped and rubbed my eyes. Listen, Mom, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later, okay? I said in lieu of a reply.
Okay, honey. I love you. Tell Dad I said hi.
I will, and love you too, I said and ended the call. I stayed outside of the clinic for a minute, trying to get a hold of my emotions. Things have been so weird with Dan lately that I've been on edge. I didn't know up from down anymore. All I knew was that something was changing between us, something big and unavoidable, and I didn't like it. They say the only constant in life is change, and wasn't that the shittiest thing ever? I knew I couldn't stall forever, so I pulled my shit together and entered the clinic. Rosa had left already, but Dan and Frederick were sitting in the waiting area, heads close together, as they looked at something inside the cardboard box on Frederick's lap. Dan looked up when I entered, and a huge smile lit up his face when he saw me. It reminded me of the first time we'd met. Our positions had been reversed then. I was sitting where he was, and there was no one else here. It was just us. I'd been a scared little kid, and Dan had been the hero who cut through the darkness to introduce light back into my life, and I'd bathed in the glow of his existence ever since. I needed it. Clay! Dan waved me over, a hint of his usual self returning. I couldn't have walked away even if I wanted to. Take a look at these cuties! Frederick angled the box to reveal two small noses poking out through wood shavings. Are those rats? I squeaked. I'd never been so close to rats before. The most I knew about them was from that one movie about the rat chef and all the news I heard about the diseases they spread. Instinctively, I took a step away. My hesitance didn't go unnoticed by Dan. Of course it didn't. He reached into the box, fucking fearless, and scooped a rat from where they'd buried deeper into the wood shavings. The rat squeaked, but probably realizing Dan wasn't going to hurt it, quieted down. The rat was mostly gray, with a small patch of white near its hind legs. It was what I expected a rat to look like, except its tail was hooked instead of straight. His name is Hook because of his tail. He was born like this, Frederick explained. Hook sniffed Dan's hand, his little whiskers dancing at the action. He turned around again and curled his hooked tail around Dan's fingers. Isn't he adorable? Dan gushed, petting Hook's little head. The rodent closed his eyes like it was enjoying the headpats and let out a high-pitched, choppy sound signaling its happiness. Even I had to admit it was pretty cute, which was something I never would have considered a rat to be. This one is Captain, Frederick said, lifting Hook's companion from the box. This one was mostly white, with a large gray splotch on its back. Frederick's friend from the animal shelter he volunteers at brought them in, Dan said, eyes bright and round as he looked at the man. Well, fuckity-do. As if I didn't need yet another reason to dislike the man. Why did he have to be so fucking nice and perfect and sitting so close to Dan? I tried pushing the jealousy down, but Dan's cautious glance at me told me I wasn't as successful as I hoped. Their previous owners had to give them up, so Frederick was going to foster them until they found a new home, but I think I'm going to adopt them, Dan said, petting Hook. I wondered if the rat understood, because his squeak sounded even more excited now. You are? I asked, a little hurt that he hadn't even talked to me about this first. Frederick looked between Dan and me, a frown on his face. I can foster them if you want to think it over first. There's nothing to think over, Dan insisted. There's plenty of space in my room for a large habitat for them. Frederick glanced at me again, probably worried about my lack of enthusiasm for this plan, since Dan and I lived together. I didn't give a shit about the rats. Dan could adopt 100 if he wanted to, and I wouldn't care. It was the fact he didn't even tell me he wanted to adopt them, the fact he was planning all this with Frederick instead of me. The crazy monster of envy was eating me alive. "Of course we'll adopt them," I said, voice rough and emotions high. "There's a ton of space in the living room for them." Dan eyed me. "It's okay, Clay. You don't have to be a part of this." His words were like a sucker punch to the stomach. "We're adopting them," I rasped out, and something in my tone must have stopped him from arguing more. It wasn't about the fucking rats at all. Dan was making changes in his life that didn't include me, and I didn't know how to stop it. All I could do was try to keep up. Chapter 9. Clay. Wednesday dinner was held at our place since our parents, mostly Victor, wanted to see the rats. Mom was horrified when she first learned we'd adopted these rodents, worried they might get us sick. Victor quickly informed her that rats were actually very clean animals, and they spent much of their waking moments cleaning themselves. Victor sounded excited as he spewed rat facts at the dining table. Of course, he didn't discriminate against certain animals. Victor loved all beings. Besides the very out-of-character war films he loved watching, he was the gentlest person I knew. The complete opposite of my sperm donor, and I was once again grateful he and Mom found each other.
"Honey, enough about rats at the dining table."
Mom cut in before Victor could go into depth about rodent bathing habits. Victor smiled at Mom, with no hint of annoyance at the interruption. "You boys improved your cooking since the last time I had it. I'd say it's your best work yet," he commented in between bites of the pasta Dan and I made tonight. Neither of us was the best chef, but we managed to whip up something edible between the two of us. "Thanks, Uncle Victor," I replied, a huge smile stretching my face. Victor reached out for a gentle pat on my shoulder. I didn't flinch and leaned into his warm touch. I could understand why Dan worked so hard to make his dad proud. There was just something about getting validation from the man that made you crave more. Instead of being happy at the compliment, Dan frowned so hard his eyebrows turned into one. He looked pensively between me and his dad, his eyes finally landing on the spot where Victor clapped me on the shoulder. He was quiet through the rest of dinner, mostly forking at his plate instead of actually eating it. Mom and Victor were immersed in conversation about their next backyard project. Now that Dan had mostly taken over the clinic, Victor was in retirement mode. He did still work at the clinic every so often, but these days, more often than not, he was enjoying time in his garden instead. Victor wanted to add a bird bath by his koi pond, and Mom wanted to build a resting area by the pond where she could relax with a nice book. Neither of them was paying attention to Dan and his unusual behavior. But I was. I'd grown up watching and studying Dan that I could have a master's degree in Danielle by now. I could write an entire thesis about him and never run out of things to say about him. I was the person who knew him best, so I felt at a loss when he closed himself off from me like this. He took away my bearings. "Hey," I said to Dan, bringing the last of the dishes to the sink, where he was washing them. Mom and Victor had moved to the living room to play with Captain and Hook. Dan hadn't been kidding when he said he would build a huge habitat for them. Their cage took up the entire wall, with tons of tunnels, hiding spots, and room for them to run. They could disappear within the cage if they wanted to, and we'd never be able to find them. Although it wasn't hard getting them to come out, Captain and Hook were very smart. They knew their names and came running when called, especially if you had treats for them. I was still wary of them and unsure how I was supposed to handle them, but I had to admit I was gaining a soft spot for our new pets. They did look adorable holding food in their tiny hands, and most importantly, they made Dan happy. "Hey," Dan replied, stepping aside when I nudged to take over his washing duties. He grabbed the rag to dry the clean dishes I handed him. "What's been going through your mind tonight?" I asked, glancing behind to make sure our parents were still in the living room. I couldn't see them from this angle, which meant Dan and I had some time alone. Dan's hand faltered on the plate for the briefest of seconds before he continued wiping. He scrubbed at it so hard with the rag that it squeaked. "I was thinking, maybe it's time we change what we call our parents." There was that fucking word again. Change. I'd say there have been more than enough changes recently. I gripped the dirty fork in my hand, wishing I could just stab the word out of existence. "Yeah," I replied, proud of how steady I managed to keep my voice. "How do you mean?" "Do you remember when they first told us they were getting married, and you were so excited about calling my dad Laoba too?" I nodded. The excitement had quickly faltered when I saw Dan's clear unhappiness toward the news. He gripped the plate tightly against him. with his head down, not looking at me as he whispered,
"You should do it. You should call him Lao Ba too. It'll make him happy."
I let the fork drop out of my hand, not even bothering to turn off the faucet before grabbing Dan's shoulder with my wet hand. "Dan, look at me," I said. He kept his head down, his knuckles white as he gripped the plate to his chest. "Look at me," I demanded. When he stubbornly refused again, I grabbed his chin and forced him to meet my gaze. "What's going on?" I asked. I glanced between his dark-blown pupils, begging him to finally tell me what the hell was happening to us. How did the person closest to me become someone I didn't know seemingly overnight? There was defiance in his brown eyes as he shook my hand off. I released his chin, but kept my hands on his shoulders in case he ran away. The water seeped through his wet t-shirt, revealing the deep groove of his collarbone. His muscles were defined from all the time he'd spent at the gym with me. "Dan." His name on my lips was a desperate plea for him to stop shutting me out. "Clay," he said with a sigh. He sounded so defeated, like he was tired of fighting and had given up. But why did it feel like it was me he was giving up on?
"I can still remember how your face lit up at us becoming a family, and I ruined it with my selfishness. I was only thinking about myself. Still am, if I'm being honest, but I can't only think about myself forever. Do you think your mom would be happy if I started calling her Mom, too?"
On paper, his words sounded great. He wanted us to be a real family. He was maybe even accepting me as his stepbrother. Then what was with the panic that ran through my veins? The warning bells were loud in my mind, telling me I was really on the verge of losing him forever. My mind went blank. I didn't know what the right thing to say was to keep him from giving up on us. Instinct took over, and I kissed him. Dan sighed into the kiss and melted against me. For a second, I thought everything would be okay again, but the next moment he pushed me away, though I didn't release him. "Get off!" he growled, eyes filled with unexpected rage. If he really wanted to, he could have shaken free, but he wasn't really trying hard to get away from me. I couldn't understand why he was so mad. Kisses always made him feel better. I tried again, my mouth crashing against his hard enough for our teeth to clatter together. "Clay!" he growled, but I swallowed the rest of his words. I was afraid of what I'd hear. He struggled in my arms for a second, the plate in his hands pressing between our chests. I didn't let go, even when he bit my bottom lip, and the taste of copper twirled between our tongues. "Fuck! Clay! Stop!" He released the plate to push me away. It fell, shattering on the floor between us. We stared at each other. Dan was huffing, red in the face, and angrier than I'd ever seen him before. I took a step toward him, wanting to soothe him. "Don't!" he hissed. His words hurt more than any beating my sperm donor ever gave me. "What happened?" Victor's voice sounded right before our parents appeared in the kitchen. They looked between the two of us, then at the shattered plate on the floor.
"Is anyone hurt?"
Mom asked, brows furrowed in worry. She came to our side to turn off the still-running faucet. Her eyes lingered on my lip, probably to the inflamed skin from where Dan bit me. Victor muttered with a shake of his head. It was the phrase he used when he was displeased or shocked about something. "You boys are too old to be fighting," he said calmly as he grabbed the broom from the pantry. "Be careful. Don't hurt your feet." Mom shooed Dan and me away from the broken shards, and Victor cleaned up. Dan stayed silent, though his breath came out smoother now. He refused to meet my eye and excused himself to the bathroom.
"Is everything okay?"
Mom whispered, worried eyes watching Dan's departing back. When he disappeared behind the bathroom door, she looked back at me. A frown marred her face when she focused on my cut lip again. I wondered how she thought I got it. Did she think Dan hit me, or would the idea of her boys kissing cross her mind? I didn't know why that thought pleased me. Did I want Mom and Victor to know that Dan and I had been kissing? They were accepting and always rooted for us, but stepbrothers kissing? Surely that was crossing the line. Even I knew that. Didn't mean I wanted to stop, though.
Chapter 10. Dan.
"We're fine, Mom. It was just an accident. You and Uncle Victor go home and rest," Clay said and tried to herd our parents toward the door. I leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and watched them. I didn't miss how Clay still chose not to call my dad Lao Ba, even after I told him to. God, What a fucking mess. I hadn't expected Clay to try to kiss me, especially when our parents were here. It was like he didn't care if they found out, which couldn't have been it. He had to care, especially when I cared so fucking much. Them finding out our relationship might have gone beyond just stepbrothers was all I worried about for years. Them finding out I'd been in love with my stepbrother the entire time we'd been playing Happy Family kept me up on many sleepless nights, and yet Clay was so careless. He probably thought kissing me was nothing. It was just a form of comfort, like a kiss on the head or a hug. Not having a guilty conscience must be great.
Okay, but call us if you need anything,
Sandra said. She looked over Clay's shoulder at me, worried still.
Good night, Dan.
I sighed and kicked off the wall I was leaning against to give her a proper hug goodbye. It wasn't her fault she had the most perfect son ever, and I was struggling to not love him. Laoba clasped my shoulder. You can always talk to me, son, he said, then pulled me into an actual hug. Fuck, did that make me feel even more guilty? He wasn't really the hugging guy, not unless I made him give me one. And I knew he was mad that I'd let my anger take over, but instead of berating me, he was trying to be understanding. I wanted to be half the man my Laoba was someday. First things first, I needed to unfuck everything. Getting it through Clay's head that there would be no more kissing was top priority. I thought that was the easiest task on my list, considering it wasn't like Clay wanted to kiss me. He did it to soothe me and nothing else. Our parents finally agreed to leave. Clay locked the door behind them, then spun around to face me. He stared me down, his gaze a hot caress against my skin. Was this how he stared at his perps? Focused and unwavering, like he wasn't going to let you get away. If I were a wanted criminal and he was after me, I'd probably go with him willingly. Alas, this was real life, and our circumstances didn't allow me to submit, even if I wanted to. I sighed and nodded toward the living room. We should talk, I told him. He made a sound of agreement and followed me to the couch. He tried sitting beside me, but I couldn't be this close to him right now. I moved to the armchair instead. Clay frowned at my relocating, but he didn't comment on it. He leaned forward instead, elbows resting against his knees and eyes still on mine. Are you finally going to tell me what the hell is going on? He rumbled. Guess we're getting straight into it, coming in guns blazing. I told you already. I want us to try being a family. His frown deepened, his green eyes turning murky in his confusion. What do you mean, try? We are a family. I bit my tongue and held back from telling him that family didn't have wet dreams about each other, didn't fantasize about stripping them down to their birthday suit just so they could worship their magnificent body. I wanted to kiss the mole he had in the middle of his neck, as well as all the others scattered across his body. I'd tease them against my lips until I knew where each of them was by heart. My gaze flicked away. I couldn't meet his eyes, not when I was thinking such indecent thoughts about him. Exactly, I rasped out instead. It felt like there was syrup stuck in my throat, but I pushed through it. Which is why we really shouldn't kiss each other anymore. He was silent, digesting my words. And just when I thought he was finally understanding how fucked up our relationship has been, he slipped out a single, no. No, as in, no problem, Dan. No more lip-locking? No, as in, I'm rejecting your suggestion, he said firmly. I swept a frustrated hand through my hair. It was getting a bit longer than I liked. Maybe I should ask Clay's mom for a trim too. Why are you being so difficult, Clay? It's not like you even like kissing me, I argued. I don't not like it, he offered, which only made me want to pull my hair out even more. Do you even understand how ridiculous this is? You want to continue kissing me because what? You don't dislike it. Because you like it. He spoke the words softly, but they still took the air out of my lungs. It was confirmation that this fuckery really was of my own making. It's wrong, I said just as softly. You shouldn't let me take advantage of you just because it's something I want. You're not taking advantage of me. I'm offering myself up. I wanted to strangle him for making it so fucking hard to put an end to this. Or kiss him, but our kissing was the reason we were having this conversation in the first place. So what? You'll let me do anything to you? You'll be a good boy and do whatever I want? What if I told you to get naked right now, huh? You gonna strip for me? I said, arms crossed in challenge. I thought I'd won when he didn't have a rebuttal, but I should have known Clay was never one to back down. He smoothly whipped his shirt over his head and tossed it behind him. What are you? Clay stood, unzipped his jeans, and was already kicking them off when I shot out of my seat to try stopping him. "Clay, stop! Stop!" I told him, begged him, because I was only so strong, and those thick, hairy thighs had my brain short-circuiting. He wore tight black briefs that had to be cutting off circulation to his legs, but, God, did they look good on him. I had to swallow down my saliva when my gaze landed on his bulge. His thumb slipped under the top band of his underwear, and my eyes refused to look at anything else. "Clay," I rasped, warning him, still begging him. For what? I couldn't answer, but Clay did the answering for me. He slipped the briefs down his thighs, letting them fall down his legs before kicking them away. He slowly opened his arms, as if telling me he meant it when he said he was mine to use. My eyes trailed down his body, a literal work of art. What made it even more alluring was that I knew how hard he'd worked to get it. All the hours he put in the gym, all the weights he'd lifted to make sure he'd never be at the other end of a fist again, to make sure he could protect the people he loved. It was no wonder that I failed at every attempt to stop loving him. He was fucking perfect. Clay sank back onto the couch, arms resting on the back of either side of him, his dick flaccid against his thigh. My mouth went dry. It wasn't the first time I'd seen him naked, but it was the first time I hadn't had to sneak glances at him, worried he'd catch me checking him out. He had to be doing this to prove something to me, and I wasn't strong enough to not look. "What now?" he asked, hands opened facing me. "Now, you put your clothes back on," I forced out, praying he got dressed before I sported a very inconvenient boner. Explaining why I got hard from seeing my stepbrother naked was not something I cared to do. "Nah, I'm good," he answered. "Jesus, Clay, just put your fucking clothes back on." My shouting didn't faze him. He lazily looked me over. "Or you could get naked with me." Fuck. And why the hell would I do that? The fucker shrugged. "The same reason you told me to get naked, I suppose." "You don't even know—" "You know what? It doesn't matter," I said, letting out a frustrated sigh. I couldn't look at him any longer because the danger of sporting a tent was a really high possibility. But knowing what I needed to do and actually doing it were two different things. My eyes kept dancing back to him. Clay continued to watch me watch him, and to my absolute shock and horror, his cock started plumping up. "Clay," I said, a whimper in my tone. "Yeah?" "Why are you hard?" I asked, peering at his now fully erect cock standing tall against his abs. I'd felt him hard against me once, but we'd both been drunk, and we never spoke about it again. I never thought I'd actually be able to see it. Now I fucking see all of him and could confirm that he was absolute perfection. I was so fucking fucked. "Like your eyes on me," Clay answered casually. I forced my lids shut because otherwise I was going to pounce on him, and then we'd see how he liked it then. "Don't shy away. Look at me, Dan." He was fucking relentless, and I could do nothing but obey. Imagine my surprise when I was met with his hand on his cock. "Clay," I hissed, my pants already feeling too tight. "This is wrong." "Maybe," was his only reply. He continued a lazy stroke up his length, squeezing out a bead of precum I wanted to lap up. "We're stepbrothers." I didn't know whether I was trying to convince him or myself. He shrugged again. "But before that, we're us, Dan and Clay. Who's to tell us what's wrong when it's right for us?" I wanted to ask him if this was right for us. Had our relationship evolved to this point, to one of us watching the other jerk off? My breath came out shallow and labored, and my eyes were hot as I watched Clay slowly stroke himself from tip to base. He fondled his balls between his fingers, a delicious huffing moan coming from his lips as he squeezed them. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, and that had to be the only reason the next words left my mouth. "Will you really let me do anything?" Clay's green eyes almost glowed when he traced his gaze up my body to meet my eyes. I must have been transported into the desert, because why else was I so fucking thirsty, and Clay was looking like my oasis? "Anything," Clay emphasized. Can I touch you?" His answer was to release his erection and spread his legs wider in invitation. I was moving before I could even process it. The distance quickly shortened until I was standing right between his thighs. Clay rested his arms on the back of the couch and looked up at me with a questioning brow. He didn't shy away from me, and there wasn't a single hint of hesitancy in his gaze either. I wanted some of his certainty, because I had no fucking clue what I was doing. This was a terrible idea that could mess everything up way more than it already was. I knew the consequences, yet I was powerless to make myself stop. I dropped to my knees to get a better look. This close, I could see the angry veins going down his length. I wanted to trace them with my tongue until I knew every single ridge of his cock. I wanted to press my nose into his pubes until his scent was ingrained in me. Not wanting to scare him off with my intensity, I reached out a tentative hand instead. His heat burned into my hand. He was hard and velvety under my touch. The feel of him was so fucking addictive, I didn't know how to stop. I could feel Clay's eyes on me, watching me the same way he always did. Whether I was poring over a textbook or stroking his dick, his gaze held the same intensity. It was all too much. The feel of him, his heavy eyes trained on me, and I was not expecting his fingers sliding through my hair, fiddling with the longish locks. The boner I'd tried to keep in check fought to poke a hole through my jeans. I ignored it and slid my hand down the underside of his length. I memorized the weight of his balls in the palm of my hand and committed the breathy sounds he made into memory. I probably wouldn't get a chance like this again, so I made sure I took everything he was willing to give before it was too late. Clay's eyes were half-lidded. He had a lazy, comfortable look about him that made me want to rile him up until I brought out the raw side of him I'd never seen before. My finger slid up his cock to swipe at the pre-cum pooling in his head. I used it as a glide and covered his length in it. "Feels good," Clay breathed, his breath coming out shaky. "I've never noticed how nice your hands are, though it's not surprising. Everything about you is nice." My heart rate kicked up at that, and I firmly told myself not to think too deeply into his words. "You have nice hands too," I told him. He smirked, his fingers sliding over the shell of my ear, then burned a line down the back of my neck. I almost purred from his touch. My cock liked having his hand on me, even if he wasn't the one getting the attention. At this rate, my underwear was going to be sloppy wet from my pre-cum. "So, we've established we both have nice hands?" I said lamely. I should probably stop now." I reluctantly released his hard cock, because I knew if I didn't stop now, I never would. His pre-cum was still sticky on my palm. I wanted to run to my room and jerk off with it. It'd probably last me all night, or until my dick was rubbed raw. I braced myself to stand, but Clay's hand in my hair pressed me down. He used his other hand to retrieve mine. His grip on mine was surprisingly strong, and before I could question what he was doing, he'd already placed my hand back on his cock and covered mine with his own. "Help me," he all but growled. There was something primal in his voice that held me frozen in place. All I could do was watch as Clay guided my hand to stroke his erection. He used me to pleasure himself, and God, I'd never seen anything sexier. My heart was racing faster than a fucking Formula One car, and my cock felt like it would burst through the zipper of my jeans. Clay parted his lips, eyes still locked with mine, as he let out a soft moan that was going to star in my dreams for years to come. And just like that, Clay was coming, his essence spilling over our hands as he continued to use my hand to stroke himself through his orgasm. My own cock throbbed as I watched him, desperate to be touched, desperate to come with him. I ignored my own need and focused on Clay's. He was still watching me, his eyes intense as he gave me a look that reminded me of how I looked at him when I wanted comfort. And my comfort was always a kiss from him, so I gave in to my instincts and went for it. Clay met me halfway, his mouth hard against mine. A delicious, throaty sound echoed in the living room as he hungrily devoured my lips. The metallic taste of blood from where I'd bitten him earlier only served to heighten my senses toward him. Every single cell inside my body screamed it belonged to Clay Segal, and just like his stubble that was currently rubbing my skin raw, I wasn't going to stop loving him, even if my heart was torn to shreds. Chapter 11. Dan. It was a sunny, beautiful day to volunteer at the summer fair. Carol had arrived before me, despite me getting there a good hour and a half before my shift. I definitely wasn't trying to avoid being alone with Clay at our home. I had absolutely no problem being in the living room where I'd made him come. Absolutely no problem at all. Everything was just fine and dandy in the world of Dan Yao. Who the hell was I kidding?
Nothing was fine, and the only dandy thing about this was the new spank bank material I now had featuring Clay's face filled with pleasure. It was absolute torture because it also meant I spent every waking moment hard and replaying the scene in my head. It kept me up. I hadn't masturbated this much since the first time I saw Clay naked in the locker rooms in middle school. My dick was exhausted. I was exhausted.
Morning. Oh, dearie, why do you look like a zombie freshly woken from the grave?
Carol exclaimed, hand to her heart. That's oddly specific, I replied and rubbed a hand over my face. I felt like a zombie, but instead of munching on brains, my only mission was to masturbate until there was no more cum left inside me. I bet Clay's meat stick would taste amazing in my mouth.
Where's Clay?
I jumped at the question, so scared I'd actually said that thought out loud. Carol and the rest of the town didn't need to know that I was fantasizing about my stepbrother's cock. Sorry? I squeaked, as she eyed me suspiciously.
Clay, I figured you two would arrive together for your shifts since, you live together,
she asked with a curious brow raised. I tugged at the collar of my shirt, already feeling the stuffy summer heat despite it being early morning. Figured I'd come early to see if anyone needs help, I lied. Carol looked skeptical of my answer, but didn't question it. She resumed setting up the hugging booth area. I went to help her. I had totally escaped the house. I wasn't actively trying to avoid Clay, but I didn't know how to face him, especially in our own home. Which was why I'd been hanging out at our friend's house late into the night these past couple of days. Sam and Riker offered for me to stay with them, but Riker looked like he was ready to interrogate me all night if I had, and I just didn't know how to explain any of this to them. Plus, I would probably die from staying overnight with their cat. Gray was adorable, but I was allergic, and he loved finding unsuspecting chests to stomp on. Jones looked like he wanted to say something to me the entire time I was at their cabin, and I couldn't help wondering if Clay and I had been caught when we kissed in Jones's hot tub. Thankfully, with Ryan and little Carla there, Jones couldn't speak as freely. Clay had kept quiet about my new avoidant tactics so far, but I knew he wouldn't stay silent for long. It was always like this. Whenever I tried to pull away, he would chase me down and capture me with his determination, which was why I needed to get out of the house and away from him for just a little while longer and try to build up some sort of resolve, or at least until I figured out what I was going to say to him. I'll tell him I was abducted by aliens and only returned today. The person jerking him off the other night wasn't me, it was the aliens, I muttered to myself. Maybe it was my sleep-deprived brain, but I thought it was a feasible idea. Aliens? A voice that sounded suspiciously like Clay's sounded in my ear, but that couldn't be. He wasn't expected to be here for another hour. I peeked over my shoulder, jumping when I found Clay right behind me. Despite the early hour, he didn't look like he'd just rolled out of bed. He'd shaved since I'd seen him last, which made him look more youthful. I missed the stubble that scratched my chin during our kisses. The white sleeveless shirt he was wearing should be illegal for how show-stopping it made his arms. Arms that were perfect for hugging. Fuck. Everyone was going to want to hug him today, and I was just going to have to deal with it. I knew it was for charity, but I wished I could drag Clay into a dark corner and hide him away to keep all for myself. How long have you been standing behind me? I asked, wiping my palms against my jeans. Clay never made me feel nervous, but my thoughts about him did. They sometimes scared me. Long enough to hear you muttering about aliens. Did you go down another conspiracy theory rabbit hole? He asked with mirth in his eyes. No, I lied. I had been following news of a recent UFO sighting that people thought was actually government-planted drones used to transport weapons of mass destruction. But my alien research was beside the point. I would much rather he thought I was obsessed with more lore than what I'd actually been muttering to myself. His lip curled up softly, clearly not believing me. You can share it with me if you want. I'll listen, he said. It felt like every time I tried to create a protective moat around myself, Clay was already building the bridge before I could fill the trench with water. He always knew how to get to me. I know you will, I replied softly. He always listened to me ramble on about my interests. It started with my obsession with police officers and their pledge to be our protectors. Then there were the dry medical facts I practically lived and breathed through my years of medical school, and now it was my fascination with conspiracy theories. He never minded chatting with me about birds being living dinosaurs or how Anne Hathaway and her husband were the reincarnation of William Shakespeare and his wife. Clay didn't believe in any of them, but he still discussed them seriously because they interested me. Ever since I was young, I'd gone through life knowing what my path was, knowing that I had to focus on that path to succeed and make my Laoba proud. Taking over the family clinic was what had been expected of me. It was a huge burden, and I'd mostly come to terms with it. Clay never forced any of his expectations on me. On the contrary, actually, as he became a safe landing, allowing me to just be. My promiscuous side and my need for his comforting kisses, my silly side, and the hours I could go on about the current theory I was obsessed with, he accepted them all. He never judged me, and always came to me in the steady way he did everything. He nurtured the parts of myself that I pushed aside to focus on what was expected of me.
"There you are, Clay. I was wondering why you didn't come with Dan," Carol said, breaking the moment we'd been having. She'd just returned from chatting with the fair organizer about the rain that was forecasted for later in the day. She informed us everything was still going on as scheduled. We finished setting up the area under the large tent, decorating it with paper crafts that the kids from the elementary school made during class. A large blackboard was stationed at the entrance, listing the price of each hug, and there was a table in the back where volunteers would handle the payments and donations. The vast majority of the tent was for the volunteer huggers to schmooze with people to attract donors. I couldn't help but think we were selling our bodies, but hey, at least it was for a good cause. Frederick arrived just before our official start time. "Hey," he said when he saw us. He was wearing a tight black shirt that somehow made him look even bigger than usual. The kids were already obsessed with his giant form, and now I caught more than one passerby shooting appreciative glances his way as they passed our tent. "I already know who's going to rake in the most donations," I muttered. "Is there a prize for top hugger?" he asked with a chuckle. "Bragging rights?" I offered, which earned me a snort. We didn't have a chance to talk more, since the first wave of people had already joined us. As I expected, all the kids were starry-eyed when they saw Frederick. They all wanted hugs from him, which meant donations from their parents. Clay was popular with the kids, too. Many of them seemed to recognize him as the police officer who patrolled the town. Meanwhile, my customers were mostly the parents of the children. I had an occasional kid requesting a shy hug from me, but for the most part, they preferred Clay and Frederick. I couldn't blame them, since I, too, wouldn't want to be hugged by someone who poked them with needles. Kids loved showing me their strong side. They didn't look towards me for comfort. As for Frederick, I guess his giant teddy bear size had made them all forget the fact that he was also poking them with needles at my clinic. Clay laughed off to the side of me. I'd worried about how Clay would react to all the physical touch today. He was never the hugging type. The only people he really hugged were his mom and me. He only hugged our friends on the rare occasion, and it was always on his terms. So I was relieved to see that Clay actually looked like he was enjoying himself. He listened intently to a kid who was excitedly saying he was going to be a police officer when he grew up too, and wear the cool uniform just like Clay did. Clay encouraged the kid with an intensity that said he fully believed the kid's endeavors. He looked like a patient and caring father who believed in the success of their kid. The women lingering around them didn't hide their feverish eyes as they watched the interaction. They were looking at Clay like they wanted to have his kids. They didn't hide the fact that they were obviously checking him out. The dread of him getting with one of those women in the future crept up my spine like a horror movie. Clay had only ever told me about women he found attractive, so it made sense he would end up with one. He'd find a woman to date, get married, have kids, and leave me as the depressed-as-fuck uncle. It wasn't like it'd be hard for Clay to find someone either. More women had gathered around him. Thank fuck he wasn't wearing his police uniform. In his official blues, his hair tousled from wearing his hat, and the top buttons on his shirt undone to give us a tease of his hard and hairy chest, he was irresistible. God, I wanted to have his children. He could pump me full of his seed, and I'd have all the fucking children he wanted. In the middle of figuring out how male pregnancies could work scientifically, someone poked my shoulder to get my attention. "Hey, man." Hard arms wrapped around me, then another pair quickly followed. "These are gonna cost you," I told Jones and Riker with a laugh and hugged them back. Jones pulled out his wallet and slapped some cash on the table. "I'll order a round of hugs for all of us," he said and gestured to our group of friends. Carla squealed and ran into my arms, laughing as if she was doing something mischievous. Ryan shook his head and chuckled as he watched his daughter. He waited for his turn for a hug. Sam was the last to hug me. He had to go on his tiptoes to wrap his arms around me, which only made me realize how small the man was compared to the rest of us. He returned to Riker's side and tucked himself under his fiancée's arm, like it was his protective blanket. The look they shared was filled with nothing but love. I'd been skeptical when Riker first told us he was pretending to be engaged to Sam to land an apartment, but maybe my friend knew exactly what he was doing.
He wound up finding himself an amazing partner and getting himself engaged for real. Joan wasn't too far from getting hitched either. He found a home with Ryan and Carla, and I'd never seen him happier. I had a sneaking suspicion that Clay was the next one of us to get matched up. It obviously wasn't going to be me, considering the one person I wanted was the one I could never have. I glanced at the man in question again. A line of women had formed to hug him. I couldn't control the intense jealousy of Clay being physical with someone he was actually attracted to. He probably liked their softness, which was a stark contrast to my body. I was muscular and hard like Clay was. That was something I couldn't change. It was only after another 3 more women hugged Clay that I finally noticed how stiff his actions were. I was so focused on stewing the sourness that settled in my stomach that it took me this long to realize how uncomfortable Clay looked. I instantly headed toward him. Right then, it didn't matter how I was feeling. All that mattered was making sure Clay was okay. Chapter 12. Clay. I had no idea what I was getting into when I signed up to volunteer at the hugging booth. I didn't do hugs, not unless I was the one initiating them. But the idea of Dan being so close to all these people without me there didn't sit well with me. I knew I couldn't stop him from doing this, especially when he roped Frederick into it as well, so my next best idea was to do it with him. It was okay at first. I didn't mind hugging the kids so much, but then came the horde of women trying to get their hands on me. Their enthusiasm had quickly muted any joy I had from interacting with the excited kids, and their perfume was giving me a migraine, which only made me even more tense than I already was. I tried to act natural and keep my professional smile, since I'd already committed to this, and I didn't break my promises. But I was quickly losing steam. No matter how quick the hugs were, they felt like ants crawling on my skin, piling up until there wasn't a single inch of me that hadn't felt invaded. I had to force myself not to push the next person off me. For the kids. I tried to remind myself, but my resolve was quickly fading. My smile felt stiff and more forced than anything else. I wouldn't be surprised if someone told me I was grimacing at the crowd now. It all came to a head when a man came to the front of the line. He was big, bigger than me. Flashes of another man reaching out for me had me clenching my fists to the side. The one in front of me was nothing like the monster I defeated in my dreams, but my guard went up anyway. I just had to stand there and take it. It's for the kids, I told myself again. I squeezed my eyes shut, thinking the eventual contact wouldn't devastate me as much if I couldn't see him. Can I have this one? The hug I dreaded never came, and instead Dan's voice sounded. I opened my eyes to see him donning that charming smile of his as he hugged the man who was supposed to be hugging me. Sorry for cutting in. I was dying for a hug, Dan said with a wink to the man. The stranger was so enamored with Dan he was stumbling out of the tent with a loopy smile. There are plenty more hugs to go around, Dan called, and smoothly took my place. He always did that. He always managed to know when I was uncomfortable and swooped in to make everything better. He'd done it the first time we met, and he was doing it again now. When Dan made the decision to become a doctor instead of a police officer with me, he joked about being the hero to the hero, but to me, that had always been the truth. Without even trying, he'd always been my hero. You okay? Riker asked. It was only then that I noticed all our friends were there too. I nodded in reply, not sure if my voice was steady enough to speak yet. Carla ran from Ryan's side to stand in front of me with her arms spread out. Hug? She asked, head tilting to the side. Baby, I don't think now's a good time. I appreciated Ryan's concern, but Carla's pure eyes and innocent intentions didn't make terror memories resurface. I scooped her up into a giant teddy bear hug, and her bubbly laughter soothed the fray edges of my nerves. I was feeling a lot better when the hug ended, and Carla wiggled out of my arms to run back to her dad. She laughed the entire way. The infectious sound had me smiling along with her. Whew, that's a lot of people, Dan commented. He joined us after the line of people waiting for hugs had disappeared. He tugged his shirt up to wipe the bead of sweat forming on his forehead. My eyes immediately locked onto the perfect V-cut of his abdominals. The brutal summer heat had to be the reason I was suddenly burning up. Dan's shirt dropped flat again, and he came to my side. You okay? He asked in a hushed whisper. Not that it mattered. Our friends were all focused on us anyway. I nodded, but that didn't seem to appease him. How about you take a break and grab us some cold lemonades to cool off from the heat, he said. He placed a hot hand at the base where my neck and shoulders connected and squeezed. My body instantly relaxed. If he kept his hands on me like that, I'd do whatever the hell he wanted. Now, hold on there. We haven't ordered our hugs yet. Jones spoke with a smirk. Aw, you want some more sugar? Pay up and I'm all yours, Dan replied, arms out toward him. Jones held up a hand to stop him from getting closer. Hold it. I didn't pay for this. This one's on the house. Just for you, baby, Dan said with a wink. Our friends laughed as Jones tried to get out of Dan's clutches. Enough. I have a donation to make, and I need both of you for it. Jones growled as he pulled out his wallet and slapped a 50 on the donation table. He looked smug as he glanced between Dan and me, clearly plotting something. You said to order your most expensive hug, which is $25 for 5 minutes. $50 means I get 2 5-minute hugs, right? Forget about hugging me. I want you two to hug each other for 5 minutes instead, he said with a smirk. On the surface, it sounded like he was trying to help me. He probably also noticed I was struggling earlier and wanted to find a way for me to get some rest while still helping the cause. However, the evil gleam in his eyes told me he was definitely plotting something, though I had no clue what it was. Is that even allowed? I asked with a frown. Sure, why not? Carol said from her seat behind the table. She quickly accepted the $50 bill with a beaming smile. The customer is king. If that's the case, add 5 more minutes to that counter, Riker said, pulling out his own wallet. What are you guys scheming? Dan asked when Ryan and Sam started pulling out their wallets too. Us? Scheming? Nah, we're just contributing to the playground. Isn't that right, boys? Jones looked at the others, who all nodded. He turned back to us. Now get to it, and I'll start the clock. I better not see an inch of space between you two until your 20 minutes are up. He grabbed one of the stopwatches we had lying around to time the 5-minute hugs. I watched Jones set the clock accordingly and wait until Dan came into my arms to start it. He's plotting something. I just know it. Dan rested his chin on my shoulder and muttered. His hot breath tickled the hair at the nape of my neck. Our friends hooted and hollered, calling out for us to hug each other tighter. Looking hot, Sam called with a snicker. Literally and figuratively. What's going on over here? A peppy voice asked. I turned my head to see Atlas coming under the tent to where our friends were. Ryan filled him in. A stony-faced Hector followed at Atlas's side. Hector owned the diner in town, and Atlas was the waiter he'd reluctantly hired. I was surprised to see them here together, since Hector rarely left the diner. I couldn't remember the last time he'd closed it for even a morning. Making 2 large, sexy men hug. Sounds like my idea of a good time. Count me in. Atlas piped up as he placed money on the table. Hector followed suit, and I swore I saw a faint blush tinting his cheeks under his facial hair. He let out an awkward cough and commented, "For the kids' playground." As if opening the floodgates, the people who had only been watching curiously earlier stopped by the table with their own contribution to the clock. Carol accepted the money, looking almost giddy at the donations that were rolling in. Jones beamed. "Hear that? You're now at an hour." He hooted and adjusted the timer. Fuckers. They want us to melt into a pile of sweat, Dan muttered, but his hold on me got even tighter. Don't worry, they'll get bored eventually and leave. We only have to hang on until then. Oh, no, you don't. Even if we're gone, Carol will be here to make sure you do the time. Isn't that right? Jones said with his nose pointed to the sky. Carol nodded enthusiastically. We can't cheat them out of their hard-earned donations, she said, eyes peering at Dan and me. A shiver ran through me from her gaze. I could practically see dollar signs in her eyes as she looked at us like she was seeing the next big moneymaker. My instincts were proven correct when, at the next second, she started broadcasting this as an event, explaining to the passing audience that they could extend the time of our hug by making a big donation. I didn't think anyone would care to donate to such a ridiculous reason. I mean, who wanted to see 2 men hugging? Apparently, I either knew nothing about what people wanted, or this was some weird small-town quirk, because suddenly Dan and I were on the clock for 2 hours. Our friends, those evil bastards, were cackling off to the side of us. Jones gleefully added time to our stopwatch. Frederick was busy hugging the donors who weren't laughing at our expense, but I still caught him shooting a smirk our way.
Don't worry. I'll leave an empty water bottle here in case you need to piss, Jones said, so very unhelpfully.
I hate you,
Dan hissed. His arms tightened around me, and the movement caused his head to nuzzle against the crook of my neck. I stifled the moan that wanted to escape me at how his hands wandered around my back. I was suddenly very aware of how intimately Dan was pressed against me. My skin ended where his started. This close, I could smell the scent of the medicinal herbs that seemed to have seeped into his skin from all his years of studying TCM. That mixed with the sweat and heady scent that lay underneath had me feeling almost lightheaded. The heat was the only explanation for why my heartbeat picked up, or the blood that was quickly rushing downstairs. My body stiffened. I looked out toward the crowd that was still watching us to remind myself that we were surrounded by our entire fucking town, and I could not get a boner right now.
You okay?
Dan's question tickled my ear. Another shiver passed through me as his hand slid down my spine. He must have magical hands or something, because why else did they feel so good? There was no other explanation to it. Images of how good those hands made me feel the other night popped into my head, and all the efforts toward preventing myself from getting an erection in front of my townsfolk flew out the window.
Clay, are you?
He didn't even have to finish the question for me to know he most definitely felt the hard object pressed against him. Where was a hole when I needed to jump into one? Chapter 13. Clay. The hugging booth ended with me still being able to show my face around town. Thank fuck. Dan's body had prevented anyone from seeing the big situation I had in my pants, and my erection had quickly deflated when my mom and Victor stopped by the tent not too long after. Mom looked mildly concerned about the entire thing, but she didn't say much about it. Meanwhile, Victor happily contributed 20 whole minutes to our clock before merrily leaving the tent hand in hand with my mom. I didn't hate hugging Dan. Loved it, in fact. Doing it in front of our entire town, though, yeah, that I could have done without. Standing still for hours on end was also a lot harder than I expected. At some point, I lost feeling in my legs, and Dan and I had to hobble in place to bring the circulation back. Our little show somehow brought in even more donors, which added even more time to our clock. I never thought it was possible, but after a couple of hours of my skin being practically pasted against Dan's, I could confidently say I was getting tired of hugging him. Carol and the crowd had taken pity on us when our shift was scheduled to end and let us go free.
You boys did fabulously. We far surpassed today's donation goal. You have to make sure to sign up for another volunteer slot later,
Carol all but demanded, dollar signs still flashing in her eyes. Fuck that. I was never volunteering for the hugging booth again. I could tell even Dan was done with this whole ordeal by the weak smile and half-assed answer he gave her as we quickly made our escape. My arms and legs are noodles, he said, slumping over an empty table in the makeshift food court the fair set up. I slid into the seat beside him, pleased when he didn't try to shift into the seat across from me like he'd been doing the past couple weeks, though he probably didn't have the energy to move right now, even if he wanted to. We're never doing that again, I stated. Dan let out a defeated sound of agreement. He turned to one cheek to face me.
You didn't have to sign up today in the first place, so why did you?
He asked. I couldn't let you do this alone, I replied.
I wouldn't have been alone. Frederick would have been with me.
Right. How could I have forgotten about Frederick? And thank fuck I came today, because if I hadn't, then Frederick would have been the one hugging Dan all this time. Then he'd be the one pressed up against him, smelling Dan's intoxicating scent and feeling his miraculous hands. Just the thought of it made me rage with jealousy. It made me want to punch something, or lock Dan away so no one else could get to him. I didn't want anyone else hugging Dan, much less for hours on end. Except, I couldn't explain where these big emotions came from. I was saved from answering by our order number being called. I shot out of my seat to grab our food. My stride was a lot slower than usual to give me extra time to settle my thoughts. I picked up the tray with our food and took my time grabbing sauce and utensils. I knew pulling the napkins out of their holders sheet by sheet could only buy me so much time, and then I'd have to return to Dan and explain myself. And God, what if he asked about the boner? What was I supposed to say to that? That his scent turned me on, that ever since he made me come, I couldn't stop thinking about his hands.
Clay, you okay?
A dainty hand waved in front of my face,
merging with the rough one that I'd been dreaming about. The disconnect popped the bubble of memory as I focused on my mom's concerned expression. "Mom, what are you doing here?" I asked, pushing her hand out of my face.
"Victor and I were just grabbing some food. We saw you and your brother were here as well,"
Mom said, and gestured to where Victor was sitting with my brother. I'd never had an issue when they referred to him as that in the past, but this time I had to push down the urge to correct her. Dan was my stepbrother, but more importantly, he was my best friend. He was just mine. Mom hooked her arms through mine, her smile turning wicked.
"Guess who else is here?"
she asked, but she didn't even give me a second to answer before she was pulling me with her.
"It just so happens the daughter of my friend's neighbor is also having dinner. You should eat with her."
"Mom, wait. Dan's waiting for me to bring back our food."
"Don't worry about that. We'll make sure he's fed, so just enjoy your time with Jessica,"
Mom said, still pulling me along. "Mom, I told you I didn't want—"
"Jessica, look who I have here,"
Mom called before I could stop her. A woman sitting a few tables down from where Dan sat turned our way and stood, and I knew it was too late to slip away. I couldn't have escaped even if I wanted to anyway, not with the death grip Mom currently had on my arm as she continued to pull me along. I tried to glare at my mom, but it only bounced off her. She was all smiles as she greeted the woman named Jessica.
"Well, I'll let you kids get to it. Have a good dinner."
"Mom," I tried calling her. My hand reached out to stop her, but it only caught the dust that tracked up from her quick escape. She quickly flitted to Victor's side and plopped into the seat beside him. Dan was slowly munching on some fries our parents must have ordered, though he made it obvious he was watching me. His brow twitched when our eyes met. One side of his lips turned down into a half-frown. He was clearly angry, or at the very least, annoyed. I unconsciously took a step toward him, wanting to make whatever pissed him off go away. I wanted to make everything okay for him.
"Clay, is everything all right?"
Jessica asked from behind me. Fuck. I'd forgotten about her. I twisted back to the woman and tried to force a smile. I was royally pissed at Mom for pulling this crap, but my manners prevented me from taking my anger out on the person in front of me. She probably thought I'd agreed to this blind date like she had. "Listen, there's been a misunderstanding," I told her. "The sooner I cleared this up, the quicker I could get back to Dan." Our food was quickly cooling on the tray, and nobody wanted a soggy corn dog. She tilted her head in a way that reminded me of Carla. Her blonde hair fell down her shoulders, reaching all the way to her hips. She had hair like Rapunzel, and while some guys might find that hot, I couldn't stop imagining the tangled mess in bed. Short hair was so much more convenient, plus Dan's hair felt so nice between my fingers. His hair had grown out recently. It wasn't super long, but long enough for me to get a good grip. I bet he'd look sexy with him flat on the bed, his black strands fanning his face, and me on top of him. And, whoa, where had those thoughts come from? I wasn't too manly to admit I loved Dan, but not like that. Never like that. I loved him in a way best friends loved each other, in the way you loved the person who knew you best, the person you wanted to spend the rest of your life with. Why did it suddenly sound like the vows Mom took with Victor when they got married? Surely some wires got crossed or something, because I wasn't even into men like that. Besides the whole jerk-off session with Dan the other day, I'd never been physically attracted to men. Fine, there was the one other time I got an erection kissing him. Maybe this was the new version of the Dan effect. The adult version. When we were kids, he had a way of getting everyone's attention, and now as adults, he was what? Getting me hard. None of this made any fucking sense, but then Mom's vows to Victor came into mind. When I look at him, I see my future. And my God, could I resonate with that? My 10-year-old self knew there was something special about Dan the first time I met him. He looked at me and didn't see a victim. He saw me as someone who could be a protector when I'd been anything but. I wanted to be the hero he saw in me, even if I was still the terrified little boy inside. My thoughts were swirling faster than I could keep up with. My relationship with Dan was now under scrutiny. Jessica put her hand on my arm.
"Misunderstanding? You're Clay Segal, aren't you?"
I couldn't think straight with this distraction here, but there was one thing I was certain about. I looked at Dan, and I saw my future, because I couldn't see anyone other than him next to me. Dan stood, eyes piercing where Jessica was touching me. Emotions flashed in his eyes. Pain and something else, but he turned around too quickly for me to discern what it was. And there goes my future, quickly striding away from me. Chapter 14. Clay. There came a time in every man's life when he had to decide between doing what was proper and doing what his heart wanted. Fuck manners when the person who'd restarted my heartbeat was hurt and running from me. I brushed off Jessica's arm, threw apologies over my shoulder as I dropped my tray at the table Mom and Victor were sitting at, and booked it after Dan. I vaguely heard Mom shouting my name over the drum of my heartbeat in my ears, but my feet didn't slow down until I caught up to Dan. "Wait," I called, reaching out to grab his shoulder. Dan stopped, but he didn't turn around. I huffed out a couple of breaths, trying to get the air in my lungs. Working as a police officer for a slow-paced town had slowed me down as well. I'd kept up my weight training at the gym, but I really needed to work on my cardio. "Why did you leave without me?" I asked once I'd finally caught my breath.
"Looked like you were busy,"
he muttered, his back still toward me. "Doesn't mean you couldn't have waited," I argued. The only reason I was at the damn fair in the first place was because of him. Dan shrugged and tried to brush my hold off of him, but I only held on tighter. I wasn't going to let him run away this time, not when I saw the hurt in his eyes. If he wanted to avoid me because I pissed him off, fine, but if he was running to suffer alone, I'd have to be dead before I ever allowed that to happen. I hugged him, my front pressed toward his back, and my arms wrapped around the front of his neck so that he couldn't get away.
"Clay, what are you doing?"
he exclaimed. He looked to either side of us, probably at the people who were no doubt staring. They could look at us all they wanted. It didn't bother me.
"People are staring,"
Dan said and tried to break free. My arms tightened around him. "Let them," I replied. "We can give them something new to talk about." A small town wouldn't be a small town without its little quirks, and if there was one thing residents of Kither Springs loved, it was their gossip. Jones would love it if we finally managed to get our townsfolk to stop talking about him being a masochist. One commented Hector's Diner a while back, and everyone was still mentioning the kinky den boy weeks later. "Don't push me away," I whispered into his ear. I loved the way my breath had his eyelids fluttering closed for a second. "Tell me what's going on in that pretty mind of yours." Dan huffed out a hot breath and gritted out,
"Can we not do this here?"
He tugged the arm wrapped around his neck again, and I loosened my hold around him. "Let's go home then," I told him, and switched my position so that I was beside him, arms slung around his shoulders now. Something told me that if I wasn't careful enough, he'd slip out of my reach forever. Like hell, I was letting that happen, so I held on tight the entire walk home. The fairgrounds were only a 20-minute walk from our house, and it didn't matter how much Dan complained about how hot and sweaty he was with me plastered next to him. I clung to him like he was the only reprieve from this heat. Once we made it back to our house, Dan shook me off. I let him go, since he couldn't escape now that I had him home. I basked in the wonder of AC for a second before following Dan to the kitchen. He pulled out a cold beer from the fridge, passing it to me, and grabbed another one for himself. He quickly chugged its contents, and a stream of liquid dribbled down his chin. I reached out to wipe it away for him. He glared at me.
"You know you shouldn't be doing things like that now that you have a girlfriend,"
he spat out. I was taken aback, having never heard him speak like that before. "I don't have a girlfriend," I replied carefully.
"That's not what it looked like to me,"
he said with a snort. He opened the fridge and grabbed another beer, which he proceeded to drain as well. "Whoa, why don't you slow down there?" I said, which earned me another glare. Dan had never been much of a drinker in the first place. At the rate he was going, plus having only a few fries in his stomach, he was going to end up drunk before I could get some actual food in him. I stood between him and the fridge before he could grab another one. Dan let out a frustrated growl, swiped a hand through his hair, and stormed out of the kitchen. I followed to find him pacing the living room. Dan's hair stood up every which way, probably from constantly running his hands through it. He didn't even register me entering the room and continued his pacing.
"You know what? It doesn't matter if she was your girlfriend. If not her, then it'll be another girl. At the end of the day, you're going to belong to someone else, and there's nothing I can do about that,"
he muttered. I had a suspicion he was saying it more to himself than anyone else. I could see where he was coming from.
I dreaded the day he found someone to marry. A bullet to the heart might be better than someone else taking my spot, but it was part of growing up. A part of life. That's what I told myself, but it never made me feel better. I didn't think it'd comfort Dan either. Nothing will change. It will always be us against the world, I told him instead, because that was a truth I firmly believed. Even if we both found other people to marry, he would always be the most important person to me. Dan shook his head, his eyes going wide and wet, and fuck, he looked like he was about to cry.
You don't understand, he said, voice cracking. You'll never be mine.
Panic welled up inside me, because why did it sound like he was putting a ticking time bomb on our relationship? He was foreseeing an end that I never considered. I am yours, I said, needing him to believe me. He shook his head again, eyes closed and facing the ground. I shot toward him and forced him to look at me. I'm yours, I repeated. Yours to do anything you want with. Dan's brown eyes pierced through me. They were still glassy, probably from his unshed tears and the alcohol that went straight to his brain, but I didn't miss the heat in them. His usual dark browns turned amber. That fire that burned in his gaze was so similar to the way he looked at me as he explored my dick with his wonderful hands. My pants began tightening.
Anything?
The question came out soft and breathless, and I was fully pitching a tent now. I gulped, trying to bring back moisture to my suddenly dry mouth as I nodded. Dan sucked in an unsteady breath. His eyelids fluttered closed, but I could see his eyes flitting around under there like he was thinking hard about something. When he opened them again, there was a determination in his gaze.
Stay there,
he ordered, and tried to pull away. I was scared he was running again, so I grabbed his wrist. He half-turned, eyes roaming down my body.
I'll be back,
he said, warm palm covering my hand and telling me to let go.
And you better be naked when I am.
That had me dropping his arm like his words had burned me. Maybe they had. That had to be the only explanation for the heat that lingered in the pit of my stomach and shot straight to my groin. Dan exited the living room without looking back, and I scrambled out of my clothes. Even with the extra layer gone, the AC couldn't cool down my burning skin or my raging heart-on. I didn't have much beer, but the alcohol had to be the only reason I was so excited, right? Was that what this was? The anticipation of Dan's return had pre-cum spilling over my length. He told me to strip, just like last time. And just like last time, that meant he'd put his hands on me, right? My cock throbbed at the thought, and I couldn't resist giving it a comforting stroke.
Don't touch yourself,
Dan ordered, returning to the living room with a dining table chair and neckties? What the fuck was he going to do with that? I didn't have time to wonder. I quickly dropped my hand like I'd been caught doing something bad. Dan looked pleased that I'd followed his orders. That only made me want to follow them even more. He pushed aside our coffee table and placed the chair in its place. I was dropping into it before he could even tell me to. Dan quickly reeled in his surprise and knelt in front of me. I thought he was going to touch my aching cock, but he pushed my feet apart instead and used the neckties to tie my legs to either side of the chair leg. That explained what the neckties were for. "What are you doing?" I asked as he did the same with my hands and tied them to the back of the chair. I tested the restraints. Dan definitely wasn't a professional, and I could have broken free if I'd really wanted to, but I didn't. Dan was behind me and pressed a kiss to my nape before dragging his lips up my neck to whisper in my ear.
Testing the validity of your words. You said I can do anything I want with you. But how true is that, really?
I shook in my seat, and my eyes pressed closed as his sweet as honey voice echoed straight into my lust-filled brain. How had I never noticed how nice Dan's voice was? Everything about him was so fucking nice. He was fucking perfect. When I'd gotten my emotions under control enough to open my eyes again, he was sitting on the couch in front of me, smirking like he knew exactly what I was thinking. "Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it. Anything." I told him again just to make sure it really got into his head. His smirk quirked up. It was pure mischief and looked so fucking sexy on him.
"I'm going to touch you,"
he said slowly. I couldn't stop the yes, yes, yes that repeated in my mind. My hips bucked up, needing his hands on me already, please and thank you.
Dan's eyes lazily dragged down my body to my erection, pointing his way, as if trying to get to him. His smile grew. "I'm going to touch you, and you're not going to come," he said, sliding a finger down my length. His calm tone was a stark contrast to the whining noise that escaped my throat. He was crazy if he thought I wasn't going to come the moment he really got his hand on me. But the stern look in Dan's eyes told me he was dead serious. "You're going to tell me when you're too close to the edge, or we're not doing this at all," he said. As if giving me a little tease of what I've been missing out on, he pumped my rock-hard cock. The determination was still in his eyes, but hesitation had crept in too. This was important to him. Did controlling my body somehow confirm that I really belonged to him? I didn't know, but if this was what he needed, I'd give it to him. "Can't you let me come once? Then you can do whatever you want to me," I bargained. I didn't know how I was going to do what he wanted when my dick was already begging for a release. He bumped my cock, milking more pre-cum from me. I sighed into his touch, thinking he'd acquiesce to my request. And thank fuck, too, because I was so ready for the release. Just before I could have a taste of the sweet release, Dan gave a curt, "No." He leaned back onto the couch, much too far away from my liking. My dick cried out, needing his touch, but his eyes were firm as he said, "We're doing this my way, or not at all." "Fine. Just give me a minute." I gritted out and exhaled a long, ragged breath in order to calm myself. It didn't help at all, so I forced my eyes closed and tried to think about anything besides my need to come. Clowns. Think about clowns and their freaky-ass makeup. Think about how weird it was that so many of them could fit in a tiny-ass car. Dan squeezed my dick, and my eyes popped open. "Your minute is up," he stated, and pumped my erection. I was no farther from coming than I was a minute ago. My hips bucked at his touch, the release so fucking close, but then Dan pulled back again. "Tell me when you are about to come," he said, the warning clear in his voice. Words were impossible at that moment, so I could only nod as I tried to catch my breath. Dan just watched me. Those damn brown eyes felt like warm honey on my skin as they caressed me. I groaned, more turned on than I'd ever been before, and he wasn't even touching me. I was so fucked, which was only further confirmed when Dan put his hands back on me. This time, he didn't go straight for my dick. He fell to his knees between my legs. His lips pressed into the sensitive part of my inner thigh as he gently dragged his teeth up against it. His eyes were still locked on mine as he moved his hot mouth up my thigh. He pressed a quick, teasing peck to my balls, then whispered, "Remember to tell me when you're close." I nodded so hard I thought my head was going to fall off my neck, but who the hell cared about that when it meant I could get Dan's lips back on me? He chuckled, his hot breath tickling me right before he sucked on my balls. I couldn't stop the guttural moan as he loved on one ball, then the other, moving back and forth like he was memorizing the taste of them. I couldn't pull my gaze away, even though I knew I was only making things harder for myself. Dan on his knees for me. It was going to grace my dreams for days. His eyes still held mine too, and very slowly he licked a wet stripe up my length, then pressed a loving kiss to my head. I tried to keep still, but my hips thrust up, meeting only air. Dan had moved down again to sprinkle rough kisses around my groin. He left dark red marks in his wake as his lips moved up again. I already knew Dan's kisses felt amazing, but I wasn't prepared for how devious they were too. I could barely get in air fast enough with how breathless he was making me. And just when I thought I had more of a reprieve, Dan made his move again. Without any warning whatsoever, he dragged his tongue up my shaft, following the most prominent vein to my head. Once there, he didn't hesitate to suck down my entire length. It was impressive, really, and I would have given him more praise if I weren't so focused on not coming right then and there. My dick hit the back of his throat, and more of my moans echoed inside the living room. Dan's eyes fluttered closed as he pulled off with a huff. He nuzzled his cheek against my erection and... was he fucking sniffing me? Why was that hotter than it should be? I keened to the sight, thankful his mouth wasn't on me right now, because I was going to fucking blow. Dan's browns met mine again as my pre-cum dripped down my length and onto his cheek.
He swiped at the liquid and made a show of lapping it up.
"You taste so good,"
he said with a moan that had me producing more of that good stuff for him. His mouth covered my head, the suction both heaven and hell, but it was his words that were the real killer.
"I could stay here all night tasting you, milking you until you have nothing left to give."
He took me down his throat. My eyes rolled to the back of my head, and he pulled off too quickly for me to really savor it.
"All the things I plan to do to you with my mouth, you're going to be begging me to never stop."
"For fuck's sake, Dan, shut the fuck up," I begged, the words coming out half-assed and weak. It couldn't be helped. I was using all my energy not to come.
"Not in the chatting mood. That's all right with me, too,"
he said with a chuckle. He licked his lips, and the conversation was over. He was too busy using his mouth to do the dirty things he'd promised. He took all of me again. My dick might as well be down his throat at this point. He did something that had him vibrating around me, driving me fucking mad.
"Dan, I'm gonna come,"
I whined, and just like that, he was off me again. He looked so fucking pleased with himself as I gasped for air. The switch from his hot mouth to the cold AC was a shock to my system. Every single part of my body was straining with the effort of keeping still and not breaking free from his restraints to take what I wanted. I didn't know why Dan needed this, but he did, and I was willing to do anything for him. Like I told him, I was his to do with as he wished. Dan let me rest for longer this time. He sat back on his haunches, showing me he was hard too. I licked my lips, wishing he'd strip so I could get to see him too. I wasn't able to last time either. Why I wanted to see a dude's hard dick, I wasn't going to think too deeply on. I was going to focus on the fact that it was Dan, and every part of him was nice, so I was sure his erection would be too. Unfortunately, my wish didn't come true, as Dan refocused his energy on torturing me. If I thought my dick was aching before, it was nothing compared to how it now felt under Dan's control. He'd put his mouth on me, then stop right before I could come, letting me rest only until I could breathe again, before doing it all over again. My dick throbbed with need. Hell, my entire body throbbed with need. Not an inch of my skin was spared from his wicked mouth. I was a rocket that was so fucking ready to take off, but my launcher was persistent about keeping me grounded, despite my begging. I was going insane under his handling, my dick a sloppy mess of pre-cum in his spit. I didn't know how long he'd been at it. It was still light out when we got home, but now the only light came from the dim lamp Dan had turned on earlier. The passage of time was marked by the brief minutes of rest he allowed me in order to get my shit together. Not that I had any hopes of that. Even if he wasn't touching me, his gaze burned into me, and that might as well be another form of torture altogether. He'd always had pretty eyes, but what I loved most about them was how honest they were, and right now they showed me just how needy he was for me too. That was what hit me the hardest. His need to possess me was as strong as mine was for him, and allowing him to do this comforted something inside of him. There was no doubt I'd let him control my orgasm for as long as he wanted. He reached out his hand and softly cupped my cheek, his eyes going soft as his thumb stroked my lips. Now that I thought about it, his mouth had kissed every single part of me besides my own lips. And now I craved it. Dan wouldn't let me come, but maybe he'd let me have this? "Kiss me, please," I asked, voice hoarse from all the moaning I'd done tonight. Dan smiled, a soft, pretty thing. His hand continued to stroke my cheeks as his face came closer. He plopped a quick kiss to my lips that ended much too soon. I pulled forward for more, as much as my restraints allowed me to, but Dan was just out of my reach. I caught his smirk just before he said,
"You can come now."
Then his lips were back on mine, giving me exactly what I wanted. I gasped into the kiss, and his tongue slipped past my teeth and led me into the hardest orgasm I'd ever experienced. My hips bucked, and I was shooting into the air, untouched. But that didn't matter when Dan finally gave me permission. He kissed me through the orgasm and swallowed my moans. I was sensitive everywhere, and his hands threaded through my hair had me trembling along with the force of the release. I was shaking and mindless, and my well-spent cock was crying for rest against my thigh.
"You were so good for me,"
Dan whispered and flicked my nipple. I moaned at the touch, overstimulated, but also so damn happy I'd given Dan something he needed. It was just, why had it felt like I needed this too?
Chapter 15. Dan. How many times could a man get off in one night? 3 was the record for me, but who was counting? It was probably why I felt so drained this morning as I pulled myself out of bed to get ready for brunch with our friends. After spending all night jerking off to the image of a very needy and obedient Clay, I was so tempted to just bail. But Sunday brunch had been a tradition of sorts, and I knew our friends would get on our asses if we didn't show up without a good reason.
Morning,
Clay said, stepping out of the bathroom. He'd obviously just gotten out of the shower. He was shirtless, with only a towel wrapped around his waist. My eyes trailed down his jacked body and landed on the dark marks I'd left on him yesterday. Memories of all the things he'd let me do to him had the blood rushing to my cheeks. "Morning," I murmured, gaze flicking to the ground. I didn't know if I should be ashamed about how much controlling his orgasm turned me on. A deep rumble of a laugh rolled out of Clay's chest as he tugged me forward for a kiss that had me swooning against him. His strong arms caught me and wrapped around me as they locked me in his embrace. After 3 orgasms last night, I didn't think it would be possible to get it up again, but anything that had to do with Clay always surprised me. I was hard against him, and I could feel his erection through his towel too. "We don't have time," I whispered. My hand was against his firm chest, attempting to push him away, though I admit I wasn't trying very hard. He hummed a sound of acknowledgement and nibbled on my bottom lip before pulling back. His green eyes were soft when he pressed a kiss to my forehead. He might as well stick a knife straight into my heart with how much the action made me bleed for him. Was this another form of comfort? Another way for him to tell me he belonged to me? Not like that proved anything. I knew his remarks about being mine were only childish claims that stemmed from a twisted evolution of our close relationship. Clay was trying to keep our relationship the way it had always been, but this was only a bandage over a wound that had continued to fester until one or both of us got hurt. God, I must have been out of my mind for doing what I did to him last night. I blamed being crazed with jealousy and how quickly the alcohol went to my brain. If I were a better person, I wouldn't let Clay get even more tangled up in this messed up situation. I'd set him free and be the good stepbrother I was supposed to be. If I were a better person, I wouldn't have let him drag me into a deserted alleyway a couple of blocks away from Hector's. I wouldn't have let him kiss me until every cell in my body learned to need him to operate. But I wasn't a better person, and that became abundantly clear when we showed up late to brunch. My cheeks were flushed, and my lips were probably swollen from Clay's bruising kisses. But hey, at least my friends didn't bring it up like they had last time. That had been awkward as hell.
"You guys finally made it,"
Jones called out as we walked up to the table. It was too hot outside to bring their pets, so we found our way inside the diner. Clay looked disappointed at the fact. He loved dogs, and since I was allergic, he couldn't raise one at home and had turned to loving on Lily, Jones's dog. The group grabbed the large table in the middle of the diner since Jordan and Ren had joined today. "When did you guys get back to town?" I asked, taking one of the 2 empty seats. Clay slid in the other one next to me. Jordan was Jones's older brother and co-owner of the largest construction company in town, which Riker worked for. Ren was his travel vlogging boyfriend, and he was also the reason for the recent migration of people to our town. He posted a series of videos around our idyllic town on his channel, and suddenly, everyone wanted to live here. It felt like all the rental properties here had been swept up overnight, which had led to an increase in rental prices, which was also the reason Riker and Sam had to pretend to be together in order to rent a place. It was all very ridiculous, and I was glad to have locked in our current place long before this. Although the whole fake fiancés thing had led to Riker and Sam getting together for real, so I'd say things had worked out for the best in the end. "Last night," Ren replied with a smile as he grabbed his boyfriend's hand. There was a look of love in his eyes as he looked at Jordan. It was probably the same feeling I got when I looked at Clay, and there I go thinking about him again.
"Vancouver was nice, but it's good to be home. We are sorry to have missed all of yesterday's fun. Heard they got the clock up to 5 hours, but took pity on you,"
Jordan commented, and I groaned. Ren peered at me with a mischievous smile. "That's not all I heard." "Did something else happen?" Riker leaned over to ask.
I heard it happened after we left, Sam told his fiancée. Something about more hugging and a shouting match in front of the fair.
He glanced at us as if waiting for an explanation. We couldn't do anything in this fucking small town without making a potential spectacle of ourselves. The local rumor mill was going as strong as ever. I swore they could compete with the best news stations on how quickly they got their gossip. It's all just a misunderstanding, Clay replied casually. The others didn't look convinced as they continued to study us. I didn't say anything, since Clay and I having a little argument wasn't out of the norm. I glanced at Jones, who was intently focused on the menu in front of him, and looking like he wasn't interested in this topic of conversation in the slightest. That wasn't like him at all. Jones might not like to admit it, but he loved gossiping almost as much as his boyfriend's mom. I sometimes liked to joke that it was one of the reasons Ryan fell for Jones. Already having a huge gossip for a mom, he was drawn to the familiar. Which was why it was very strange Jones wasn't more engaged right now, especially when the gossip involved his friends. Atlas came over not too long after to take our orders. He looked extra bright today, and there was a noticeable pep in his step as he flitted around the busy brunch crowd. I swore he was moving around so fast I saw after images of him. Conversation moved on, thankfully. Ren talked a bit about the exciting collaboration he was doing with a famous Canadian vlogger. It was the reason they were in Vancouver. Sam handed out some more aloe gel his Gramps had processed, saying they had more than they could use in a lifetime. His Gramps was apparently obsessed with aloe vera plants and had a backyard full of them. This wasn't the first time Sam had given us his Gramps' aloe goods, but I wasn't going to say no to more. I never used it at the clinic, but the stuff was great for sunburns and small cuts. In fact, I'd smeared some on where I'd bitten Clay's bottom lip, and it had already fully healed. Maybe I was imagining it, but his lips seemed softer too. I glanced over at him. Clay swallowed his food and licked his lips. They looked fuller too. I needed to stop looking at his lips. I needed to stop looking at him in general. I focused back on my food. The AC blew over me, carrying a familiar musky scent. Why did Clay always smell so good? It must be the reason I liked being beside him so much, also that I could bask in the smell of him. He smelled better the closer you got to him, too. I wanted to press my nose right up against his skin and inhale his scent directly from the source. He'd smelled so good last night while I explored his body. Surely cocks weren't supposed to smell good, but his was fucking intoxicating. His musky scent came through even with the sweat from the hot day, making him smell warmer, if that was even possible. It was like I'd bottled up his essence and made it into a heady aphrodisiac that I'd willingly bathe myself in. My dick twitched, and I shot to my feet. My friends all turned to me at the sudden action, and I quickly excused myself, using the reason of nature calling. The first thing I did in the bathroom was splash my face with freezing cold water. The fantasies of Clay had gotten worse these days. Even as a horny teen, I'd been able to control my thoughts of him, or I was at least able to control them in front of other people. Alone in my room, well, that was another story altogether. I wasn't a horny teenager now, and yet it was harder now more than ever to stop thinking about him. Was it because teenage me could only imagine how Clay's face would twist in beautiful perfection when he came? I knew now just how beautiful he was during an orgasm, which was probably why I kept replaying the scene over in my mind. The bathroom door opened, and I saw Clay walk in through the mirror at the sink. Looking at my face, he frowned. He rolled up some paper towels and strode over to me. "You're getting your shirt wet," he said in a scolding tone as he turned me around and carefully wiped the water droplets from my face. I watched him as he took care of me. It was moments like these that made letting him go so hard. The man was too kind for his own good. I mean, who else would kiss another man to comfort them when he wasn't even attracted to men? Who else would let another man touch them? Desire warred with my moral side. I knew I was corrupting him and making him do things he otherwise wouldn't. I knew I was messing up the dynamic we'd carefully built up over the years. I was being selfish and jeopardizing our parents' happiness. I wished I were stronger. I wished I were strong enough to look at Clay's tender expression as he swiped back my damp hair and be unaffected. That was something I'd have to learn another day. Right now, I leaned in for a kiss. My heart constricted by the way he leaned in too and closed his eyes, as if expecting it, as if needing it as much as I did. His lips were soft against mine. The kiss was more soothing than anything else. We were playing a dangerous game, kissing in the middle of a public space where anyone could walk in at any time, but it seemed gambling, by towing the line, was all I was doing these days. I lost the gamble today. The bathroom door opened, and I caught Jones's eye before I could end the kiss. He couldn't hide the fluster on his face as he backtracked.
"Looks like they're cleaning the bathrooms right now,"
he said to someone behind him as the door swung fully closed. Clay turned around at the sound of Jones's voice, but he only saw a closed door. He faced me again, and his hand stroked my face nonchalantly. Meanwhile, my heart hammered so hard in my chest, I heard the pounding in my ears. Clay's eyes were closed, so he probably didn't know that we'd just been caught kissing. Jones knew. Chapter 16. Dan. My heart was racing through the rest of brunch. I kept watch of Jones, trying to gauge for a reaction, but he was decisively not glancing my way. By the way he was avoiding both my and Clay's eyes, I knew there was no doubt we'd been caught. Fuckity fuck. How had we come to this? It all started with one drunken kiss, and that was all it was supposed to be. But then my greed took over until Clay and I were acting like it was totally normal for two stepbrothers to be kissing. And now we were caught by Jones, no less. I loved my friend, but everyone knew he was a gossip. I could already imagine it. By the end of the night, the entire town was going to be talking about it, which meant our parents were sure to find out too. I could already picture my Laoba's face of horror at finding out his child was going around kissing his wife's son. Jones and Ryan invited us back to their cabin after brunch since Carla was playing at her friend's house today. I was quick to agree, hoping to get Jones alone to do some damage control. Jordan and Ren had other obligations and parted with us outside the diner. Riker and Sam came with us too, stating they wanted to see the puppies. Clay's usually calm energy turned excited at the mention of puppies, and as soon as we arrived at their cabin, he was bouncing toward them. Lily had recently given birth to 3 puppies. The 2 black ones were already spoken for after they were old enough to leave their mom, and Jones and Ryan decided to keep Lily's mini-me for Carla. I could only watch from afar, being allergic to them and all, but I had to admit the puppies were cute, tiny little things, and Clay looked fucking adorable gushing over them. Today, I couldn't even appreciate the view, not when I was full-on panicking. "Can we talk in private?" I asked Jones while the others were distracted with the pups. He looked like he dreaded this conversation as much as I was, but he nodded and led me to his bedroom. Shutting the door, he leaned against it with his arms crossed over his chest. He was closed off, his expression unreadable, and I was panicking even more. "So," I started, kicking my feet against his wooden floor. I tucked my hands into my front pockets, feeling like I was a kid sent to the principal's office. I didn't know the best way to start the conversation, so I ended up with saying, "You saw." Jones nodded, crushing any last hope that maybe he hadn't seen after all. My mouth was dry, but I still pushed out the words. "Can you keep it a secret?" I asked softly, eyes begging him in request. He frowned, and something akin to hurt flashed through his face.
"Do you really think I'd blab about this to others?"
he asked, and there was no masking the hurt now. My mouth opened, but I was speechless. I was such a shitty friend because I hadn't expected him not to gossip about this. That was just how things worked in small towns like this, and even if Jones was one of the best guys I knew, I didn't think he would be the exception. The problem was, I'd worried for so long about what would happen when my secret crush was exposed that the only outcome I could see was one where my life imploded. I wasn't thinking about Jones being my friend. He was the person who'd set off this ticking time bomb. I missed the chance to explain myself, and Jones let out a self-deprecating laugh.
"Wow, okay. I can't believe one of my best friends thought I could hurt them like that by spilling their secret."
"Jones, fuck. I never thought that," I said, swiping a hand through my hair. "I'm just not thinking clearly right now. I'm sorry." I couldn't look at him, so I stared at the floor. I didn't need another reminder of what a selfish person I was. I only thought about myself, and it didn't matter who I hurt in my wake. Jones's sneakers eventually came into my view. His hand landed on my shoulder, and I finally looked at him. He let out a sigh, but his features had softened.
"I've actually known about you two since last weekend,"
he said, casually dropping this truth bomb. I gaped at him. My mouth was on the floor with how shocked I was. He chuckled with how ridiculous I probably looked at that moment. How? Then I remembered Clay and me kissing in the middle of his backyard. The hot tub, I guessed. He nodded. Was that why you paid to force us to hug? To stir something up? We were pasted together under that scorching sun for hours, I complained. Jones chuckled. I thought it was a pretty good end to tell you that I already knew something was up, and that you could tell us if you two were together. Our friends, and I won't judge. Plus, I thought it'd be funny. It wasn't funny, I grumbled. It was kind of funny. I crossed my arms and rolled my eyes. Because fine, if I'd been an onlooker instead of the one sweating my balls off under the sun and pressed against a steamy hot man, and I meant that in a literal way, God, Clay produced heat like a furnace, then I'd probably find it amusing too. If you two are trying to keep it a secret, then you probably shouldn't be kissing in public, especially not in the middle of town, Jones joked, a smug smile on his lips at knowing he'd won the previous argument. He knew, and the rumor mills hadn't said a peep about Clay and me beside what happened at the fair. You didn't tell anyone, I whispered. I felt guilty about asking this again, especially when he was being all supportive and shit about this. But being found out had been my fear since the day I learned my Lao Ba was dating Clay's mom. I must have looked extra pitiful because Jones didn't take offense this time. He sounded sympathetic as he said, No, not even Ryan. I know you guys like to joke about me being a big gossip, but I know how to keep my mouth shut when it matters. And I figured if you and Clay wanted to keep the fact that you're dating from your best friends, then you probably wanted to keep it a secret. Gossip is fun and all, but secrets I don't mess around with, and this is your secret to share when you're ready. I couldn't help the laugh that rumbled out of me. I feel even more shitty now. You're fucking amazing, you know that? Jones chuckled, his usual lightness back in his tone. I know I am, he said with a wink. And don't feel too bad. I know you're probably dealing with a lot, but I hope you know that none of us will care about you and Clay dating. We just want you guys to be happy. I nibbled on my bottom lip. I wished it were that easy. But you two did keep it under wraps pretty good. I didn't even know Clay was into men. How long have you been dating? Did you go out with all those people as a smokescreen? Jones asked the questions one after another. He's not into men, and we're not dating, I replied softly. He looked confused by my answer. But you guys kissed. He's just comforting me, I quickly told him. I should be telling myself that and stop getting my hopes up, just because Clay was indulging me. But Jones swallowed whatever words he was about to say when he took a really good look at me. Could he see what a mess I was? He settled with saying, You like him. I love him, I admitted out loud for the first time, and the world didn't come crashing down around me. I love him so much I can't think straight. Frederick knew I had a crush on Clay, but I didn't dare tell him just how deep my feelings ran. It was like if I didn't admit it, then it didn't have to be such a big deal. Before I knew it, Jones's arms were around me. It's okay, he said. I knew they were only words of comfort, since nothing felt okay, but I let myself believe in that moment. I settled into the embrace of one of my oldest friends. It's okay, he kept whispering as he stroked my back comfortingly. Maybe if he said it enough times, it'd actually be true. What are you guys doing? Clay's voice came from the now open bedroom door. My head shot up from Jones's shoulder to look at him. I tried to pull away, but Jones's arm only tightened around me. Clay's lips turned even more downward. Jones softly chuckled and whispered in my ear, He has feelings for you, too. Jones might as well punch me straight in the gut with how hard those words hit. What the fuck did he mean by that? Before I could even wrap my mind around his words, Clay had crossed the distance and grabbed my hand. Let's go, he all but growled as he grabbed my wrist. Jones released me easily this time. There was a smirk on his face as he watched Clay drag me away. Wait, Clay! I tried to get him to stop, but he was immovable when he was determined. Our friends watched with apprehension as Clay pulled me through the living room and out the front door. Clay, stop! I yelled when we reached my minivan. I finally managed to wrench his hand off my wrist. I rubbed it, feeling sore from his handling. He saw the red mark that was left behind from his tight grip, and his anger immediately turned into concern.
"Shit, sorry. Are you okay?"
he asked. He grabbed my arm again, more gently this time, and took over rubbing my wrist for me.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you."
"I'm fine," I muttered absent-mindedly. I was still trying to make sense of Jones's words. He has feelings for you, too. Unless the English language had somehow changed without me realizing it, there was only one way I could interpret that. Was Jones trying to say that Clay felt the same way I did? That he liked me as more than just his stepbrother or his best friend? Surely not. Clay didn't even like men. Clay watched me with gentle eyes, the same way he always did. I always thought he liked watching me because he liked knowing what I was up to. But could there have been something more to it?
"Let's go home,"
Clay said softly. I didn't resist as he opened the passenger side and helped me inside. I looked back at the cabin and was surprised to realize that none of our nosy friends had come to question us. I wondered if Jones stopped them. Clay went around my minivan and hopped into the driver's seat while I shot a quick message into our group chat, apologizing for leaving so abruptly. Jones was the first to reply, telling us not to worry about it. The others quickly followed with the same sentiments. Our friends might give us shit, but they really were some of the best people I knew.
"What did Jones say?"
Clay asked, eyes focused on the road in front of him. "He told us not to worry about leaving so abruptly," I repeated.
"Not that."
I could see him glance at me out of the corner of his eye.
"What did he tell you inside the room?"
Well, that answered the question of whether Clay had heard. Maybe this was for the best. No good could come from poking the hornet's nest. "It's not." My words turned into a yelp as the minivan came to a sudden stop at the side of the road. Thank God I had my seatbelt on. "What the fuck, Clay? Are you trying to get us killed?" I glared at him. Clay shifted the gear into park, released his seatbelt, and turned to loom over me.
"What did he say to you?"
he asked again through gritted teeth. "None of your business," I replied with a huff. I pushed him back into his seat. "Why are you acting like you're jealous?" He leaned back over to my side.
"Because I am."
The words rang inside the minivan, as did his labored breaths. That made me look at him, and I meant really look at him. It wasn't the first time Clay had gotten possessive of me, but I never thought much of it. We'd been so close for so long that I kind of took it as par for the course. I'd been so focused on my own feelings for him that I never dared think about his actions. But now, seeing him frantic like this, his eyes almost red from his craze, and Jones's words echoing in my ears, I wondered if I'd really been so blind all this time. "He told me you had feelings for me too," I said, thinking maybe there was some truth in those words after all.
Chapter 17. Clay.
"You have feelings for me too."
Dan's words were a slap to the face. Two? What did he mean, two? That implied that someone else also had feelings for Dan, and the only other person in that room earlier was Jones. Fuck. It all made sense now. The reason why Dan was acting so weird around Jones lately, why they were in his room alone. Maybe if the rage wasn't clouding my thoughts, I'd realize that my friend Jones would never cheat, especially when he'd been cheated on himself. Right now, though, all I could think about was how tightly Jones hugged Dan, and how fucking smug he looked doing so.
"Clay? Clay?"
Dan shook me when I didn't respond.
"Are you angry?"
he asked quietly. He was apprehensive as he studied my expression. I was still too pissed off to form words, so I grunted, which was just great. A strapping, intellectual man like Jones versus someone who only knew how to make mildly suggestive noises. The choice was obvious.
"No need to get so offended,"
Dan said with a snort, but he couldn't mask the hurt that flashed through his eyes before he faced his window. That was a quiet splash of cold water over my rage. "What did I do wrong?" I asked, trying to turn him back toward me. He resisted. It wasn't until I said, "Look at me, please," that he finally relented and faced me with his chin in the air. Dan was handsome even when he looked so stubborn and prideful. He let out an angry huff.
You don't have to get so offended by someone thinking you might have feelings for me.
Is that why you think I'm mad? I asked, genuinely shocked.
Is it not? What other reason could there be? He asked, now sounding unsure of himself.
No, I'm pissed because Jones fucking likes you too, and you let him climb all over you. Spitting out those words allowed me to release the built-up frustration. Now that I was more clear-headed, I could think properly. Jones implying that I liked Dan. The only sore spot the statement hit was the fact that I'd been so dense. Me liking Dan had never been the question. It was the sudden call-out that my feelings could be more than platonic, and how true it rang that stung. And the fact I'd realized it too late, since Jones had obviously confessed to Dan first. That fucking enraged me.
What the hell are you talking about? Dan yelled back.
He sighed, then added,
Jones doesn't like me. He's so in love with Ryan, his eyes are basically hearts when they're in the same room together.
I couldn't deny that. Jones might as well be a puppy, wagging his tail every time he was near Ryan. But in the room, he was hugging you so hard, I said bitterly.
He was comforting me.
If you needed comforting, you could have come to me, I muttered. Dan sighed again. He flipped up his armrest and turned so he was sitting sideways in his seat toward me. My hands were resting on my lap, palms facing up, and when he reached out to touch my palm, I wrapped my fingers around his.
Why aren't you saying anything about the other thing?
He asked softly. The other thing? I repeated slowly. I knew what he meant, but there was a frog in my throat, and I was buying time. His pointer finger slid over my palm in a gentle caress.
You having feelings for me?
Oh, that. Well, you know, I replied with a shrug.
I really don't,
he insisted, which was ridiculous. How could he not know how he made me feel? Come on, Dan. It's you we're talking about. I lifted my armrest and turned toward him as well. Our knees brushed together in the tight space. Who wouldn't like you? It's the Dan effect, I said jokingly. I hadn't met a single person who hadn't been caught under Dan's charm. When we were younger, it was the reason the term Dan effect had been coined in the first place, though it wasn't being used much these days. My words made him frown.
You know that's not what I mean. I don't care about some stupid term our classmates came up with when we were kids. I want to know how you see me. The real me.
Whether it's the polished, perfect side you choose to show others, or the you who's grumbling about working too much yet won't take a day off, or when you fall sick from worrying too much over something, then insist the only thing that could cure you is being rolled up like a burrito and hugged, my answer will be the same. You're pretty much impossible not to love, I told him truthfully. These were feelings I'd never had to consider before because they were so natural, but that didn't make them any less true. A soft pink crept to his cheeks. He'd always acted so confident and proud, but he'd never been good at really hearing nice things said about him.
I wasn't expecting that,
he stammered and pushed his bangs out of his face. They were long enough now to be tucked behind his ears. He looked down at our knees, and they tumbled down again. Don't look away, I said. I hooked my pointer finger under his chin, and it didn't take much force to turn those beautiful browns back on me.
I love you too, you know. I always have.
The words were a soft embrace that made my insides go all gooey. He nervously licked his lips, and his eyes fell onto mine too before quickly flicking away. My lips suddenly felt so dry.
Though it's not the same way you feel,
he added, shoulders drooping in the tiniest fraction. How so? He glanced at my lips again.
Well, I want to kiss you.
I didn't hesitate to take his lips in mine. I released all the possessiveness that had filled me at seeing him get so close with someone else, even if that person was one of our best friends. Dan was mine, just like he'd always been. The kiss caught him off guard, as did the hard nibble on his lips. He released a keening moaning sound that went straight to my cock. He was breathless by the time I released those now kissed bruised lips. What else? I asked as I watched him. I loved watching him and seeing all the different sides of him. Always have. Always will. Right now, he was so beautiful with his cheeks flushed and lids half closed. His long lashes fluttered against his cheeks like he was so drunk he could barely keep them open. I made him look like that. It took another beat before he could gather himself and look at me again.
I want to touch you,
he murmured. I chuckled lightly. If I hadn't been clued in on the fact that after having his hands all over me not once, but twice, then Oblivious couldn't even be used on me. Both of those times, he got to do whatever he wanted, while not giving me the same chance. I pushed him back into his seat and pressed the switch to incline the seat backwards.
"What are you doing?"
Dan asked when he was flat on his back. His shirt had risen just enough for me to catch a glimpse of his smooth stomach. I used that opening and slid my hand under his shirt. The way he fucking shivered under my palm had me completely filling in my pants. Dan's skin was warm and solid as I continued my exploration of his chest. His breathing came in short breaths as he silently watched me. The apprehension was still clear in his eyes, but I didn't stop. He was smooth, unlike me, with only a scattering of hair on his treasure trail. I wanted to follow it and finally see his dick like I'd been wanting to, but I followed the dip up to the middle of his chest. His shirt slid along with my hand to reveal more of his glorious form. Back in college, Dan had started going to the gym with me to build up his strength and to stop falling sick every time he worried too much. He'd accomplished those goals, but he'd never stopped working out with me. We did practically the same workouts, yet the muscles showed up differently on him. They were more sensual, sexy as hell. I could probably touch him all day if he'd let me. "What else?" I asked, and rubbed my thumb over his stiff nipples. Dan's voice was a whisper of its usual self when he replied.
"I want to get close to you."
I smirked. That I could totally get behind. I straddled him, and his hands found their way around to my ass. The position was awkward, being in his minivan and all, but we made it work. The vehicle was short for me to sit up straight, but I preferred sliding my chest over his anyway. I really liked having our cocks pressed together, even if our jeans got in the way of me seeing his erection. Twice now, I'd been longing to see him hard for me, and I never had the chance to. I wanted to rip his jeans off so I wasn't deprived of it once again. I managed to control my hands, reminding myself that I wasn't some savage who'd ravage Dan on the side of the road, no matter how much I really wanted to. I controlled my breathing and forced myself to meet his warm browns. "Is that all you want from me?" His lips moved, but no words came out. He frowned again, the worried one that made his brows merge into one. It was cute when he worried like this, but I wanted him to know he never had to worry with me. "You can tell me. You can tell me anything," I encouraged, and that seemed to reassure his worries. He licked his lips, making them glisten so fucking pretty before saying,
"I want you to be mine. I don't want you kissing other people or even dating them. I want you to only be mine."
You took the words right out of my mouth. I pressed the words onto his lips. At the police academy, they taught you to trust your gut. Your instincts could be the only thing that kept you alive. The first time I met Dan as a kid, my instincts told me there was something special about him, and now I'd finally realized what it was. He was the person who carried my heart, and if that wasn't special, I didn't know what was. Dan kissed me back hard. His firm hands cupped my cheeks firmly, like he couldn't bear letting me go.
"Is this real?" he asked in between kisses. "Are you really going to be mine?"
"I've always been yours, Dan," I told him truthfully. It just took me till now to realize what that really meant.
"Yeah?"
His hands found mine, and our fingers intertwined, just like how our lives had threaded together the fateful day we met in the clinic. I gripped his hands tightly and wished I could make it so our lives merged together forever. "I love you," I told him. I'd repeat it over and over until it was an undeniable fact he couldn't worry over.
Chapter 18. Dan.
Clay loved me. Clay loved me.
I mean, sure, I kinda knew he loved me in one way or another. We'd been so close for so long, but he'd admitted that maybe, just maybe, he loved me, and not in the way one loved their brother. Clay didn't say those exact words, but he said he belonged only to me, which was basically the same thing, right? I was going to have dreams about the way he pressed his body on top of mine in my minivan and kissed me until I couldn't tell up from down. I giggled and kicked my feet against my stool. Making out in broad daylight and on the side of the road had been risky as hell, but who could think that far when they had Clay's lips on theirs?
"Frederick, Dan's acting weird again,"
Rosa rudely said from beside me, pulling me from my thoughts. "Hey, don't forget I'm your boss," I grumbled, kicking her chair. She popped her gum at me, completely unfazed.
"And I'm Rosa. What's your point?"
My reply was an angry huff that had her smirking. It was all I could really do. Rosa basically ran the place, and she knew it. Frederick strode in from the back. Mondays were usually slow, but it had been extra slow today. I figured nobody wanted to do their annual right after the summer fair. The only patients who dropped by today were those who'd gotten sick to their stomach from all the fair food. I was surprised Jones and Ryan hadn't shown up after seeing pictures of all the funnel cake they'd eaten these past couple days. They must have controlled themselves for Carla's sake. "How are Captain and Hook doing?" Frederick asked about my pet rats. "They're settling in well," I told him and pulled up my phone. "Want to see pics?" He came around the reception desk and peered over my shoulder. Rosa leaned in too, as I flipped through the many photos I'd taken of my babies. I hadn't had them for long, but they already dominated my photo album. Frederick chuckled when we came across a photo of Hook looking like he was wearing a dandelion flower as a hat. Clay had managed to time the photo at the exact moment Hook came up for a break from eating the stem.
"I never thought I'd say this about rats, of all things, but I have to admit, they're pretty darn cute,"
Rosa commented. "Of course they are," I replied. My babies were fucking adorable. The way their little hands would grip their treats, or how they'd squint their eyes as they ate, or the high-pitched squeaks they made when they especially enjoyed their snack. Everything they did was cute. "I bought some things for them. I figured I'd go over for a visit today, if you're free," Frederick said. I nodded immediately. Clay said he'd be home late tonight anyway. "You want to come too?" I turned to Rosa and asked.
"I'll pass. I'm good with just seeing them through the safety of your phone,"
she said with an exaggerated shiver. "Oh, come on. They're even cuter in person. And if you give Hook treats, he might even let you touch his belly. It's really soft." I tried persuading her. I hated how misinformed people were about rats. One bad news article about them, and their entire lot got categorized as dirty and diseased, when in fact, rats spent more time grooming themselves than cats did. The way they used their little hands to fluff their fur was stinking cute, too. Rosa didn't seem impressed by the temptation of soft, chubby bellies. "No thanks," she replied curtly. I shook my head while Frederick just chuckled. "How are things going with the dude from the club?" I asked Frederick on the drive back to my place. I left my minivan at the clinic and figured I'd catch a ride with Clay tomorrow, or walk, depending on the weather. Frederick shrugged. "Things kind of fizzled out," he replied, but I had a feeling there was more to it than that. I wanted to probe, but his jaw was tightly set, and he had the steering wheel in a death grip. He clearly wasn't in the mood to discuss his relationships, so I changed the topic. "What did you get my babies, anyway?" I asked, and turned to the back to take a peek. Frederick's grip on the wheel loosened, but there was still a strain in his tone when he replied, "I got my bunnies an inflatable pool to use as a playpen, but they're not really a huge fan of it, so I thought the rats might like it. Have you taken them swimming yet?" "Not yet, but I bet they'd look super adorable in the water," I said, now excited. I knew rats could swim, and some even enjoyed it, but I was honestly too busy feeding and cuddling the cuties to do much more. Clay had been the one to teach them little tricks, with him having much more patience than I did. Plus, he would actually wait to give them treats as rewards, unlike me, who gave them whenever they wanted as soon as they twitched their cute little noses at me. Frederick worked on inflating the pool in the playpen I'd set up for them in the corner of the living room. Meanwhile, I went to say hi to my babies. They'd probably just woken up for the night and immediately came running when I called their names. I hugged them to my chest, and Captain let out a high-pitched happy noise, and Hook licked my chin. My boys were always so affectionate. "Do you guys remember Frederick?" I asked as I walked over to him. They sniffed the air, probably trying to place Frederick's scent. They must have remembered him, since neither of them tried to run from him when I set them inside the playpen. I watched them explore the inflatable pool and Frederick for a bit. I left them to get reacquainted while I did some spot cleaning on their cage and filled their bowls with fresh food and water. By the time I finished, Frederick had already filled the pool just deep enough for them to float. I pulled one of their climbing toys from their cage and set it inside the pool for them to stand on if they wanted. I gently placed them on the toy, and both Hook and Captain sniffed the water and spun around to look at me like they were confused about what they were supposed to do. It made sense. My boys were smart, but they'd never swum before. "Do you have frozen peas? That might entice them to explore," Frederick suggested. I retrieved the bag from the freezer and plopped a few peas into the pool. The treats immediately got their attention. Captain tried to stretch his short little arms to reach the closest pea, to no avail. Hook was more courageous. He climbed down the toy stairs and bravely paddled towards the closest pea. "Look at him go!" I cheered for my little boy and whooped, and Captain followed closely behind his brother. I always thought it was funny how, despite his name, Captain was the more timid one. Instead of taking charge, he always waited for his brother to lead him. "They're natural swimmers," I commented, and slid down into the space beside Frederick. Frederick smiled and nodded. We watched the boys play for a while. Hook finished his first pea and jumped into the water for another. Bypassing the closest pea, he opted to swim further out, as if he were enjoying himself. Their happy squeaks were the only sound in the room for a couple breaths, when Frederick finally let slip. "He came to visit me." I didn't need him to clarify who he meant. There was only one person who could make Frederick look this vulnerable when he spoke about them. "Do you want to talk about it?" I asked. He shrugged, pulled his knees to his chest, and hugged them. It was a funny sight, his large form all compacted like that. His eyes never left the rats, and just when I thought he wasn't in the mood to talk, he added, "I thought the distance would help, that if I was away from him for long enough, maybe these feelings would fade." "I'm guessing they didn't?" He sighed. "Nope. I still want to maul those fucking pouty lips of his every time I see them." "Let's just stick to kissing," I said, choking out a laugh. That got a smile out of him. "I'd settle for that too," he said, turning on his cheek to look at me. "How are things going with the step bro?" Last night's makeout session came to mind, and my cheeks heated. Considering we'd been on the side of the major road back into town, we'd stopped before things had gotten too hot and heavy. And when we got home, our parents had dropped by for a surprise visit. They wanted to make sure everything was okay after running out of the fair like that on Saturday. Their arrival had killed any cell of desire inside me, and the way Sandra looked almost frantic with worry filled me with guilt. I sighed. "That doesn't sound good. Did you guys really get into a fight at the fair like the rumors say you did?" Frederick asked. "Stupid small-town rumor mill," I muttered. "It was just a little misunderstanding, but things worked out in the end. Actually, they more than worked out." "Yeah?" "I told him I loved him," I said, still feeling giddy about the entire thing. I felt like a young schoolboy who just confessed his feelings to his crush. Hell, I wanted to tell Clay I loved him since we were schoolboys. "I'm guessing by the way you're smiling like an idiot that he took it well," Frederick said with a grin. I nodded. "He said he loved me too." He nudged me with his knee. "Congrats on overcoming the first hurdle," he said. I had no doubt my friend was happy for me, but also down about his situation at the same time. "Maybe you should just be upfront with your feelings too," I suggested. "How can I do that when I can barely even speak when I face him?" he replied. "Is he at your house now, and that's why you wanted to come over here? To hide from him?" "Maybe," he hedged. I didn't think the man could even blush, but damn, he was turning red now. "Do you want to stay the night?" I asked. He shook his head and stood. "I really shouldn't. In fact, I should probably head out before your man gets back and gets jealous again." As if summoned, the front door opened, and in came Clay. Probably having seen Frederick's vehicle instead of mine parked outside, he was frowning as he closed the door behind him. "And that's my cue," Frederick said with a laugh. He said goodbye to the rats and nodded to Clay on his way out. I thought Clay might glower, so I was proud when he managed to nod back in greeting, even if he did look more intimidating than normal. Knowing that he wanted to keep me all for himself, that was hot as fuck. The possessiveness just did it for me. Chapter 19. Dan. "What was he doing here?" Clay asked as he pulled off his police hat and hung it by the door. Small beads of sweat slid down his temples. I wanted to lick it away for him. He looked so fucking hot in his uniform. Who was I kidding? He was hot regardless of what he was wearing. Or not wearing. "Dan," Clay prompted, and I remembered he'd asked a question. "He brought our boys a pool," I said, gesturing to said pool. The boys seemed like they'd had enough swimming and were now sitting on the toy, grooming each other. "I should get a towel." "Let me," Clay said before I could leave the playpen. He disappeared down the hall and reappeared a minute later with a couple of hand towels and joined me inside the pen. Clay picked up Captain to help dry the rat while I did the same for Hook. Captain made more happy noises as he tried to rub his wet body all over Clay's lower jaw, which made Clay laugh. I'd been fully prepared to take care of the rats myself when I decided to adopt them. Clay acted like he didn't even want them around at first, and yet he was the one patiently teaching them tricks. Hell, he'd even become Captain's favorite person. I couldn't lie and say I wasn't jealous, but I guess it was only fair since I was Hook's favorite person. I picked up my boy and smiled when his curled tail immediately wrapped around my fingers. He licked my palm as I took my time wiping all the water droplets from his body. "What were you and Frederick talking about?" Clay broke the silence and asked. He'd finished wiping Captain and had placed him on his shoulder. It was Captain's favorite place to chill. "Nothing much," I replied. I didn't like keeping things from Clay, but this wasn't my secret to spill. Clay didn't seem to like my answer and pouted. Or at least he did something with his lips that looked more like a pout than I'd ever seen them. "He totally has a thing for you," he muttered and reached up to pet Captain, probably to comfort himself. I laughed. "While I'm honored you think everyone has a thing for me, I'm actually not that popular." He eyed me. "That's not what your track record says," he grumbled. "You've probably dated all the eligible men and women in all the neighboring towns." His frown deepened, and I went to kiss it away. "Those were just dates, and nothing more. Besides, you're the reason I went on all those dates." He looked utterly confused, and I laughed again. I didn't blame him, because honestly, my actions baffled even myself. They say you do the craziest things when you're in love, and I was living proof of that. I only dated those people so I could pretend to be heartbroken, so that you'd comfort me. I admitted softly. I watched Hook sniff around my palm, too ashamed to look at Clay. "I was so desperate for your kisses. I was willing to lie to you for them." I finally peered at him when I was met with silence. Clay's mouth was hanging open so wide, Captain tried to stick his head inside of it. That shocked him back into action as he grabbed the naughty rat to his chest. Captain let out an angry squeak at the sudden movement, but he was easily quelled with a treat and was put back into his cage. I grabbed a treat for Hook, too, before settling him with Captain. As soon as the boys were safely back in their home, Clay spun me around and smashed his lips against mine. "Clay, what are you—" He took my lips again and shuffled me backwards. He released me only long enough to push me onto the couch. The air left my lungs at the sudden action, and before I could catch my breath, Clay was on me again. I was loving the sudden enthusiasm, but he was stealing the very last breath out of me. I pounded on his back when the suffocation was too much. Clay finally gave me a break, but his lips didn't leave me. He nuzzled his head into the crook of my neck and softly nibbled on the tender skin there. I sucked in precious air and rubbed his back, because it felt like he needed the comfort. "You've loved me all this time?" he asked in a hushed tone. "I loved you since before our parents told us they were together," I admitted. Then, with bitterness in my tone, I added, "One of my biggest regrets is not telling you I loved you before they told us about their relationship. I've wondered so many times how different things would be now. Would you have accepted my feelings, or would you have broken my heart? Sometimes I'd even think that either of those options was fine. Closure would have been better than not knowing." He lifted his head to look at me, and I was surprised to see the pain in those gentle greens. "I'm sorry," he said. "For what?" I asked, genuinely shocked by the apology. He hadn't done anything that warranted one. "For not realizing sooner and putting you through pain all these years." I smiled and swept a hand through his soft hair. "You realized now, so it was all worth it," I told him. "And just so you know, I wouldn't have rejected you or broken your heart," Clay murmured. I smiled, knowing he was just saying that to comfort me. 15-year-old Clay probably didn't see me that way. He took one look at my smile and instantly knew I was faking it. I didn't expect anything less from someone who was always watching me.
You're my entire world, Dan, even back then. I might not have realized what that meant until recently, but that's because I was so focused on just being near you that I wasn't thinking about anything else. But my feelings for you probably started from the first time I'd met you, and it just kept on growing.
I didn't know what to say to that. The fact that Clay could have liked me even back then, that made the kid inside me giddy. Who wouldn't feel that way when their first crush felt the same? My childish crush had come true and matured into a love we could nurture and grow together. Clay took my hand, his grip so tight it almost hurt. He looked vulnerable as he said,
I hated you being with other people, you know. It drove me crazy when you went on those dates. I'd pace our college apartment, wondering if this was the person who'd take you away from me. I'd be so relieved when you came home sad. I hated seeing you unhappy, but I was so fucking relieved that you were still mine, and I'd get to comfort you.
If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't really sad about the failed dates. I just wanted your kisses, I confessed. He smirked and plopped a kiss on my lips.
You can have them. When you're sad, happy, and all the emotions in between, they're yours. I'm yours,
he said, and that healed something inside of me. I'd wanted him to be mine for most of my life, and now hearing him say he was, the pieces of my heart that chipped away over the years mended themselves. Clay smiled and kissed me again.
I love you,
he murmured ever so softly, and I definitely didn't feel a teardrop slide down my face. Clay didn't point them out. He kissed each of my eyelids and licked away the remaining wetness before finding my lips again. The slightly salty flavor on his tongue made me crave more of him until all my limbs were wrapped around him. I was an octopus clinging onto him for dear life. He could wear me like this every day if he wanted to. Clay snorted out a laugh that broke the kiss.
I can't touch you like this,
he said. Although very reluctant, his words made sense, and I was craving his hands on me. He planted a sweet kiss on my nose, a reward for listening, perhaps. If he kept giving me rewards like these, I'd do whatever the hell he wanted. I loved it when Clay was a good boy for me. Maybe he felt the same. I thought Clay would touch me the same way he did in my minivan. He pushed up my shirt so he could access my chest, most of my shirt bunched up around my shoulders. He was especially fond of caressing my pecs, which made sense. Clay was into women, and I had pretty big pecs from working out, if I did say so myself. So color me surprised when his exploration moved further down. His hand left a burning trail of need as he played with the sparse gathering of hair on my lower belly, and it was absolutely burning when he cupped my bulge. His fingers hooked into the top of my pants and tickled the tips of my pubes. My hand covered his before he could go any further. You don't have to force yourself, I told him. I'm already more than happy with you touching me like this. The look he gave me scorched me more than his hot hands.
You think I'm forcing myself?
He asked incredulously. Yeah, I mean, dick doesn't do it for you. You're not attracted to men. Clay was quiet, almost pensive.
You'd be okay with that, if I never touched you.
You are touching me, I pointed out.
I meant here.
He emphasized his point by squeezing me through my pants. I wasn't proud of the whiny, needy noise that slipped from my lips. Clay smirked and continued to fondle me over the thick layers. I wanted to strip down so I could feel him without anything separating us, but my fears kept me frozen still. It might disgust you, I whispered. Clay's eyes softened as he leaned down and landed a kiss that was meant only to console me. His lips were warm against mine as he spoke.
I've never really considered my sexuality because I've been too focused on you, so I can't tell you if I like other men. But what I can tell you is that I've watched Dan Yao for most of my life, and there isn't a single thing about him I don't like. He's nice all over.
Clay didn't date around much, and maybe that was a good thing, because that smooth mouth of his, yeah, women would be falling at his feet. Then I'd have to fight through them all to get to him. You promise? I asked cheekily. He kissed down my cheek and nibbled on my prominent collarbone, while his hand groped my pec and teased the stiffened peak there.
Dan, I've been dying to see you since the first time. You better not take the chance away from me again, he said hoarsely.
I was still wrapping my head around his words when I'd noticed he'd expertly undid my button with one hand. Then, in one skilled movement, he pulled off my jeans and yanked my underwear down my legs. My cock bounced against my abs and left a sticky trail of pre-cum before rocking back into the air.
"There you are,"
Clay said throatily. I clenched my bunched-up shirt and could only watch helpless as Clay palmed me again, this time without any layers between us. I watched him without blinking, wanting to commit every single detail of this moment into memory. I'd dreamed about Clay touching me since I'd learned what masturbating was, and now he was actually doing it. Clay's hand was on my dick, and I was probably going to blow any second now.
"I can't tell you how much I've wanted to see you like this. So hard, so needy for me,"
he said, and I whimpered.
"And just like I told you, everything about you is so fucking nice."
His hand emphasized each word with a firm pump. I was coming before he could finish sounding out the last word. My back arched, causing Clay to pump my sensitive dick again. A white haze covered my vision for a moment as I labored through the orgasm Clay gave me. When my senses returned, he was looking at his cum-covered hand. Fuck. Was he disgusted with having another man's sperm on him? I quickly tore my shirt over my head to clean him up, but was once again surprised by what this man would do. His finger slipped into his mouth, and he lapped up my white essence. If I could have, I would have gotten hard again. I probably could have come from that visual alone.
"Not what I expected,"
Clay casually said, like he hadn't just blown my mind.
"It's bitter, but still nice."
Now I knew he was just saying shit to butter me up. I'd never heard anyone describe the taste of sperm as nice, but before I could argue, Clay popped the button of his jeans open and pulled out his own erection. The thick vein that ran the length of it was an angry red. I wanted to feel it throb against my tongue, but I didn't even get a chance to play with his dick since Clay took matters into his own hands. Literally. He used my cum to ease the glide, and if that wasn't the most wickedly sexy thing ever, then I didn't know what was. His teeth caught on his lower lip, and with one last stroke, Clay was coming. His sperm mixed with mine until they blended together in his hand. I was once again so fucking thankful Clay hadn't been interested in dating till now. Even just the thought of someone else getting to see this side of Clay had jealousy coursing through my blood. I wanted to be the only one to see him like this, now and forever.
Chapter 20. Clay. I was having the most amazing dream. My entire body was flushed, and the nicest fucking mouth was sucking on my dick like it was the best thing he'd tasted. The nicest mouth was, of course, Dan's. I wasn't surprised that Dan had followed me into my dreams, especially after seeing him come apart so beautifully last night. I wanted to experience it again, even if it was just in my dreams. I didn't know what to expect, seeing Dan hard for the first time. His erection wasn't like mine, all red and veiny. His hard cock was smoother and felt so fucking good in my hand. I wondered how he'd feel inside my mouth. Hot and sensual. I'd work him with my tongue and swallow him down my throat, just like Dan's mouth was doing to me in my dreams. Dan chuckled, and the vibrations the action caused had me wanting to come, but I didn't want it to end so quickly. I'd never had such a realistic dream before. I could hear him moaning louder over my dick, but I couldn't see him. God, did I want to see him, but I couldn't figure out why the world was black around me. My hand moved to where I'd estimated Dan would be. It landed in his soft hair, but I still couldn't see him. I gripped his hair just when he pulled off my throbbing dick. Dan moaned my name, his voice sounding a little too real to be merely a dream, and then his mouth was back on me again. He sucked hard on my head, and my eyes popped open just in time to see my dick explode all over his beautiful face. I sat up, huffing, as I tried to gather my bearings. Dream and reality blended together until I realized the sight of Dan with my sperm painted on his face was very real. A splattering of the milky white fluid dribbled down to his lips, and he lapped it up and moaned. His eyes fluttered closed, and it was only then that I noticed Dan was stroking himself. Had he been jerking off while deep-throating me? And I missed the view all because I was asleep? I pulled him down over me and sucked the lingering taste of me off his lips. I traded his hand with mine and fisted him until he was gasping into my mouth and spilling between us. What a way to wake up, I murmured in between kisses. Dan hummed and took my lips in a slow, languid kiss. Good morning, he whispered. I didn't miss the sleepy satisfaction in his tone. We'd wound up in his bed together last night and passed out cuddling.
If this was what waking up in his bed was like, I'd have to sleep here more often. Every day, if I had any say about it. Morning, I replied, and swiped away the rest of my cum from his face. Dan took my hand and lapped it up like it was his fuel for the day, all the while watching me with his tempting eyes. How much time do we have before we have to head into work? I asked with labored breath. Dan's smile was pure seduction as he replied. More than enough time for a shower. He plopped one last kiss on my lips before leaving me on the bed. His hips swayed with each of his steps, calling to me, and I was running after him quicker than I could think. Dan laughed when I ran to him, and his laughter followed in our wake into the bathroom. Being 10 minutes late to work was a cheap price to pay for a hot tumble in the shower with Dan. My co-workers at the station were curious about my lateness, since that had never happened before. Being punctual was something else I'd learned from Dan's lao ba. I'd made up some bullshit excuse to brush off my co-workers and shook all thoughts about Dan's lao ba out of my head. Thinking about him when his son's mouth was on my dick just a few hours ago was not the way I wanted to start my morning. I realized things would get significantly more complicated with Dan and me getting together, but I didn't regret my choice. I'd longed to have a father figure like Victor, but Dan was more important. Dan and I hadn't discussed what we'd do if our parents found out we were together, and I didn't know how our parents would react either, but I wasn't going to let that taint what Dan and I had. We'd take it one step at a time. One thing I did know was that I didn't want to hide us forever. Our relationship was too special to be kept in secret and hidden, like it was some kind of taboo. Dan deserved better than that. I deserved better than that. Maybe we could slowly get them used to the idea of us being unrelated people instead of brothers. Thank God Mom kept our last name instead of taking Victor's. How fucking awkward would that be if I was dating my stepbrother with the same last name? Probably not much less than dating my stepbro with a different last name, but hey, any little win counted. Now I understood why Dan disliked it when people referred to us as brothers. He'd get so grouchy, and it used to hurt my feelings. Who wouldn't get hurt when their best friend didn't want to be brothers with them? I smiled at how much my thinking has changed now. Now, brother was the last thing that came to mind when I thought of Dan. The sound of the front door jolted me out of my thoughts, and the person I least expected appeared in my vision. Atlas caught sight of me and waved. He tried to round the corner, but the receptionist stopped him. I stood from my desk and walked to their side. What's going on?
Hey, Clay,
Atlas said with a smile. I'd never seen him not smiling, though it was a bit dimmer than usual.
Did you have a moment? I wanted to report an incident.
Is everything okay? I asked with a frown. Not much happened in Kither Springs besides the petty neighborly squabbles and the occasional rogue teenager who needed a stern talking to. Hell, people didn't even speed inside the town's limits.
I think I have a stalker,
he said with a laugh and rubbed the back of his neck. He spoke with such nonchalance that I was starting to suspect this was a prank one of my friends put him up to. But it was the stiffness in his movements that told me I needed to take this seriously. Let's talk at my desk, I said, and led us back to where I came from. Start from the beginning, I said, grabbing a memo pad and pen to take notes. Atlas nodded and pulled out some pieces of crumpled up scraps of paper from his pocket. He emptied one pocket, and I was shocked when he pulled out more from all his other pockets. There had to be at least 50 notes, all with the same cutesy cursive handwriting. The notes were written on different items. Most of it was scraps of paper, but there were also notes on bubblegum wrappers, paper towels, and most notably, receipts that I recognized came from Hector's diner. Atlas pulled out one of the receipts from the pile.
This was the first note,
he said. The receipt was dated 3 weeks ago and had the sentence, "You shine as radiant as the sun," written at the bottom.
I kept it because I thought it was sweet,
Atlas said with flushed cheeks.
But then more notes with the same handwriting started showing up.
Hold on. I stopped him before he could touch the evidence again. I grabbed some disposable gloves from my desk drawer and told him to put them on. I knew his fingerprints were probably all over the notes already, but being careful didn't hurt. I pulled on gloves for myself, too. With gloved hands, Atlas rummaged through the pile of notes and set aside more receipts.
I kept the first few for the compliments, but I also threw some away. Then I noticed the receipts didn't come from the same customers. I really started to pay attention after that and realized the notes on the receipts showed up when the diner was busy, and they didn't always appear on the same date as the receipt. Someone has been stealing the receipts from other tables, then showing back up to drop them off.
The notes started off with innocent compliments, saying Atlas's smile lit up their day or how they admired his positive attitude. But as the days passed, the tone quickly shifted. "We belong together. You're mine. You're spreading your legs like a slut for that criminal. How could you betray me like that? You'll pay for this." The last receipt was dated a few days ago. "Why didn't you come in as soon as you got this?" I asked, holding up the last note that promised vengeance. It wasn't professional, but Atlas had become a friend of sorts, and something like this happening to my friend in our town. That concerned the shit out of me. Atlas moved to Kither Springs at the beginning of the year. It was a bit ironic how the first time I saw him at the diner, I'd suspected him of stalking our diner owner, and now here Atlas was with an actual stalker on his hands. Atlas hung his head.
"I didn't think anything would actually happen, since our town is pretty safe."
That had my guard going all the way up. "Your words make me think something did happen." His expression said it all. "Did they hurt you?" Thankfully, he shook his head.
"I'm fine. Who's ever leaving behind these notes hasn't made contact with me yet, but—"
He rummaged through the pile of notes again. I was surprised by how careless Atlas really was. I knew he was an easygoing dude, but seeing how he'd come with all this important evidence stuffed haphazardly in his pockets, he was sloppier than I realized. I suddenly became more worried than ever. Having a stalker was dangerous, but it was made even more so when the person getting stalked was negligent in being safe. Atlas finally found what he was looking for. It was a pink slip of paper that smelled faintly of roses. In the same cutesy cursive handwriting, the note read, "I'm always watching." "That's not creepy at all," I deadpanned. Atlas laughed weakly. "Where did you find this note?" I asked. He rubbed his neck again.
"That's the issue. The note was found inside my car last night. Who's ever doing this has left notes on my windshield before, but this is the first time I found one inside my locked car."
That was very disconcerting. Some people in town never bothered locking anything since crime wasn't a big concern here, but for them to slip it inside a locked vehicle, it meant whoever was doing this was skilled enough to know what they were doing. I looked at a few of the notes, looking for clues, but the only common factor was the same loopy handwriting. Atlas listed some of the places the note showed up: the diner, his car, the park, and the grocery store. He even mentioned how he found one at the bar right outside of town one night. This person was following Atlas around all over the place and was daring enough to leave the notes in plain sight. The possibility of this being some cruel prank just went out the window. There was trouble brewing in our sleepy town, and I didn't like it one bit. "Can you think of anyone who might be behind this? Anyone at all?" I asked, trying to cover my bases. Atlas's face scrunched up in thought, but he came up empty. He shook his head. "Have you noticed anyone around you acting strange recently?" I continued to probe. He shook his head again.
"Nobody comes to mind. Besides, I'm always at the diner, so it's not like I have time to get acquainted with strange people,"
he said with drooped shoulders. He worried his bottom lip. He'd seemed so casual about this when he first walked in, but now the worry was coming through. I pulled off the glove from one hand and clapped his shoulder in comfort. "I'm going to do my very best to get to the bottom of this, but until then, make sure you keep up your vigilance." Atlas nodded his understanding. "You're currently staying with Hector, aren't you? You should let him know what's going on, so he stays on guard too," I suggested. Besides, Hector wasn't someone people messed with easily. He was huge and an ex-con. It didn't help that he had a pretty scary face and a nasty scar through his eyebrow and temple. If I hadn't known Hector to be the giant teddy bear he was, I would have steered clear too. It was reassuring to know Atlas was with Hector more often than not. Hector would keep him safe.
"No, he can't find out about this,"
Atlas surprised me by saying.
"I don't want to worry him more than I already do. I want to solve this without him. You can tell the others, but I don't want Hector knowing."
I sighed. "Atlas, you have a stalker. This person could very well be dangerous, and they've already promised to get payback for you supposedly betraying them. Keeping this a secret might put him in danger as well, especially since this stalker thinks you two are together." Atlas blushed at my words and seemed more concerned about Hector's well-being than his own, but he stubbornly wanted to try to fix this issue without involving the diner owner. I sighed and told him I would investigate this and keep in touch. Maybe I could have Dan talk some sense into him. Dan was a lot closer to Atlas than I was. I walked Atlas out
then returned to my desk to sort through the evidence to see if I might have overlooked something. My thoughts kept wandering back to Dan. Knowing there was potential danger in our town made me want to see him, to always keep him in my sights. I'd always been possessive of Dan, but I thought it would get better now that we were together. Instead, I was left feeling anxious. I didn't know whether it was worry over our parents that was making me feel this way, or the potential danger from this unknown stalker, but the feeling wouldn't settle down until I was clocking out for lunch and running to his clinic.
Chapter 21. Dan. When Clay told me about Atlas's situation, I couldn't shake off the concern for my friend, but I had full faith that Clay could protect him and figure out who was behind all this. Until then, I tried to convince Atlas to recruit Hector's help. It wasn't that I didn't think he could take care of himself, but why wouldn't you want the extra help if you could have it? Clay acted more clingy than usual after Atlas put in the report about his stalker. It was like he worried that since there was a stalker in town, he was going to end up targeting me as well. Instead, for my safety, I was more worried about our family dinner tonight. It would be the first time the four of us would sit down together after Clay and I got together, and to say I was nervous was the understatement of the year. Through the years, I'd learned how to act around Clay, so I wouldn't let anything slip. I kept my distance and my cool, but how was I supposed to do that now that I knew what Clay sounded like in the midst of pleasure? How was I supposed to be around him and look like I didn't want to kiss him? I had to figure that out real quick, because before I knew it, we'd arrived at our parents' home. They'd left the door unlocked for us as always, and the smell of chicken wafted in the air as soon as we entered.
"Is that my boys?"
Sandra called from the kitchen. I couldn't help the grimace that came up every time she called us that. It was the reminder that, legally, she was my stepmom, and Clay was my stepbrother. What I was surprised at was Clay's reaction. He stiffened beside me when he'd never had an issue with his mom calling us that before. He found my hand and gave it a quick, reassuring squeeze before calling out, "Yeah, Mom, it's Dan and me." He released my hand just as Sandra came out and pulled both of us into hugs. My Laoba appeared moments later, wiping his hands with a towel. He swung the towel over his shoulder and clapped me on the shoulder in greeting. It was the same as every other week. How could it feel like nothing had changed, when everything was different now? The smile I returned to my Laoba was stiff. Growing up, he'd led by example and taught me that family was the most important thing in this world, and now I couldn't help but feel like I was betraying his teachings. So while he beamed at seeing all four of us together, I shrank back and pretended like nothing was wrong. It was what I was best at. The four of us moved to the kitchen and finished getting dinner ready. Clay and I weren't expert cooks, but we knew how to follow directions. On the other hand, my Laoba and Sandra moved around the kitchen like it was second nature. Sandra tisked when she saw the uneven potatoes Clay cut up.
"You've been around the kitchen long enough that you think you would have learned through osmosis or something,"
she said with a shake of her head.
"What are you going to do when you find a nice girl and settle down? Don't tell me you're going to make her cook every meal."
"Keep stirring or the sauce will burn." My Laoba nudged me when he saw me freeze. I stirred the pot robotically, but my entire focus was on Clay and Sandra. "We can just eat out. Dan and I survived just fine without cooking," Clay responded, but his mom didn't seem satisfied with that answer.
"I doubt your future wife will want to eat out for every meal," she muttered.
Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Clay's tight grip on the knife. There was a stiffness in him that told me her statement bothered him as much as it did me. Laoba continued humming a soft tune while he prepared the salad, completely oblivious to the tension in the room. When Clay didn't respond, Sandra sighed. She bumped Clay's hip to nudge him out of the way and took over the chopping. She didn't stop her expert chopping as she continued.
"If you really don't want to learn how to cook, I won't force you, but you need to start thinking about the future, Clay. Jessica is a perfectly nice girl, so I just can't understand why you won't give her a chance."
Sandra's rhythmic chopping and the bubbling sauce in front of me were the only sounds in the kitchen for a second. I had a feeling the blind date would be a topic of conversation at dinner tonight, but I had no idea it'd make an appearance before we even got to the dining table. Clay crossed his arms. "I told you I didn't want to be set up," he grumbled, and Sandra glared at him. Clay sighed. "Look, Mom, have you ever considered that maybe I don't want to get married? That maybe I don't want to be with a woman?" I didn't even pretend like I could stay calm anymore. Thankfully, the sauce was thick enough to be ready, so I turned off the burner and placed the pot on a nearby trivet. I turned around just in time to see Sandra's scowl turn into concern. She placed the knife down and wiped her hands with her apron. I might have imagined it, but I swore she glanced my way with a panicked look in her eye, but she focused back on Clay too quickly for me to be sure. Lao Ba stopped humming and was paying attention to the mother-son interaction now as well. Those dark eyes of his were so similar to mine, but I couldn't decipher his thoughts.
"What are you saying? That you like men?" Sandra asked, looking a little pale.
My Lao Ba must have noticed too, because he immediately went to her side and wrapped a safe arm around her. She leaned into his embrace. Clay shrugged casually, but his fists were clenched on either side of his body. I wanted to go to his side and comfort him just like my Lao Ba had for his partner, but I knew it would only raise questions if I did. Sandra's lips formed a smile, but anyone could see it was stiff and unnatural.
"That's more than fine. How about I introduce you to my friend's son? I heard he broke up with his ex-boyfriend last year and is just getting back into dating. He's a lovely boy. I'm sure you'll like him. Or how about our neighbor's cousin? You've seen him around before. He's a few years older than you, and I've seen him dating men around town. Don't you think he's handsome?"
Sandra's words came out fast and choppy. Her knuckles were white from where she gripped Lao Ba's forearm, and there was a crazed look in her eye. "There's no rush, Sandra. The boys will find their person in their own time," my Lao Ba said, but she didn't look comforted. Then she looked over at me, and the panic there was clear as day. Certain moments from the past suddenly came to mind. How Sandra tried to persuade Clay to live at the dorms during college instead of off campus. She'd been so against Clay living with me. Then, when Clay and I returned to Kidder Springs, it was a similar situation. When we told them we found a place to rent, she insisted we both move back home. She'd eventually dropped the matter, but until now, I never knew why she'd been so against Clay and me living together. She knew. She didn't want us alone together because she knew I was in love with her son. Sandra was never the forceful type, so she was acting really out of character as she continued to push.
"I heard there's a matchmaker in town. How about—"
"Mom, stop." Clay interrupted her, probably having had enough. His eyes flicked to mine for a brief second before he faced Sandra. "I'm already in love with someone else." My heart was pounding so hard inside my chest that I could probably pass out from the impact. Sandra looked horrified, while Lao Ba beamed. "That's great. When are you going to introduce him to us?" my Lao Ba said. By how genuinely happy he seemed about this news, I guessed he didn't have the same concerns as Sandra. My Lao Ba was one of the smartest men I knew, but he could be dense when it came to matters of the heart. He probably never even suspected me of being in love with my stepbrother. Sandra shook her head hard, like she was trying to delude herself.
No. You're probably just confused. If you just meet new people, date around, and expand your horizons, you'll realize you've mistaken your love for being romantic when it isn't."
"Sandra, where is all this coming from?" my Lao Ba asked, surprise clearly written on his face. Sandra had never spoken like this before. She always tried her best to support us, Clay and me, in our endeavors, so it made sense that my Lao Ba was shocked by her sudden outburst. Sandra looked my way again, but she nibbled on her bottom lip instead of answering him. It looked like she wasn't going to spill my secret. Clay looked between me and his mom, and I suspected he was fitting the pieces together as well. He sighed and looked a little defeated. All my worries from throughout the years came rushing forward. This was what I'd been afraid of ever since finding out my Lao Ba and Clay's mom were together. I'd pushed my feelings for Clay down, ignoring the pain of suppressing them, all to avoid this right here. "I love him, Mom," Clay said calmly. "And that's never going to change." He wasn't coming out and telling them he loved me, but my belly fluttered nevertheless. The fluttering lasted only for a second, then turned into an entirely unpleasant sinking feeling. "You can either accept it, or I'll leave," Clay stated. Sandra's face fell too.
"Are you saying—"
Clay took a deep breath, then confirmed. "If it really comes to it, I'm ready to leave." "Now, hold on. Why don't we all take a breath and talk this over calmly?" my Lao Ba tried to reason, but I didn't think anyone was listening. I certainly wasn't, not when the ground was falling from underneath me. I probably looked as horrified as Sandra did right at that moment. "You're right. Let's all take a step back and call it a night," Clay replied. He walked toward me and grabbed my wrist. I was still too stunned to react, so I could only let myself be dragged away. Sandra's frantic calling followed us through the living room, but she didn't follow us. My Lao Ba probably stopped her. I didn't dare look back at them. I couldn't witness their disappointment or face the damage I'd caused. A crack had appeared in our happy little family dynamic, and it was all my fault. Chapter 22. Clay. I was fuming the entire journey home. Even when we reached the comfort of our home and the happy squeaks of our rats greeting us, I couldn't control this restless energy. Mom had never been this insistent before, at least not when it concerned me. She'd always told me the most important thing was that I was happy and healthy, but I guess that was only if I didn't mess up her perception of our family. I can't believe she knew this whole time, I muttered as I paced our living room. Dan was sitting on our couch and looked up when I spoke. He'd been quiet this entire time. I didn't even have to ask to know he was worrying about something. I could practically see the gears moving inside that brilliant brain of his. If this was the Dan before he'd started working out with me, he definitely would have fallen sick from all this worrying. I sighed and fell into the space beside him. Turning my body toward him, I lifted one leg over his lap and tucked the other behind his back, so they wrapped around him in a side hug. He was always comforted when he was hugged like this in burrito form, so I figured it might still give him some comfort even if he wasn't wrapped up in blankets. Dan was stiff in my hug, so I just hugged him tighter. I let my chin rest against his shoulder. "Do you finally believe me now when I said I didn't agree to go on a blind date?" I said, trying to break the tension.
"Were you serious about walking away from your mom?" Dan said without acknowledging my attempt to lighten the mood.
Of all the things he could be worrying about right now, that was the last thing I expected. I shrugged as much as I could in this position, which only angered Dan. The words had come out in the heat of the moment, but they still conveyed just how far I'd go to keep Dan.
"How could you even think that? Your mom is your family. You can't just walk away from her. She's too important," he said, sounding as frantic as my mom had earlier. "You're important too," I replied. "I can't lose you." Dan seemed to soften at that. He sighed, the sound seemingly carrying the weight of the entire world. "This is all my fault," he muttered. "If I'd controlled myself better, none of this would have happened."
He spoke so softly, I didn't know if he intended for me to hear it. I lifted my head from his shoulder and gently turned his head so that he looked at me. I loved it when he looked at me. His eyes reflected me clearly, like I was the only thing he saw, like he saw me for me. "None of this is your fault," I emphasized.
"But if only I hadn't put these thoughts in your head, if only I hadn't forced you to kiss me back then,
Do you really think you forced me?" He flapped his lips, but no words came out. I swept my thumb over his lips and remembered the pure shock of our first kiss as adults. I'd been surprised by how soft his lips were and how they molded against mine so perfectly. The kiss had me itching for something more. I was too naive to know what it was in the past, but now I knew that incessant feeling was longing to have all of him. I brushed his bottom lip again. Dan's pupils dilated, but my reflection was still crystal clear in them. "You couldn't have forced me if it was something I wanted to. If you hadn't kissed me, then I would have kissed you," I murmured and leaned in to do exactly that. Dan's lips moved against mine. It was a tangle that needed no words. How could he think this was wrong when we fit together so seamlessly? Dan's eyes were hooded, and his breath was heavy when the kiss ended. His entire body showed the effect I had on him, and it hit me once again just how much he loved me. I was empowered by how much he wanted me. "I'll take care of everything, so you don't have to worry," I reassured him. He looked anything but reassured. It hurt knowing how long he had to keep his feelings a secret. It hurt knowing he still thought that our being together was wrong. I wanted to prove to him that it wasn't. I untangled myself from him, got to my feet, and pulled Dan up with me. "What are you doing?" he asked when I guided us to his bedroom. I kicked the door closed behind us. The things I planned to do were not meant for our baby rat's eyes. I flipped us around so that Dan's back was to his bed. He sucked in a breath when I pulled my shirt over my head. He stayed frozen when I kicked my pants and underwear off too, with no preamble. All he could do was drag his heavy gaze over my naked form. I loved those eyes on me. "Don't think about anything else and just focus on me," I said. Although with how he was basically eating me up with his eyes, I didn't know if he was even paying attention to what I was saying. I took a step closer to him, my cock plumping from his gaze's caress. His hand was on me as soon as I was within reach. His odd palm slid up my abs and over my pecs until it stopped right over my heart.
"Clay,"
Dan whimpered, the sound a plea that conveyed his longing. We were always meant to end up here. We sealed our fate with a clumsy kiss and fallen tooth, I said with a teasing smile. Dan snorted at a laugh. I beamed at the fact that I was able to get him laughing at all. Everything is going to be okay, I told him again, and I'd keep telling him that until he got it into his head. I'll take care of everything else. All you have to take care of is me. The corner of his lips wiggled. It was obvious he was holding back his laugh. Was that too cheesy? Maybe just a tad bit, he replied, letting his smile show through. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me toward him. But I like the sentiment. I smiled and leaned into him until our bodies were flush. I could feel his cock stand at attention to greet mine. Too bad he was still fully clothed, though that was an easy fix. You're mine, I said. Dan's eyes almost glowed at my possessive claim. I loved how he accepted all parts of me. My jealousy never fazed him. His cock was poking a hole through his clothes. We both decided we were over the layers and scrambled to get his clothes off. We tumbled onto his bed, kissing, our hands roaming over each other. I'd studied Dan all my life, but it was only these past few weeks that I learned the precise ridges of his body. I'd memorized all the intimate curves that made up his shape, but there were still places that were yet to be explored. I wanted to know every single part of him. My hands cupped his ass cheeks. Dan hissed through the kiss at how tight my grip was. I slipped a finger down his crack. I want all of you, I said, stroking the pad of my forefinger over his hole. Dan shivered in my arms, gasping when I applied enough pressure to slip just the tip of my finger in. I want you to sit on my face. You want me... what? Dan asked in utter shock. Smirking, I shoved him exactly where I wanted by scooting up to the head of the bed and lying flat on my back. I pulled him until he was straddling my chest, then my hands returned to his ass to stretch his cheeks open. I want to explore you with my tongue, I said simply. The room was too dark to see it, but I knew the heat had crawled to his cheeks. Dan took a second to find his words, and when he found them, it wasn't what I wanted to hear. How about I prepare myself in the bathroom? I held on to him before he could make his escape. You've never been shy about using my body for your own pleasure before, so why are you hesitating now? I just don't think it's necessary for you to. I gripped his hips harder. Dan must have gotten my warning, because he didn't finish the sentence and muttered instead. I've never done that before. If he was trying to convince me to stop with this idea, then telling me that accomplished the exact opposite. The desire to get my tongue on his hole suddenly became my sole goal in life. I moved him until he flipped around in reverse cowboy, and his thick thighs straddled either side of my head. His hand fell to my chest to hold himself up, and he turned over his shoulder to look at me. Wait, Clay. Sit on my face, Dan, I ordered, not giving him the chance to argue. Maybe it was the commanding tone or the desperate plea in my expression, but Dan didn't try to come up with more reasons not to do this. Hit my back if I'm suffocating you, he said. I didn't reply. Like hell I was going to do that. Dying while eating Dan's ass out wouldn't be a bad way to go. He sighed and gave up on trying to persuade me not to do this. He knew me well enough to know I was stubborn about the things I wanted. Then, very slowly, much too slowly for my liking, Dan lowered himself. I pulled him the rest of the way down, which caused him to lose his balance for a second. My nose landed in the space between his crack, and his heady scent was making me dizzier than I already was. My hands spread his cheeks, and his pretty little hole greeted me. Unlike the rest of him, it was so tiny I wondered how anything could fit inside there. That only made me think about all the people he'd probably slept with in the past. That fucking infuriated me. If I'd gotten my shit together sooner, I could have had all his firsts, not just this one. Dan righted himself again and looked back at me to ask, Are you okay? My reply was to swipe my tongue down his taint. My action was met with a delicious sound from Dan that had me wanting to do it again. From my position, the tip of my tongue barely reached his balls, but that was okay. They weren't my goal tonight anyway. I licked back up his taint as Dan righted himself. His palms were back on my chest. You better hold on, I warned, just before digging into my feast. I swept over his hole, teasingly at first, and the strong flavor of man overcame me. I moaned into the taste, lapping him up to get more of him. I speared my tongue to get further inside him, and his soft pucker spread for me with ease. I took the invitation and tried to get my tongue further inside. The wet sounds of my lapping filled the room along with Dan's shallow breaths. I stretched his cheeks to gain wider access, and soon Dan's moans joined the chorus. His hole twitched around my mouth as his moans increased. He finally let my head carry his full weight as he just sat there and took everything I gave him. My cock bounced on my abs at how much Dan was enjoying this. When I thought this couldn't get sexier, Dan started rocking his hips. He stopped worrying and didn't take me into consideration. He just used me for his own pleasure. There was a pile of pre-cum on my stomach with how fucking turned on I was at being used like this. I lay there, worked my tongue harder than I ever had before, and tasted the way Dan just melted under my attacks. He was above me, but I currently held all the power. That was until he bent over and took my aching cock in hand. I gasped for breath when I felt his wet mouth surround me and put me at his mercy. I pushed him up just enough to glance down my body to catch his eyes. Dan was watching me over his shoulder as he worked me in his mouth. I didn't know how he managed it with his mouth full of me, but he fucking smirked. There was a challenge in his expression that egged me on. My lips returned to his hole, sucking and licking like my life depended on it. Pleasuring him was the one area I wasn't going to let Dan one-up me on. With the way Dan was using his mouth to work me, I knew I was running against the clock. So instead of taking my time to memorize him with only my tongue, I played all my cards. Dan moaned around my cock when I fondled his balls, but the walls of his throat absolutely trembled as I pressed the sensitive spot on his taint and dragged my finger to meet my tongue. I'd made his hole so wet that the first finger slipped in without much resistance. Dan rocked his hips again and ground down on my finger. "More," Dan moaned, letting my dick slip out of his mouth. His hot breath brushed against my shaft, growing hotter the louder his moans became. I listened to his command and slipped in another digit. Without any lube and only my spit to glide the way, it was a snug fit. His walls squeezed so tightly around me, I was scared I might be hurting him. I wanted to pull out and grab the lube, but Dan rocked his body and made my digits slide deeper inside of him. "Feels good," Dan breathed. The needy noise that came from his throat almost ended me. I would do anything to keep him sounding like that all night. How could someone be this sexy? "Want more?" Dan whimpered when his hole completely swallowed my 2 digits. I knew 3 without any lube would be an uncomfortable stretch, so I used my free hand to reach for the bottle in his nightstand drawer. My fingers bent inside of him and came across something soft and rubbery. When I rubbed against it, Dan moaned so loud he might as well have been screaming. He lost all strength in his legs, and his upper body collapsed over me, with his ass still lifted in the air. "Shit, are you okay?" I asked, worried that I'd somehow hurt him. I tried to pull my fingers out of his hole, but his butt ground down and shoved them back inside. "Don't," he pleaded, and arched his back to rub the pad of my finger on that rubbery spot again. "Feels so good," he moaned, now thoroughly fucking himself onto my fingers. Every downward swing of his hips had his ass cheeks slapping against my face, but I wasn't going to complain. Not when Dan was enjoying himself so much that his entire body was trembling. I might not be experienced with sex between men, but I knew what the prostate was. Jones and Dan had talked about it enough over the years that I'd started to believe it was some magical button men possessed. Now, seeing Dan like this, a mess of want and need, I realized my thoughts must be true. How would it feel to rub my cock against it? Would Dan enjoy it as much as he enjoyed my fingers? I wanted to find out. I wanted to ram into that little bundle of nerves until Dan came apart, speared on my hard cock. Dan let out a sobbing plea when I pulled my fingers out of him. "Need lube. One inside you," I told him, keeping my words short and simple. With how breathless I felt from this erotic stimulation, I'd probably pass out if I tried to form more words. Dan made a noise that I took to mean he agreed. He turned his body around so that he was facing me again. I just grabbed the bottle when Dan attacked me with his mouth and stole the last of my breath with his kisses. I was thoroughly on the brink of passing out when Dan finally pulled away with a moan. It didn't matter that I could breathe again. Oxygen was useless when I was met with the sight of Dan fingering himself. "Hurry!" His order was another breathy moan that had me twisting the lube cap open with so much force it flew past my fingers and fell somewhere over the bed.
I'd have to look for it later, because I certainly couldn't focus on anything else besides the incubus before me. I must have been dazed by his seductiveness for much longer than I realized, because Dan had suddenly snatched the bottle of lube from my grip. He poured a generous amount over my throbbing cock. The coolness of the lube coming into contact with my hot erection had me hissing at the sudden change in temperature. I didn't even have time to acclimate before Dan grabbed the base of my cock and positioned it between his cheeks. He surely couldn't be thinking about putting it in right away, could he? I didn't even get to open him up properly yet. Dan's hot eyes locked on mine, and his face twisted with lust as he did exactly what I feared. "Fuck! Dan, you're going to hurt yourself," I gritted through my teeth when he'd already forced half my length inside of him. If I hadn't stopped his hips in place, he'd probably take me in all the way to the hilt in one swift motion if I'd let him.
"Come on, Clay,"
Dan breathed and wiggled his hips as much as he could with me restricting his movements. Even just the tiniest motion felt like I was rocketed straight into heaven. There was no way I could last once I got all the way inside of him.
"Want you,"
he said so seductively. His palms found my chest again as his fingers weaved through the hair there.
"Need you."
If I thought being partially inside of him was already good, it was nothing compared to when Dan's walls squeezed my girth. He did something that had his whole pulsating around me, like it was trying to suck me up. The pleasure was nothing like I'd ever felt before, and I was squeezing my eyes shut to try to calm myself. Dan used my moment of weakness to spear himself completely on my cock. Our moans echoed in the room and blended together in harmony.
"Fuck, fuck, fuck,"
I chanted when Dan composed himself enough to start rocking his hips. All I could do was try my fucking best to keep it together and watch the beautiful scene he was putting on for me.
"You're going to be the death of me,"
I whispered. Dan smirked and angled his hips to continue bouncing. It didn't take long for Dan to find his favorite spot, and the noises that came out of his mouth afterward had me tipping over the edge before I even knew what was happening. I bucked my hips and came so hard my vision clouded. Everything turned blurry except Dan, who was as clear as always. He ground his hips in a way that dragged his length over my abs, and then he was coming too. I caught a glimpse of his cum painting my stomach before he fell over me, took my lips, and kissed me until our breathing calmed. "You're mine," I told him again. I brushed our lips together. "And I'm yours. If being together is wrong, then so be it. I'll keep living our truth until the world has no choice but to acknowledge us."
"I think that's the most beautiful thing anyone's ever said to me,"
he said with a sniffle. His body was limp and cozy on top of me. "If it makes you happy, I'll repeat it to you every day for the rest of our lives." Dan was teary-eyed, but I didn't think the emotions came from sadness. He looked thoroughly relaxed from the orgasm and my softened dick that was still inside of him. There was something calm about him. Peaceful. I kissed his lids, and a salty tear slipped past my lips. Happy tears were the only kind I ever wanted to taste from him, and I promised I'd do everything in my power to make sure it stayed that way.
Chapter 23. Dan. Clay told me he would take care of everything, but I didn't want to sit back and let him carry the entire load. I wanted to show him I was committed to this relationship too. Last night, he told me we belonged to each other, and I was going to prove his words right. I would make everything right again, which was why, instead of heading to the clinic the next morning, I found my way to my childhood home. My Lao Ba usually worked Thursday mornings, and I texted him to let him know I wouldn't be in until a little later. I quickly pocketed my phone after I sent the text, but I could feel it buzzing incessantly, probably my Lao Ba calling. Knowing him, he was probably going to interrogate me about last night when he saw me at the clinic today, but I'd ruined those plans. I wanted to talk to Sandra alone first, and with my Lao Ba at work, this was the perfect time to do it.
"Dan, what are you doing here?"
Sandra asked, with obvious confusion in her eyes, when she opened the door. She looked behind me to see if Clay had come along, perhaps. She deflated when she didn't see a sign of him, but she quickly composed herself.
"Oh, dear, look at me keeping you out here. Come in, come in. Have you had breakfast yet?"
she asked as I followed her inside. "I did," I replied, and took a seat on the couch. Sandra made a pot of tea for us, a habit she learned from my Lao Ba, then took a seat beside me. She wrung her hands on her lap and kept shifting in her seat. I could practically feel the nervous energy coming from her.
"I'm surprised to see you here,"
she said, then with widened eyes, quickly added,
I'm very happy that you are here. Just surprised. After last night, I worried you and Clay would stop coming around for a while.
Her shoulders drooped. Taking a closer look at her, the dark circles merged deep into her cheekbones. It was clear she'd lost sleep over how we'd left things last night. I'm sorry things ended how they did last night, I told her. My apology was genuine, and I truly wish things hadn't come out the way they had. But that was the only thing I was sorry for. But that's the only thing I can apologize for. I don't regret anything else. I was proud of how clear and steady my voice was as I spoke, and I sat up a little straighter. Sandra studied me for a moment. Her green gaze was a familiar one that I'd felt so many times throughout the years. Not from her, but from Clay. He had her eyes, there was no doubt about that, but it surprised me to learn just how similar they were. The only difference was the crow's feet and deep exhaustion that currently decorated hers.
So, it's true?
She asked wearily. There was no disappointment or anger in her tone, just tiredness. I hated seeing her like this, but I now knew all lying did was delay the heartache. I'd kept this secret all my life. I'd promised myself I would, but some things were always meant to come out, and avoiding the fallout wasn't the answer. I love him. I've always loved him, I admitted to her, fists clenching in my lap. I'll do anything to make this right. I just want to be with him. I waited for her to cry, yell at me, and tell me it was my fault our family was falling apart. There was none of that. Instead, she reached out and took one of my hands. For such a frail-looking woman, her grip was surprisingly strong. It must be the same strength that had her staying in a terrible relationship because she thought it would be best for her baby boy. It was the same strength that had her packing them both up and leaving to protect him. Clay was the protected man he was now because he had the greatest guardian on his side as an example.
I've always suspected, she said.
I hung my head.
Look at me,
she murmured. The request was something else I was familiar with. She and Clay were so fucking alike. Maybe it was inevitable that the Yao men fell in love with the members of the Seagal family. When I finally gathered my courage to meet her gaze, I was met with eyes that shone with loving care. I couldn't fathom how she could look at me like that right now, when I was the whole reason we were in this mess in the first place.
I should be the one apologizing to you, she said softly.
What? Why? You've done nothing wrong. Sandra shook her head and squeezed my hand.
Ever since we moved to Kither Springs, I thought Clay's relationship with you was special. I mean, the boy was always so agreeable except when it came to you. Do you remember how he threw a tantrum because you had to leave for the weekend with your Lao Ba for a conference?
I nodded. It happened about a year after I'd met Clay. We'd become best friends by then, but that was also around the time I was still figuring out my feelings for him. I hadn't even known what love really was, but I knew my heart would go crazy every time I was around Clay. I'd thought the trip out of town would be good for my abnormal heart, though all the time apart did was trade in my fast pulse for a deep ache in missing him.
Did Clay ever tell you he was so depressed that weekend that he barely ate?
I shook my head, genuinely surprised by even the idea of Clay skipping a meal.
I'm happy it was only a 2-day trip, or else he might have passed out from malnutrition before you got back, Sandra said jokingly.
She shook her head and chuckled.
At that time, I chalked up his closeness to you as him having a best friend for the first time. I didn't think anything of it until a few years later. Your Lao Ba and I were already dating by then, and I think I was so wrapped up in my own happiness that I didn't want to see your relationship for anything more than friendship.
She sighed again, and this time I was the one to squeeze her hand.
The day we told you and Clay about us wanting to get married, I saw how distraught you were at our announcement. I spoke to your Lao Ba about it afterwards, and he said you were just nervous about the change, but I wasn't convinced. I started to notice things, the way your gaze always lingered on Clay, and the hopelessness in your eyes when you thought nobody was looking. I knew you loved Clay, but I chose to ignore it. I love your Lao Ba so much. I chose my happiness over yours. For that, I can't apologize enough.
I let her words sink in. This moment was a reminder that parents were humans too. Even if they wanted to do their best for their kids, they deserved lives of their own as well. Your happiness is important too. Anyone can see you and my Lao Ba are in love. You're an amazing wife to him, I said truthfully. She chuckled.
But not an amazing stepmom?
My resolve cracked just a bit, because if I was being completely honest, Sandra was really the only mom I knew, since my own passed when I was born. My Laoba did his best with me, but it was really Sandra who showed me comfort in a way I'd never known. I loved her like she was my own. I had wished for her to be my maternal figure, just not as a stepmother. Before I knew about you and my Laoba, I dreamed about you becoming my mother-in-law, I admitted bashfully. Sandra laughed and pulled me into a hug. With our height difference, I sat taller than her, but she used her powerful hands to pull my head into her chest. She wrapped me up in the same motherly hug she'd given me throughout the years, even after I'd refused to call her mom.
Be it stepmom or mother-in-law, it doesn't matter to me. I'll always be your family. Even without Clay, you'll always be my boy,
she said, voice choked. I felt the frog in my throat too. Her hugging me right now meant more to me than she could ever know. These past few years, with all my failed attempts to get over my feelings for Clay, I lived in constant fear that one slip would cost me my family. Sandra had probably been worried about the same thing too.
If you two are serious about being together, then I can't think of any two people more meant for each other, she murmured.
I pulled myself from her arms. Are you saying you're not against us being together? I asked with surprise. Isn't that the entire reason you kept trying to set Clay up with other people?
It's true I was anxious to get him meeting people after I heard around town that you haven't been dating as much anymore, she said.
Don't these people have anything better to do than keep track of my dating life? I muttered, and she laughed. Sandra was in the camp of people who thrived on small-town gossip. She swept back my bangs that now hung way past my eyes. I'd never gotten around to asking her to cut them for me.
I figured since you two never got together after all these years, it might be better if Clay got with someone else rather than rock the boat. I worried that if you two did end up dating and broke up, then what would happen to our family?
I nodded with understanding. I have the same fears, I admitted. I don't want to disappoint my Lao Ba or you, but I'm not as selfless as you two are. Even if you guys don't approve of our relationship, I can't give up Clay.
You really love him, huh? That was a stupid question. Of course you love him. And there's no question that Clay loves you, too,
she said with a smile. I smiled, too. He's my life. She took my hand again. Her hand was warm and gentle in mine.
You know, I did a lot of thinking last night. Stayed up most of the night thinking, if I'm being honest. You two were always close, but it wasn't like you never fought. In fact, I'd like to say you two bickered more than you got along.
I muttered unintelligible excuses under my breath, which only had Sandra laughing again. It was always my feelings for him that led me to fight with Clay so much. I'd get jealous of the people around him and start bickering with him. Thinking back on it now, it was probably the same for Clay.
You two have a lifetime of fighting, yet refuse to leave each other. If that isn't proof enough that you'll stick through thick and thin, then I don't know what is, she teased.
Does that mean? I asked hopefully. She nodded.
If you and Clay are happy, then I will be too.
I pounced and hugged her so tightly she groaned at the impact. Sandra laughed and hugged me back.
I love you, my boy,
she whispered, and for the first time, hearing her call me that didn't fill me with dread. Chapter 24. Clay. I knew Dan was plotting something when I couldn't find him for lunch. My suspicions were confirmed when I received a call from my mom asking me and Dan to stop by after work for dinner. She'd confirmed that Dan had visited her that morning, and they had a long, heartfelt talk about us. She told me she was on our side, and she would always be on our side. Dan fought for me. He worried so much last night that I wondered if he'd run away and choose the family instead of being with me. His Lao Ba was important to him, since it had just been the two of them since he was born. But he didn't run. He stayed and fought for me, and I didn't know how I was not supposed to be giddy about that fact. I couldn't wait to see Dan, and I practically ran to the clinic. When I flung the door open, Dan was the only person in the clinic. He was sitting in Rose's usual seat at the reception desk, reading a textbook. Suddenly, I was transported back in time to the countless times I'd walked through these doors in the past to find Dan waiting for me in that exact spot. Dan looked up, bigger and more mature, but he beamed that same heart-throbbing smile my way. When I told him we were probably always meant to end up here, there was no doubt in my mind about it. I ran to him and scooped him into my arms. Dan laughed and hugged me back. "What's this for?" he asked, his voice muffled by how his face was squished into my arms. I breathed in his comforting scent and relaxed into him. I love you, I murmured. Dan's voice was music as he whispered he loved me too. We kissed tenderly in the clinic where our story started, and it was far from over. We should go. They're waiting for us, Dan said, pulling back. I tried chasing his lips, but he only laughed and evaded. I helped him close down the clinic and lock up, and then we were on the road. I held his hand the entire way there, just because I wanted to, and because I could. I liked his nice, magical hands a lot. Mom was already waiting for us outside when we pulled into the driveway.
My boy,
she said, and pulled me into a hug. She held me tighter than she ever had before. I hugged her back. I hated fighting with her.
I'm sorry for how I acted last night,
she said.
I hope you can forgive me. Both of you.
She turned to Dan and pulled him into our little hugging pile, too. I'm sorry for speaking to you like that, too, I told her. I hate when we fight. She laughed and kissed me on the cheek before doing the same for Dan. She herded us inside and called.
They're here.
Victor came from the kitchen. He looked serious as he strode to us, and I wondered if Mom had clued him in on last night, since he seemed out of the loop. Hi, son, he said to Dan. Victor then surprised the hell out of me by wrapping his arms around Dan and hugging him. It wasn't one of his awkward, loose hugs he gave on rare occasions. It was a full-on Papa Bear hug that Dan just melted into. Victor turned to me, and as if this had been pre-planned, Mom hooked her arm into Dan's as they chatted and left us alone. Come to the garden with me, Victor asked. I nodded and followed him to the backyard. He and my mom had put a lot of work into the yard these past few years. The fish inside the koi pond poked their heads out of the water to greet us, and the air had a floral scent from all the different flowers planted around here, and there were even birds and squirrels watching us curiously from the new bird bath. If I hadn't known better, this place felt like we'd been transported into some kind of Snow White type shit. Sit with me, Victor instructed, and patted the chair beside him. I could imagine him and my mom spending quiet evenings sitting here and enjoying the life they'd made for themselves. Did you know Dan was a very quiet boy? Victor commented. I didn't, I replied, having no clue where he was heading with this. He babbled and made noises, sure, but he never cried. Even if his eyes rounded with tears, he never cried out. I like to say he knew I was having a hard time as a single father and took pity on me. Victor chuckled and looked off into the distance, like he was seeing a memory. He was always easy to coax, too. He was always laughing and smiling at me. Even as a baby, he tried his best to be considerate. I smiled, too. I could totally see Dan being that way as a baby. He always tried his best for the people he loved. I had first-hand experience with that. Victor looked back at me, and his expression turned serious. He was always so considerate. I tried to raise him the best I could. I guided him to the path I thought was best for him, and he never complained. I knew he had no interest in taking over the clinic, but it was the only thing I could give him. That's not true, I argued. Dan loves the clinic. He's always happy as he talks about his patients and the new challenges that he faces there. Victor gave me an appreciative smile. He might like it now, but I'm aware he once wanted to join the police force with you. He laughed again when I opened my mouth and tried to think of something to say. It's okay. You don't have to try to make me feel better, he said gravely. He sighed and looked at his fish. Whatever he was feeding the koi worked, because they were the size of my forearm. He turned back to me, sorrow in his eyes. Dan cared so much about my happiness that he tended to keep his own close to his heart. I thought that as long as he was safe and healthy, it would all be okay. He never voiced what he wanted, and that is one of my greatest failures as a father. I let the words sink in, not knowing what to say to comfort him. I wasn't a father, so I couldn't understand his exact mentality, but I knew Victor would do anything to protect his son. He was the kind of father every kid deserved. He'd always listened to me and never insisted on anything. That is, besides you, Victor said. My heartbeat rocketed as his eyes watched me. There was no doubt he knew his son and I were together, and under the inquiring gaze of the man I saw as my father figure, I panicked. I wanted to explain myself and tell him that none of this was Dan's fault. I was the one who pushed for everything. Instead, what came out was, I love him. Victor didn't yell at me or get mad. He just patted my knee and said, You're a good man, Clay. I would know, since I consider you my own. I bit my tongue and nodded. I couldn't talk, or the tears would threaten to spill. To hear someone I thought so highly of say that they thought of me this way comforted something inside of me. Was I a good man? Sometimes the way my thoughts led told me I wasn't, but I wanted to be for the people I loved. Dan loves you, Victor continued, and I can't think of a better person to be by his side. I'll take care of him, sir, I said seriously. Victor smiled. There was a bright twinkle in his eyes. You'll take care of each other. And I told you before, you can call me Lao Ba. I think, as my future son-in-law, you're allowed to do that. Okay, Lao Ba. I managed to choke out. Over a decade later, I was finally able to call him that without the guilt of Dan's despair haunting me. Dan never wanted us to be brothers, but that didn't mean we wouldn't end up as family. And this was one family I was so fucking thankful to have. Come on, they're waiting for us to eat, Lao Ba said and stood. I stood too, and waited for him to go first. Instead, he came to my side and wrapped an arm around my shoulder. I was surprised, but my only reaction was to lean into his homey touch. Let's go, son. We walked like that back inside, his arm holding me all the way inside. Dan smiled when he saw us. He just finished setting up the table with my mom. Lao Ba walked to my mom and pressed a kiss to her cheek, which she happily accepted, and Dan came to my side. He grabbed my hand, his eyes curved in happiness as they reflected my image. I knew there would be many hurdles in us being together, but we crossed the most important one. Our family accepted us, and that was more important than the opinions of anyone else. Sunday brunch came, and Dan was filled with nerves as we walked into Hector's. We planned to tell our friends about us being together today. Countless eyes found us as soon as we walked inside. All of them turned into shock when they saw us holding hands. Doing this in the middle of a very busy day at Hector's guaranteed the entire town would know by noon, but we didn't care. Now that our parents knew and accepted us, we didn't care who else did. Our friends were all already at the booth at the back. Today's brunch only included Jones, Ryan, Riker, and Sam. The smaller group made this a lot easier, plus Dan told me Jones already knew about us. Riker was the first to spot us. His eyes bugged out of his head when he saw us holding hands as we walked his way. We just smiled and continued weaving through the crowd of people toward them. About time, Jones commented when we slid into our seats. He raised an eyebrow. Have something to tell us? Dan lifted our entwined hands and placed them on the table for everyone to see. Jones smirked. Ryan and Riker were still in a shocked stupor, and Sam looked not surprised. I figured something was going on when you two stopped bickering all the time, Sam admitted. Plus, I have eyes. It's obvious you two had a thing for each other by how you stick together all the time. And Clay getting jealous of Dan's dates isn't exactly normal for stepbrothers. I nodded. My jealousy really hadn't been normal, but I never understood the reason for it until now. I squeezed Dan's hand and beamed. That's not something to be proud of, he said with a snort. I kept on holding. Obvious? Obvious how? How come I never noticed anything? Riker asked. I could practically see his eyes spinning. Oh, babe, aren't you supposed to be the more intuitive one of us? Sam said, patting his fiancée's cheek. Maybe it's because you knew them as stepbrothers for so long, you couldn't imagine them being anything else. I've known them just as long as Riker, and I was the first to know they had a thing going on, Jones said, sounding proud. You told him before you told me? Riker turned to us. The hurt in his voice had Jones going into damage control. They didn't tell me. I kinda caught them kissing in the hot tub a few weeks back, he explained. And you didn't tell me? Ryan piped up, brow furrowed to look like he was angry. Jones stammered something that didn't sound like intelligible words. His boyfriend laughed. I'm just messing with you. I understand you keeping your friend's secret. Jones sighed audibly with relief, and we all laughed. Does that mean you're okay with us being together? Dan asked softly. He was nervous, I could tell, so I squeezed his hand in comfort. Why do we have to be okay with anything? Your relationship is nobody's business but your own, Riker said sternly. He cast his eyes over the crowd of diners, and I caught more than a few eyes flick away at the comment. They were obviously snooping in on our conversation. As long as you two are happy, I'm happy. The others nodded their agreement. You guys, Dan said, his voice filled with concern. I was getting emotional too.
I would be lying if I said there wasn't a tiny part of me that worried about how our friends would take our sudden shift in relationship status, but I never should have doubted them.
"You guys are the best," Dan said, and leaned around the table to give them hugs. I joined in the awkward hug too. "But I thought for sure you still had a crush on Jones's twin cousins. You were so pissed at the cookout when Dan was flirting with Jasmine. Or was it Jayla?" Riker furrowed his brow in thought.
"Are you ever going to learn to tell them apart?" Jones teased, but I was 90% sure he had trouble telling his cousins apart as well.
It was hard when they were set on being identical down to the makeup they wore.
"I never had a crush on them," I corrected and crossed my arms.
"But you looked jealous out of your mind in high school."
Riker glanced between me and Dan, and his expression told me the light bulb moment happened.
"You weren't jealous of Dan. You were jealous of the twins because they had Dan's attention."
"Aw, that's sweet," Sam chimed in. "Does that mean you two liked each other since high school?"
Dan looked at me with a softness in his eyes. He placed his palm over mine, and I twined our fingers together. I could hear our friends cooing about how cute we were being, but I paid them no mind. My entire world was filled with Dan.
"It was a lot longer than that. I've liked Clay since we were kids,"
Dan told them, but his eyes never left me. He stole my breath away with his bold confession in front of our friends. Dan never ceased to amaze me. I brought the back of his hand up to my lips for a kiss, and our friends went crazy with dramatic kissy sounds shot our way.
"Does that mean that instead of being late because you're fighting, you're now going to be late because you're fucking?"
Riker suddenly asked with a wrinkle of his nose. "Who says that isn't the reason they've been late all this time?" Jones commented, and Riker's eyes bugged out once more.
"I knew there was something off when they came with bruised lips," Ryan said, and then they started dissecting all the times we've been late to brunch. "You two made quite the entrance," Atlas said when he came up to our table to take our order. "I hear congratulations are in order."
He beamed as he looked between Dan and me. We thanked him, then Jones pulled Dan back into their conversation. They were still deep in their discussion, so I turned my body toward Atlas to chat with him. He had his usual sunny smile, so I took that as a good sign. "Seen anything off recently?" I asked. Atlas's smile faltered for just a second. He didn't need me to clarify for him to know I was referring to his stalker situation. He glanced around to make sure nobody was paying attention to us. I studied the crowd, too. It was the usual, familiar Sunday crowd. I didn't notice anyone or anything abnormal. Some were still looking our way, but they were probably the nosier folks of our town. They thrived on gossip, but I couldn't imagine any of them going as far as stalking someone. When Atlas confirmed that nobody was eavesdropping, he took a step closer to me and whispered,
"I found a note in my room last night."
That put me on high alert. My co-workers and I had been going through the notes throughout the week to try to find a clue. Any clue, but so far, we'd come up with nothing. It seemed the only similarity was the cursive handwriting that leaned more toward a female stalker. "Have they tried making contact with you? Have they hurt you?" I asked, and Atlas shook his head.
"They're still only leaving notes."
"Have you told Hector about this yet?" I asked. I could see the man in question through the serving hatch. He was chopping something in the kitchen, but his eyes were on us. Maybe he noticed how stiff Atlas suddenly became and got worried, though I had a feeling our grumpy diner owner never had his eyes far from his sunshine server.
"I don't want to worry him,"
Atlas whispered. I sighed. He was still being stubborn about this. He would be safer if Hector was aware of the potential danger he faced, but I couldn't force him to do anything. I could only keep my vigilance up and do my best to protect him and find the stalker as soon as possible. The others finally wound down their discussion and looked like they were ready to order. I quietly asked Atlas to bring the newest note to the police station tomorrow. He nodded, then with a quick shift of expression, he took our order with a bright smile that oozed sunshine. You couldn't tell anything was wrong just by looking at him. His ability to hide his feelings honestly impressed me.
"Everything okay?"
Dan asked in hushed whispers. Sam was chatting with Atlas about hanging out later this week. Our friends were all laughing and chatting happily around us. I'd tell Dan about my conversation with Atlas later, but for now, I wanted to enjoy my time with my friends and the man who had my heart. "Yeah, I love you," I said, twining our fingers again. Dan smiled and scooted closer to me.
"I love you," he murmured back.
I didn't think anything sounded more beautiful than Dan saying those words to me.
Epilogue. Dan. 5 years later.
"Where is your husband, dear? It's rare not to see you two together,"
Auntie May said from behind me in the grocery store checkout lane. She was Ryan's mom and the biggest gossip in town. Sometimes I wondered if the town solely ran on the gossip she fed it. If she'd gotten a job as a reporter, she would have made a killing with how scarily quick she got her intel. I swore she knew the moment something happened in town, which was why it hadn't surprised me when the entire town found out Clay and I got married, even though we'd secretly eloped. Privacy in Kither Springs? What's that? I couldn't even get mad, though. Auntie May was good people. In fact, she was one of the main forces that got our town to accept Clay and my shift from stepbrothers to boyfriends so quickly. I heard any time someone even skirted in the territory of shit-talking us, Auntie May was there knocking some sense into them. She wasn't the only one who had our backs. Our amazing friends were always there to defend us, and our parents were our biggest supporters. Lao Ba even threatened to ban someone from the clinic for giving me a lecture about living in sin and all that jazz. My Lao Ba never once in my entire life threatened to refuse service before, and his doing so to stand up for me made me secretly happy. It showed just how much he loved me. The man ended up apologizing, probably not wanting to drive all the way to the city for his basic care. We were bound to provide emergency care to everyone, but owning our own clinic meant we technically could refuse general service. I finished paying for my groceries, then turned back to Auntie May, flashed her a smile, and replied, "He's at home. Speaking of, he's waiting for me, so I'll see you around."
"Bye, dear. Give Clay my love,"
she called to my departing back. There weren't many people on the street since it was still early morning, but a few early risers were already out in town. They greeted me with smiles before heading their own way. There were no weird looks about the man who married his stepbrother, not like it had been a few years back. Everyone pretty much accepted that Clay and I were in love, and if they had a problem with it, they had an entire wall of supporters they had to get past. "Honey, I'm home," I called when I reached home. Clay didn't respond, but I knew he was waiting for me. I didn't go to find him immediately. It was still early. I took my time putting away the groceries, then fed our pet rats a round of treats. Captain and Hook passed away a few years back. It was one of the worst things about having pet rats, since they had such short lifespans. Even though I was the one who wanted to adopt them in the first place, Clay had taken their passing harder than I had. It had gotten to the point where Clay swore off getting any other pets, especially such short-lived ones as rats, until we were presented with more rats who needed adopting, and Clay fell in love. The trio squeaked happily as they took the treats from my hands. Their little noses twitched in the air, probably looking for their other daddy. I couldn't blame them for loving Clay so much. He spoiled them rotten. After the babies were stuffed full of treats and had returned to their hideouts for their beauty sleep, I washed my hands with the new fancy soap Mom got us. It was some homemade honey soap she'd gotten at a farmer's market yesterday with Lao Ba. I had to admit I liked how soft it made my hands, something I was sure Clay would love too. I checked the clock. It had been an hour since I left to grab some groceries from the store, and we still had 2 hours before we were due for Sunday brunch. There was plenty of time. Finally, I made my way to the bedroom. My cock plumped up with each step with anticipation for what awaited me. I pushed our bedroom door open to find Clay waiting for me on our bed. I was rock hard at the sight. Clay lying there spread eagle style with each of his limbs tied to the 4 posters of our bed, butt plug in that glorious ass of his, and his hard cock pointed straight into the air as if greeting me. A pool of pre-cum made a mess of the hair on his stomach. Clay probably heard me come in as he made a throaty noise. It was all he could really do with his mouth gagged and an eye mask covering his vision. He was a feast all laid out for me, and I wasn't one to deprive myself. "You look so fucking perfect for me," I said, taking a step closer to him. I undressed myself on the way and dropped pieces of clothing behind me. My movements were quick and efficient. I didn't need to make a show of it, since it wasn't like Clay could see me anyway. Completely naked, I climbed onto the bed and knelt in the space between his legs. "How are you doing, baby?" I asked as I ran a hand up his leg. The muffled noises amplified when I dragged my palm over his hip bone, completely ignoring his raging erection. "Aren't my hands soft? I used the soap your mom got us," I said, tweaking his nipples. I was met with muffled cries, but I didn't hold his lack of answer against him. "I'm forgetting something, aren't I?" I asked. I stretched over him, the action causing my hard cock to press against his. More delicious noises came from Clay's throat. They turned absolutely feral when I switched on the vibration mode to his butt plug. Clay jerked at the sudden sensation, but his bindings kept him from going far. I could feel another burst of sticky pre-cum dribble from his cock. I pressed a kiss to his cheek. "You're going to be good for me, aren't you?" I whispered and took his earlobe into my mouth. "You can't come until I say you can. I promise I'll make it good for you." Clay's body shook in reply, but he didn't come. I smiled and dragged my lips down his cheek, to his neck, and down to his firm pecs. His muscles hadn't diminished over the years. Quite the opposite, in fact. I loved rubbing my hands over the smooth, warm skin there. I loved the feeling of him being alive under me. I played with his pecs for a minute and enjoyed the way he trembled under my touch. When I got my mouth on him, Clay jolted again. I ran my tongue over his smooth skin and licked him while he writhed below me, all the while neglecting his cock. When I finally moved my mouth over his pelvis, his cock was red and angry, and looking like it could explode at any second. But I knew Clay would hold back from me. I swallowed his length, and throaty noises sounded in the room. After 5 years, I knew Clay's body like it was my own, which also meant I could stop my BJ before he could come. Clay thrust his hips in the air, trying to make contact again. I gently pressed them back onto the bed and nibbled on the soft skin of his inner thigh. "You're doing amazing, baby," I told him, then sucked him back down my throat. His pre-cum was thick, and I knew he was going to have an explosive orgasm when he came. When I let him come. I repeated the process a couple more times, deep-throating him and stopping right before he could explode. I'd edged him so many times in the past, Clay knew I wasn't going to stop until he was brought to his limit. He let me take full control of his body, and I reveled in that trust. When his balls were heavy and my own cock hard enough to poke through steel, I finally stopped my playing. His dick was coated with so much of my spit and his pre-cum that I couldn't tell it apart anymore. I gave myself a stroke and took him in all spread out for me. I was so turned on that things would end quickly when I got inside him, but even lasting a minute would be better than my first time topping him. I'd been so fucking turned on that the first time he presented me his hole, I'd come before my tip could fully get inside of him. It was so embarrassing at the time, but I could laugh about it now. I was ashamed to say my stamina as a top hadn't improved much since then. Just the thought of being inside Clay, that he was completely mine, it drove me crazy with lust. I wanted to paint his insides the color of me. Speaking of, I spread his thighs as much as I could with him being tied up and kissed where his hole was being stretched by the butt plug. The base of this butt plug wasn't much thinner than the girth at the tip, meaning he wouldn't need more prepping, and after wearing the plug for the last hour, I knew he was ready for me to slide right into him. I pulled out the obstacle blocking me from getting inside and almost came at how sexy his hole gaped before twitching back to its original size. Clay made more throaty noises above me while I licked and sucked the place I was about to mess up. He wanted the blindfold and gag off so he could see me when we made love. I liked looking into those pretty green eyes when I slid home, too, so I gave in to his request. "Dan," was the first thing he said when he could speak again. The way he spoke my name was full of need and desire, and I wanted him to always speak my name like that. "I need to come. Please, please, please." "Yeah, baby. How could I say no to you?" I kissed those begging lips and lined myself up. "Come for me," I murmured as I pushed myself inside of him. Clay screamed my name just as I lodged myself deep inside of him. His hole squeezed me like a fucking vice, and I knew I was done for too. I took his mouth again, kissing him as I spilled my seed inside and claimed him as mine. "Want to hold you," Clay murmured a few minutes later when we both calmed down enough to think clearly again. I grunted but didn't move. I was plopped on top of him, too boneless to care that his cum was creating a sticky mess on our stomachs. "Dan," he said again, this time wiggling his chest so that I couldn't get a second of peace on those comfortable pecs of his. Okay, I'm getting up," I told him, and slowly pulled myself out of him. My essence dribbling out of his hole had my mouth watering again. I wanted to slowly lap it up and stretch him until he was worked up and begging for my cock again, but I knew Clay wouldn't be in the mood for another edging session when he had his mind on something else. Standing, I undid his left hand first, before going to release his left foot. I could feel his hot gaze on me, and when I turned around, I found Clay staring at my ass. He licked his lips, voice hoarse, as he asked, "How much time do we have?" I walked to his right side and snatched his phone from the bedside table. I hadn't realized how long I'd edged him for. I flipped the phone over and placed it back down. "We have time. was all I replied as I undid the last of his restraints. We have to shower anyway. Clay smiled and was off the bed as soon as he was free. He scooped me up, practically ran to the bathroom, and only set me down once we were inside the shower. I couldn't even get a word out before he was pushing my chest against the shower tile and spreading my cheeks. I peered over my shoulder to see Clay already on his knees, his pink tongue leading his face as he found my hole. He was ruthless in stretching me and had me ready in minutes. Clay, I couldn't get the rest of my words out quickly enough because he already knew what I wanted. I wanted to see him while he was inside me. Clay flipped me around and lifted me, so my back was supported by the wall. My legs wrapped around his waist, just as he speared me on his already hard cock. We both moaned, the echoes in the bathroom making the sound even more lewd than usual. Fuck, Clay muttered when I'd taken him to the hilt. His strong hands held me up, but my forehead landed on his shoulder for support. I love you, Dan. My heart melted as it always did when I heard those words from him. He was the man I had an almost unbearable crush on for most of my life, and now he was my husband. I love you too, Clay. So fucking much, I said, voice rasping. Clay kissed me, but he still didn't move, opting to just stay inside of me. Being connected like this was comforting for him, and if I were being honest, it was comforting for me too. So I played with the hair on the back of his neck. I wasn't going to rush him when we had all the time in the world. We had a lifetime of this. We'd make it to brunch, probably on time. Right now, my attention was entirely on the man who made up my entire world. We were, in fact, not on time for brunch. We'd ended up back in bed, wrestling over who would get to top again. But hey, at least our lateness was because of fighting in bed, instead of bickering like we had in the past. I counted that as a win. Who was I kidding? As long as it was with Clay, everything was a win.